About half an hour after they left, a large group of enemy soldiers and puppet troops arrived. Seeing what was in front of them, the leading enemy officer was so angry he started cursing loudly. From the tragic state of the soldiers' bodies, it was clear that the new Fourth Army had attacked with superior forces. They managed to surround and kill the enemy quickly and then retreat. When did the new Fourth Army become so bold in this area and with such good weapons? They even had machine guns. What were their spies doing? They hadn't received any news at all. Soon, soldiers found signs that the hole had been disturbed. When they dug it up, they found 3 bodies. Their clothes were torn and ragged, showing they had been tortured to death, and it seemed they had died several hours earlier. The enemy officer gasped in shock. After the fight, the new Fourth Army didn't rush to leave, but took the time to bury their dead. There were only 3 bodies, which meant the enemy had a clear advantage in this battle. Over 20 of their soldiers had died, but not a single enemy soldier was dead. Soon, the entire area of Tianchong was mobilized. The search focused on finding the armed forces of the new Fourth Army in the area. It was said that this group had at least 50 members, possibly over 100, and they were well equipped. More puppet troops began searching everywhere, trying to find any hidden wounded soldiers. Lieutenant Oni was sure that all their soldiers had been defeated. No matter how many enemies there were or how strong they were, some soldiers would get hurt. The new Fourth Army could march and fight with injured soldiers. Those injured soldiers were probably hiding in local people's homes. If they could catch the injured soldiers and interrogate them harshly, they would find clues. Then, they could send a large force to attack and surely wipe out this group of enemies. When the Japanese reinforcements arrived, Tang Yuelon and Cheng Wangshua had already gone far away. Although they were only about 200 meters apart, this distance was very useful at this moment. Cheng was in charge of guiding the direction, while Tang chose the safest and easiest route on the map and kept adjusting it. They moved quickly. But by dawn, they could no longer keep going. The area between here and the half-tower village was controlled by the Japanese army. They had to cross the Jinpu railway blockade and road checkpoints. The railway was heavily guarded by Japanese soldiers, and the road points had patrols from the Japanese puppet army. They could only move secretly at night to avoid the blockades. During the day, they had to find a place to hide. Being exposed in enemy-controlled areas for 12 hours was basically suicide. Tang Yuelon agreed with all of Cheng's good advice. She was not stubborn enough to think that having some special advantage would let her rush through enemy territory recklessly, fighting and killing along the way. There were some contacts who could help them, reliable farmers who supported the underground party. These people often lived on the edge of villages or in isolated courtyards, with hidden spaces like walls, cellars, and attics. Now, they had no way of knowing where to find these supporters. Even if they knew, without a contact person, it was hard to gain their trust. This area was hilly, and during the day, they could hide in mountain caves or dense forests. The rivers and wetlands were full of reeds up to 3 or 4 meters high, making hiding easier than in the North China Plains green nets. But hiding like this made it hard to get supplies. Most people couldn't stay hidden for long this way. Luckily for Tang Yuelon, this was not a problem. Her space had enough food and hot water. Before leaving their base, she had Cheng prepare many supplies she thought might be useful on the road. They had left Shanghai in a hurry, so she didn't have time to prepare everything properly. She also didn't fully understand how harsh reality was. If she had, she would have prepared even better. Of course, she gained experience after that. Before dawn, the 2 of them had already hidden in a cave. The entrance was very hidden, and from the marks inside, it seemed that the locals had never discovered this cave. Before entering, Tang Yuelon carefully examined the map, checking every corner. There were no wild animals or snakes, as they should have hibernated by now. Overall, apart from some insects and ants, there was no danger. She took out 2 straw mats to lay on the ground and also brought out 2 thick quilts. Before Tang Yuelon could speak, Cheng Wangshua instinctively placed 1 straw mat with a quilt on a spot further inside, then stood up and turned away from her, saying, "Rest well. We have a tough fight tonight. He took out some steamed buns wrapped in oil paper from his bag. Tong Yuelon smiled and said, "How can you sleep if you're not full?" Throughout their journey, Cheng Shua had become used to many surprises. Even if Tong Yuelon only took out a few hot buns, or if she suddenly performed a magic trick, he felt he could accept it. Feeling the warmth of the buns through the paper, he took the hot water bowl Tong Yuelon handed him. Before he started eating, she said, "Wash your hands first." "I still have plenty of hot water." Tong Yuelon, who had long ingrained the habit of washing her hands before and after meals, didn't think her actions were strange at all. She didn't realize she had once again triggered Cheng Shua's already numb nerves. This was in enemy territory, in a secret hiding place where no supplies could be obtained. Having a hot bath was a luxury, yet she still used the water to wash her hands. What kind of environment had she grown up in? Even more than the young master who was pampered and raised in comfort, she paid attention to these details. Tong Yuelon didn't know Cheng Shua's thoughts, and even if she did, she wouldn't care. When there were no conditions, she could adapt to local customs. Back in the base, she ate those black bean cakes that made her throat hoarse without hesitation. Now, conditions were better, but wasting a little hot water was nothing. It was better than watching her use hands that had touched enemy corpses to pick up a bun and eat. That night had been very exhausting. Both of them were very tired. After eating, they immediately fell asleep. Just as Tong Yuelon was drifting into sleep, she felt as if the map marker in her mind flickered. Tong Yuelon suddenly lost her sleepiness and excitedly sat up from the ground mat. She stared intently at the map, noticing that the visible range had expanded by another 200 meters. 200 meters is not very long, and this small increase doesn't significantly improve the map's usefulness. But that's not the main point. The key is that she only killed a few enemies, yet the map's range has doubled compared to before. I understand when I first started scoring the numbers were low, but these scores are a bit discouraging. Dear handsome and beautiful readers, don't forget to give a 5-star review with your lucky hands to boost my writing enthusiasm and encourage more writing. Tong Yuelon looked at the map and was amused for a while before slowly falling asleep. When she woke up, she saw Cheng Shua sitting with his back to her, lost in thought. She took out 2 washed pears and handed one to Cheng Shua. She took a bite from her own and asked, "Are you thinking about the next part of the plan?" Cheng Shua took the pear and nodded. To reach the northern Jiangsu base, we must cross the Jintai Railway. Along the railway, every 5 to 10 kilometers, there are bunkers. The Japanese puppet troops patrol 24 hours a day, equipped with searchlights and guard dogs. The areas 2 to 3 kilometers on both sides of the railway are high-risk zones. Villagers are forced to form patrol groups, and a collective responsibility system is in place. Any abnormality must be reported immediately. So, we need to avoid heavily guarded areas like bridges and stations, and look for possible gaps to cross. The enemy has fences and barbed wire along both sides of the railway, and they've dug trenches to block crossing. The entire crossing must be completed within 10 minutes. If it takes longer, the operation is likely to fail, with a high risk of death. Once the enemy notices cut barbed wire, they will send troops to pursue. Crossing the railway is not the end. We also need to move quickly to avoid being chased. No guns can be used during the crossing, as gunfire would attract many enemies, making escape impossible. Initially excited about the 200-meter increase, Tong Yuelon suddenly felt disappointed. 400 meters is insignificant compared to several kilometers of vertical distance, let alone the length along the railway. She simply couldn't find a safe gap on the map to cross. So, at this time, maps are useful but not decisive. However, if combined with spatial awareness, they could help us pass smoothly. Then, what are your plans? Tong Yuelon asked as she looked up. We're not familiar with this area's terrain and conditions, so it's hard to cross the Jinpu Railway easily. I plan to go out and explore. If I can find help from the fortress residents, that would be best. If not, I'll have to find the safest route. Things are safe here for now. You stay here and wait for me. I'll come back as soon as I can. Tong Yuelon looked down, hesitating for a moment before asking a question unrelated to the current topic. Are you sure you can win? I mean, not just driving away the enemies. Chung Wangshua nodded without hesitation. I believe so. Tong Yuelan fell silent again. She knew how history would unfold, so she had no doubt about that. But Chung Wangshua and others who work in the dark probably rely on their faith to keep going. Why did you choose this path? Do you think you'll see the day of victory? She asked after a long pause. Chung Wangshua suddenly smiled. Some things must be done by someone. If I don't do it, someone else will. Those people might be strangers, friends, or even the next generation. Since that's the case, why not me? The more people we have, the more we can do. Our next generation might have less to do, or even enjoy the victory directly. I definitely want to see that day. If I can't live to see it, I might feel regret, but I think it's worth it. At least I didn't stand by and do nothing. I made an effort. Tong Yuelan thought she would hear a passionate speech like, success doesn't have to be mine, but if it happens, I'll be part of it. But she was surprised that Chung Wangshua's answer was so simple and honest. Yet, these honest words touched her even more at this moment. She no longer hesitated or felt conflicted. She made her decision. Some secrets are indeed very important. People keep secrets because they worry about others coveting them and bringing trouble. But someone like Chung Wangshua, who is willing to give up his wealth and risk his safety to join the revolution even when victory seems impossible, how could her secret harm him? As for the idea that people's hearts are easy to change, perhaps on the day of victory she will have already completed her system task and returned to the future, or maybe she'll have lost her life. Even if she is still alive then and cannot go back, she has many ways to escape and live a quiet life under a new identity. Alternatively, she could go to other countries like Japan and take back the treasures and valuables that were stolen from us. That would also be a good thing. After making her decision, Tong Yuelan no longer hesitated and said directly, "No need to scout ahead. I have a way to cross the railway to the other side. But I have one request. During the journey, when I ask you to close your eyes, you must do it. You can open them only when I tell you to. Can you do that?" This request is actually quite unreasonable. In such a dangerous environment, making someone close their eyes is like handing over their life to her. But Tong Yuelan always feels that she should hide her secrets as much as possible. Even if it's just pretending, it's better than revealing everything to him. Is that why you knocked me out, covered my eyes, and tied me up in a wooden box? Chung Wangshua's answer caught Tong Yuelan off guard. She awkwardly smiled and said, "Something like that." Chung Wangshua smiled in relief. He had always wondered why Tong Yuelan, who was clearly saving him, would use such a method of restraint. Now he understood it was related to her secret. "All right, I promise I won't open my eyes before you give the command." Chung Wangshua finished and added, "I will also keep my promise about what I agreed with you before." After solving the biggest problem, Tong Yuelan felt much more relaxed. But when she remembered the barbed wire, fences, and ditches Chung Wangshua mentioned earlier, she felt a bit troubled again. She closed her eyes and searched through her mind. Finally, she found a large, rough iron scissors among the things she brought from her old family home. This should be able to cut through the barbed wire. Breaking through the fence shouldn't be a problem, but how would she cross the ditch? "How deep and wide are ditches usually?" Chung Wangshua answered without hesitation. "I heard from the transport officer that ditches are usually about 2 zhong deep and 2 to 3 zhong wide. 2 to 3 zhong. That's roughly 7 to 10 meters. She doesn't have enough planks in her space to build a bridge." Chung Wangshua saw what she was thinking and said, "The most common way to cross the trench is to slide down to the bottom, place the wooden planks quickly across the bottom, and then climb up with a rope. But you must control the time carefully. Many soldiers fail to cross the railway because they spend too long in the trench. Wooden planks and ropes?" But the ropes she prepared before could only be used to tie people up, and they couldn't hold much weight. Tong Yuelan searched again in the space. She found suitable ropes among the supplies Chung Wangshua had prepared at the base, but no matter how hard she looked, she couldn't find any wooden planks. Suddenly, her eyes fixed on a spot. Maybe this could work? A loud bang interrupted Chung Wangshua's thoughts. He looked in shock at the carved bed in front of him. Who brings a bed when they go out? No, it should be, how big is Tong Yuelan's space pocket? The carved bed took up most of the cave. Luckily, Tong Yuelon quickly packed away 2 mats and quilts, avoiding them being crushed under the bed. Take it apart. Keep the bed frame as much as possible. If that's not enough, dismantle everything. Tong Yuelon's voice sounded a little regretful. She thought she should have brought more beds. For a long time, even if she entered the space again, she would have to sleep on the floor. But compared to life, these are small matters. She thought dismantling the bed would be a big job, but Cheng Wangshua was very skilled. In just a few moves, he took apart the outer frame of the bed. It looked like it could be reassembled easily and without damage. Seeing Tong Yuelon's surprised expression, Cheng Wangshua felt a little embarrassed. When I was a kid, I mischievously took apart a bed at home. My grandmother didn't scold me, but she asked me to put it back exactly as it was. I thought about it for a long time and even learned from a carpenter before I finally managed to put the bed back together. Tong Yuelon remembered her grandmother and couldn't help but smile. That was something she could do. Cheng Wangshua also thought of his grandmother, feeling a pang of sadness. He quickly changed the subject. These boards can be cleaned and dried, and they can be used again. When we get to a safe place, I'll help you put it back together. Good. Then whether I can escape sleeping on the floor depends entirely on you. Perhaps because she shared some of her secrets with Cheng Wangshua, Tong Yuelon became much more casual when talking to him. She no longer needed to think carefully before speaking, as she had before. I won't let you down. They looked at each other and smiled, then started discussing the details of their plan for tonight. After it got completely dark, the two of them left the cave and headed straight east toward Jinpu Road. With a map and a device to help, Tong Yuelon was always able to spot dangers early and avoid them. Their journey went smoothly. But as they got closer to the railway, the enemy had cleaned the area very thoroughly. It was hard to find a place to hide. When patrols passed by, their searchlights made it impossible for anyone to stay hidden. Close your eyes quickly. Seeing the distant lights getting closer and hearing Tong Yuelon's urgent words, Cheng Wangshua immediately closed his eyes. Soon, he felt like he was in a place cut off from the world. Even though he couldn't see anything, it gave him a familiar feeling. He tried hard to control the urge to open his eyes. He slowed his breathing and silently recited the party constitution in his mind. He didn't know how long it had been, but suddenly Cheng Wangshua felt like he had moved to a different place. At the same time, Tong Yuelon's voice came from nearby. You can open your eyes now. It was very dark and quiet around them. He only heard Tong Yuelon speaking in a very low voice. The patrol has gone far away. Let's hurry and cross before they come back. They reached the trench. Guided by Tong Yuelon, Cheng Wangshua found a wooden stake at the edge of the trench. He looped the rope around it and slid down to the bottom of the trench. Then he pulled the rope to signal her. Tong Yuelon quickly slid down too. As soon as she landed, she saw that Cheng Wangshua's legs were stuck deep in the muddy bottom of the trench. She cursed silently at the enemy for being so careless. She waved her hand and took out a wooden plank to cover the mud, then carefully pulled him up. Once Cheng Wangshua was steady, he quickly took the rope off and handed it to Tong Yuelon. Using 2 large wooden planks alternately, they crossed to the other side of the trench. She took out another rope with a hook already attached. After checking the map, Tong Yuelon guided Cheng Wangshua to throw the rope over. However, Tong Yuelon had no training in this, and Cheng Wangshua couldn't see the target, so he had to throw blindly. They tried several times, but neither of them could get the rope to hook onto the other side accurately. Time passed second by second. Tong Yuelon suddenly realized this and wished she could slap herself hard. Earlier, when planning how to cross the trench, she instinctively thought and prepared as Cheng Wangshua suggested, forgetting how she had crawled from one warehouse to another when she bought supplies from the enemy without paying. Don't throw it away yet. Come over here. She asked Cheng Wangshua to step aside, then waved her hand to lay some wooden planks on the mud. She placed a complete bed on the planks, and with another wave, a wooden table appeared on the bed, topped with a chair. Fortunately, the trench wasn't too high, and Cheng Wangshua was tall enough to climb over it. Before Tong Yuelon could speak, Cheng Wangshua quickly climbed onto the chair, then swiftly crossed the trench and tied a rope to a large rock on the edge. Tong Yuelon packed up her belongings, then climbed out of the trench along the lowered rope. From afar, she saw the enemy's searchlight beam. She only told Chung Wangshua, "Close your eyes quickly," and then they both entered the space again. This time, Chung Wangshua didn't feel lost. He kept his eyes tightly closed, but his heart was full of excitement. He knew how difficult it was to cross the Jinpu Railway. Even if they kept the trip under 10 minutes and didn't trigger alarms, the success rate was less than 40%, and casualties were very high. If someone among them could learn this secret skill, how many comrades could be saved? They could also deliver much-needed supplies into the blocked areas to help the bases. But laws are strict, and secrets are precious. Especially such top-tier magic, which is hard to even see, let alone learn. How could he ask for it? Besides, with such skills, Tong Yulan could get anything she wanted. What could he offer that would catch her eye? Moreover, he had nothing now. Fortunately, Tong Yulan was on his side. People like her are powerful weapons in any situation. He wouldn't tell anyone her secret, but he would report to his organization. Her information must be kept highly confidential. He would also protect her more carefully, even at the cost of himself. He wouldn't let her be harmed or fall into enemy hands. However, he seemed to worry a bit too much about this. With Tong Yulan's skills, as long as she stays alert, no one should be able to catch her. His only job was to protect her and keep her safe from harm. When he heard Tong Yulan call for him to open his eyes again, Chung Wangshua had already calmed down. The two of them ran straight to the fence by the railway, quickly damaged it, cut through a section of wire mesh, and slipped past. Again, I emphasize that the main story has no romantic subplot, so don't ask why the heroine reveals her secret space to Chung Wangshua or if she has feelings for him. It will be explained later. It's not about who he is, just a coincidence that it's him. If you still have questions, please read the last sentence of the introduction. The two carefully fixed the damaged fence and wire mesh, trying to restore it as much as possible to avoid early detection by the enemy. Then they crossed to the other side using the same method. Thanks to their previous experience, they crossed the trench quickly this time. Once out, they headed straight east at full speed. Within 5 kilometers east of the railway is a high-risk alert zone, filled with bunkers and patrols. Beyond that, from 5 to 15 kilometers away, is a guerrilla zone. More than 15 kilometers out is gradually controlled by the new Fourth Army. If there had been a courier, they wouldn't have gone straight east. Instead, they would have turned northwest after crossing the railway to avoid the main road leading to Bantaji. They would have traveled about 10 kilometers within 3 hours to designated points like Wangmiao and Tunkang for support. But Chung Wangshua didn't know the exact planned route. They chose the most dangerous path, which led to 3 patrol encounters within just 5 kilometers and crossing the territory of 4 bunkers. For Chung Wangshua, this experience was truly hard to describe. It was a life-threatening journey across the Jipu Railway, but he was mostly focused on running at full speed or hiding, taking small detours to avoid dangers. When faced with unavoidable dangers, like enemy patrols coming straight at them or the blinding searchlights on the bunkers circling 360 degrees, he only needed to close his eyes. When he opened them again, the danger had already passed. He couldn't remember how many times he closed his eyes along the way. Especially when passing by the bunker, he had to close his eyes soon after starting, then quickly crawl forward when the searchlights turned away. Next, he would have to do it again and again. Many times, he just lay on the ground, listening and closing his eyes as instructed. When he opened them again, he was still lying in the same spot. Finally, when they left the area controlled by the enemy bunker and patrols, it was already dawn. Tong Yulan let out a sigh of relief. She was truly exhausted, running, crawling, and rolling all night. "Have we already left the enemy's control zone?" she asked tiredly, with a hint of hope. The whole night had been tense and stressful, but she was glad it was over. She just wanted to sleep well and walk openly in the sunlight. "Yes, we've left the enemy's area. Now we should be in the territory controlled by Han Dechin's 89th Army," he replied calmly. "Is the 89th Army part of the nationalist forces? Then at least we can breathe a little easier," she said. In Tong Yulan's mind, This was during the United Chinese resistance against Japan. On the nationalist side, she thought they wouldn't be as badly surrounded or chased as in the Japanese-occupied areas. Chen Wangshua didn't look at her and said plainly, "Over a month ago, Han Deqin launched the Huangqiao campaign, gathering 30,000 troops to attack the new Fourth Army. He boasted about pushing the new Fourth Army into the Yangtze River. But in the end, the deputy commander of the North Jiangsu headquarters, with only 7,000 soldiers, defeated Han Deqin's force of over 30,000, killing 11,000 enemies." Tang Yuelon gasped in surprise. 7,000 soldiers defeated more than 30,000? And they managed to win, even with inferior weapons? That must have been a very skilled commander and brave soldiers. Wait, she realized her thoughts were drifting. She turned to Chen Wangshua and asked, "So, does that mean we're still unsafe in this area? We need to avoid their checkpoints." Before he could answer, she asked again, "What kind of person is Han Deqin? And what resources do they have here? People say Chinese don't fight against Chinese. It's bad enough to be chased and trapped by those animals in Japanese-occupied areas, but to be hunted down in Chinese-controlled territory?
Who can stand that?"
Since they have so many troops and are not thinking of fighting the enemy but instead are being aggressive at home, it should be reasonable for her to take some resources when passing by. Regarding Han Deqin, there's a folk song among the common people, "The Broom Star in the Sky, Han Deqin Underground," raising 1,000,000 soldiers, only to oppose the common people. This should give you a good idea of his true nature. As for resources, although Han Deqin's territory has shrunk a lot now, he still controls granaries and salt fields, collecting grain and salt taxes to support the army. Chen Wangshua's tone remained calm, as if he was simply stating facts objectively. However, Tang Yuelon sensed a hidden excitement in his words when he mentioned the granaries and salt fields. Could it be that they had a plan in mind? Maybe she should just ask directly. Then, where are Han Deqin's main granaries and salt fields located? Han Deqin has stored a lot of rice and wheat in Anfeng town. The salt fields are mainly around Sandsong River, but those two places are quite far from here, and there are 3 factions controlling the area. The route passes through Japanese-controlled zones. Even with you traveling together, the risk is minimized, but it would still take about 7 to 10 days or even longer. Tang Yuelon hesitated. Traveling back and forth would take at least half a month. Should she still go on this mission? Visiting the base gave her a more direct and deeper understanding of the soldiers' food, weapons, and everything she saw. That was also the reason she finally decided to go to Taiyuan to get weapons and ammunition. If she changed plans now, she could solve some of the food and salt problems, but the weapons issue would have to be delayed. If I let you choose, would you pick weapons and ammunition or food and salt? If she couldn't decide right now, she might as well ask someone else, hoping for an unexpected answer. Of course, the only other person she could ask was Chen Wangshua. Chen Wangshua was used to Tang Yuelon asking strange questions from time to time. He quickly understood her meaning and thought for a moment before replying. If there is no rice and wheat, you can eat black beans, bran, and wild vegetables. Short-term salt shortages won't be a big problem. Weapons and ammunition are definitely more important than food and salt. Tang Yuelon sighed. It seemed that this was the only option, though she still felt a bit unwilling. For someone like Han Deqin, passing through his territory without taking advantage of the situation felt like a waste of her now nearly empty resources. Actually, sometimes it doesn't have to be a choice between 2 options, she said. Han Deqin's main granary and salt fields are indeed far away, but his troops still need food and supplies. Wherever the army is stationed, there must be small storage sites nearby. It's just a small detour and shouldn't take much time. But I'll need some silver coins from you first. I'll use them to gather information and make arrangements. You should find a safe place to hide and rest while I'm gone. You've had a hard journey. Before she could finish sighing, Chen Wangshua's calm voice sounded again. Tang Yuelon's eyes lit up instantly. A small warehouse would work just fine. She certainly wouldn't complain about that. Why are you going alone to gather information? Isn't that dangerous? It would be safer if we went together. At least we could look out for each other. Chen Wangshua patiently explained, You probably don't speak the local dialect. If someone questions you, it'll be easy to give yourself away. And disappearing in broad daylight isn't exactly an option. Besides, it's safer for a young woman to stay hidden here. You should rest for a while. My job is to assist you, so leave these small tasks to me. Don't worry, I know several local dialects and I'm good at gathering information. I won't get into trouble. Once I have the details, I'll come back right away, and we can move at night. Tong Yuelon nodded. Dividing tasks according to each person's strengths was indeed the best approach. The commander had really chosen a capable partner for her. Without further discussion, they studied the map, then went together to a hidden spot. From her storage space, Tong Yuelon took out a bundle containing his clothes and a bucket of water. Cheng Wangshua quickly washed the mud off his legs and feet with a small amount of water, then changed into more suitable clothes. After putting the silver coins she gave him into his pocket, he was ready to leave. Wait, Tong Yuelon called out. Your outfit and manner are fine, but you still look a bit too noticeable. Sit down, I'll help you fix that. Program Wangshua was slightly stunned. How should I handle this? Tong Yuelon was too lazy to explain and simply let him sit down. Then she took out various makeup products and started to paint on his face. After finishing, she took out a small mirror and handed it to him. Wangshua looked at the completely unfamiliar face in the mirror. He thought he wouldn't be surprised again by Tong Yuelon's magical techniques, but once more, he was left speechless. For them, disguising themselves when going out was common. Usually they just changed clothes, altered their style and speech, and even their aura could become completely different. Some basic makeup skills were also known. But no one could simply change their face directly. The face in the mirror just now was very different from his real appearance. Even if his grandmother were alive, she would need some time to recognize him through his words, actions, and small details. This kind of transformation was different from stage makeup for different roles. Someone who didn't know beforehand wouldn't think he was wearing makeup at all. Could this be the legendary skill of face changing? Just how many tricks did this girl still have up her sleeve? After Wangshua's figure completely disappeared from sight, Tong Yuelon entered her space. The first thing she did was wash up briefly, then lie down on the only remaining lonely bed. She was truly exhausted, body and mind both worn out. Just as she was about to fall asleep, Xiao Hui's sudden voice broke the silence. Tong Yuelon immediately lost her sleepiness and sat up in bed. She really couldn't stand hearing the words, love brain, anymore. That roommate who pulled her to watch war dramas, the one she had scolded countless times without waking her up, the serious love-struck girl who had already been accepted into Tsinghua University for graduate studies, but because of her boyfriend's words about not wanting their gap to be too big, obediently gave up her graduate plan and found a lousy job to pass the time, claiming it was for love. That was a Tsinghua graduate. She had advised her, scolded her, even threatened to cut ties, but in the end, they really broke up. Since then, she had a strong reaction whenever she heard the words, love brain. Seeing that Xiao Hui hadn't spoken for a long time and had recently returned to her sharp-tongued nature, Tong Yuelon's first thought was that once again, her rare chance to take advantage had come. Tong Yuelon adjusted her pillow, chose the most comfortable position and lay back down. Then she said slowly. After speaking, Tong Yuelon didn't care about Xiao Hui's reaction. She turned over and fell asleep. Before sleeping, she happily thought that she had easily gained some benefits again. She hoped that Xiao Hui would have more questions for her in the future, and she wouldn't mind spending a bit more time explaining. Tong Yuelon slept very deeply. When she was finally awakened by hunger, she realized it was already afternoon. Cheng Wangshua was standing nearby, looking out beyond the ditch. It seemed he had been in that position for a while. Gently leaving her space, Tong Yuelon made some noise nearby. Cheng Wangshua turned around cautiously. When he saw it was her, he relaxed and smiled lightly, saying, "No trouble." Tong Yuelon couldn't help but give a thumbs up. In such a place, being able to gather information so quickly in such a short time was impressive. The 4 simple words hid many difficulties and risks. She had the most contact with Lin Xiao, and got along well. Lin Xiao was trustworthy. At first, she thought it was best to work with Lin Xiao. But after spending time with Cheng Wangshua, she realized that the leader's plan was the best. Lin Xiao was skilled, loyal, and cheerful, but she lacked strategy. During battles, she would definitely be at the front, brave and fearless. But in terms of experience behind enemy lines and careful planning, she was not as good as Cheng Wangshua. Since coming here, she had been working hard to learn and improve. Now she had made some progress, but it was still not enough. If Lin Xiao and she went together to Taiyuan, she thought they might rush straight ahead. But the outcome was uncertain. That warehouse is located at. Seeing Cheng Wangshua look exhausted, Tang Yulan waved her hand to stop him. No rush. It's still early before dark. You should eat something and rest for a while. I'll keep watch. We can talk more about the plan after you wake up. He hadn't slept for a day and night and was under high stress. Cheng Wangshua was very tired. Hearing this, he didn't continue talking. After eating some dry food and drinking hot water, he sat at the bottom of the ditch, leaning against the wall, and fell asleep. There are no caves in this area. Their current hiding place is in a ditch, which was probably dug out during previous battles as a shelter. There are many such ditches, so it's not very hidden, but with Tang Yulan present, they don't need to worry about safety. Tang Yulan sat quietly nearby, her attention focused on the map. A distance of 400 meters was enough for her to spot danger quickly and lead him to safety. At this moment, she noticed the map's range had expanded by 20 meters. 20 meters isn't much and doesn't seem very important, but any increase is good news. It's likely because their base used weapons to kill more enemies. Little Gray suddenly spoke to explain, confirming her guess was right. Although the increase seemed slow, it was probably because their numbers weren't large enough yet. Once they gather more guns and ammunition to distribute to each base, the growth will speed up significantly. To avoid disturbing Cheng Wangshua's rest, Tang Yulan didn't make a sound. Even so, Cheng Wangshua woke up after only 2 hours of sleep. His eyes opened suddenly, and he quickly became alert. Tang Yulan admired this. It was probably a skill he developed as a spy. If it were her, she would need some time to figure out who she was, where she was, and what she was doing. I've checked everything. There's only one warehouse in this area, located inside the military camp in the east of the city. It contains food, salt, and some spare weapons. The guards around the warehouse are very strict. If we attack directly, we'd need at least a whole battalion of troops. Based on our previous experience crossing the Jinpu Railway, sneaking into the warehouse isn't difficult, but it will take some time. As for how much we can take, that depends on how much you want to carry. After waking up, Cheng Wangshua immediately shared the intelligence he had gathered, his face full of smiles, completely different from his previous serious look. However, after he finished speaking, he noticed Tang Yulan wasn't replying right away. She was slightly frowning, looking confused. He quickly asked, "Is something wrong?" People like Han Dechin's subordinates are probably not good people. I'm thinking about whether we should take the opportunity to eliminate some of them, to give the common people some justice. Tang Yulan answered smoothly, but in her heart, she was wondering whether defeating those soldiers who sided with the enemy would help expand the area shown on the map. Now that we are in the period of united resistance against the invaders, our army's policy is to only fight back in self-defense when the stubborn factions attack our base areas or try to destroy the united front. We focus our strength to defeat their active forces, but avoid expanding the battlefront or attacking those who are not hostile. That's why, after a victory in the Battle of Huangqiao, we took the initiative to stop fighting, release the prisoners, and called for cooperation in the resistance. The higher authorities have strictly forbidden us from attacking first when the enemy hasn't made a move, to avoid being accused of undermining the resistance. If we start a fight on our own, it could cause serious trouble. Cheng Wangshua explained carefully. During their journey, he had come to understand Tang Yulan better. Though she seemed quiet and gentle, she had a bold and determined spirit. Once she decided on something, she would find a way to make it happen. Using her special skills to secretly take supplies from Han Dechin's warehouse was fine, but starting a battle without orders was far beyond what the two of them could handle. When he saw Tang Yulan fall silent again after listening, Cheng Wangshua grew worried and was about to speak when she suddenly smiled and said, Alright, then we'll let them go this time. I've said before, I don't really understand all the rules and policies about military actions, so I'll just follow your lead. Cheng Wangshua let out a long sigh of relief. Miss Tong, you truly understand the bigger picture.
Wait.
Tong Yuelon interrupted, feeling a bit embarrassed by the compliment. We'll be working together for a long time, so there's no need to be so formal. It'll only make things awkward. From now on, let's divide our tasks clearly. I'll handle things like moving supplies from the enemy's warehouses, and you'll take care of gathering intelligence, making contacts, and dealing with people. Cheng Wangshua's expression changed at once. You mean you're going to carry out this mission alone? Winter nights came early. Because of the cold and the fear of trouble, people stayed inside as soon as darkness fell. The streets outside were almost empty. The area controlled by Hondachin's team was much better defended than the Japanese-occupied zone. There were soldiers patrolling the streets, but they looked lazy and indifferent, talking about where to eat or have fun. No wonder Han Dechin launched the Battle of Huangqiao with a strong force, but was defeated by the new Fourth Army, which was less equipped. They won with fewer soldiers, defeating his 30,000 troops with only 7,000. For Tong Yuelon, these patrols were almost useless. The two of them easily reached the warehouse near the east part of the city. According to their plan, Tong Yuelon would go alone inside the military camp to empty the warehouse. Cheng Wangshua would wait outside to support her. If anything went wrong, he would create chaos to help her escape. At first, Cheng Wangshua didn't agree with the plan. As a man, he felt it was dangerous to let a girl do such a risky task while he stayed safe outside. Tong Yuelon understood his concern and didn't want to argue. She calmly told him that she was confident she could take care of herself. Bringing him along might make her more noticeable and could ruin the plan. She also knew that her words might upset Cheng Wangshua, but she didn't care. She couldn't do much to help with buying things from the warehouse, so her presence wouldn't improve the situation. As Cheng Wangshua had heard, the defenses outside the camp were strong. The patrols inside were more serious than those on the streets. The main gate even had 2 machine guns. Without heavy firepower, it was very hard for anyone to get close to the warehouse or break through the defenses. The wall was quite high, but it wasn't electrified, and there was only one spotlight. It rotated slowly, giving Tong Yuelon enough time to climb over without needing special equipment. She easily entered the camp. Using a map, she found the weakest spot in the defenses. As a skilled climber, she quickly scaled the wall, avoided the patrol soldiers, and reached the warehouse. The warehouse was at the back of the camp, backed against a steep mountain wall. The surrounding wall was much taller and thicker, making it almost impossible for anyone to sneak in nearby. Perhaps because of this, the guards near the warehouse showed a perfect example of being relaxed on the inside but strict on the outside. The warehouse door was tightly locked, and there was no one guarding outside. Only a small house nearby, where sounds from inside suggested people were drinking and bragging. The soldier guarding the warehouse never expected anyone to sneak in silently. A few of them were inside the small house, drinking and complaining. This guarding job is really boring. Always being called around, and I don't get any benefits. Seeing those guys enjoying themselves makes me angry. That's because you're not capable. If you had a pretty sister, you could be assigned to guard the checkpoint like Sanhai, and you'd make easy money every day without swearing. Pfft, selling my own sister? That's inhuman. Even if I had such a sister, I wouldn't do something so terrible. Enough, you two just drink and stop talking nonsense. Be careful if someone hears you, you won't like the consequences. Who would come here in this cold weather? Are you trying to report us? Hey, I came here to drink with you guys. Why are you biting my head off? Can't you tell I'm trying to be nice? We're brothers, no need to argue. By the way, I heard that today Sanhai and his team caught some spies from the new Fourth Army, including a pretty girl. They locked them in a secret room, planning to send them to the commander tomorrow when he arrives. They've really made a big contribution. Maybe next time we see Sanhai, we'll have to salute him. Pfft, that guy is not fit to be our officer. The captured new Fourth Army soldiers? They must be rescued. Outside the window, Tong Yulan stood quietly in the darkness, thinking about how to act. She had already planned to find the right moment to silently kill the three inside with the gun given by the system, take the keys, open the warehouse, and move everything out. If she was quick enough, she could escape before the enemies realized what was happening. But after hearing what the person inside just said, she changed her mind. This couldn't be done recklessly. She needed to plan carefully before acting. After carefully checking his supplies, Tong Yulan found the spray bottle she hadn't used before. She remembered that this spray could make a person completely lose consciousness within 30 minutes, and they wouldn't notice when they woke up. It was indeed a useful tool. With this in mind, having a spray bottle made her feel more confident about the situation. She listened carefully for a while longer and confirmed that the person who mentioned the new 4th Army Scout was sitting on the outermost side. Without hesitation, she pushed open the door and rushed inside. Before the others could react, she sprayed them with the contents of the bottle. The three men immediately collapsed. Tong Yulan searched their bodies and found a key. She quickly walked to the warehouse door, unlocked it, entered, and closed the door, all in one smooth motion. The small storage room was not actually very small. It was filled with many supplies. Tong Yulan didn't bother to check everything inside carefully. She simply started moving items into her space as quickly as possible. After locking the door of the warehouse, she saw no signs of danger around. She returned to the small hut, picked up the person on the outermost side, and took him to a corner behind the warehouse. She pressed a dagger tightly against his neck and poured cold water over him. Then she covered his mouth firmly to prevent him from shouting. After a moment, Tong Yulan went to the spot she had been told about. Sure enough, she found a basement there. No wonder she hadn't seen any secret rooms on the map earlier. She thought they weren't inside the military camp. Perhaps because she felt the camp was safe, there was no one guarding outside the secret room. When Tong Yulan entered, she saw three people tightly, lying on the ground. They didn't seem to have been mistreated. She didn't bother explaining anything to them now. She took out the spray bottle and sprayed it at the three, then directly put them into her space. Half an hour was enough time for her to get them out. Cheng Shua was hiding in a very secret spot. Tong Yulan had chosen this place for him. As long as he didn't make any noise, he wouldn't be discovered for a while. The winter night was very cold, but Cheng Shua didn't feel cold at all. He stared straight ahead, never relaxing. If he heard any strange sounds inside, he would rush out immediately. He had a gun and several grenades nearby, enough to attract the enemy's fire and give Tong Yulan a chance to escape. Time passed quickly, and it was almost the time they had agreed on earlier. However, Tong Yulan still hadn't returned, and there was no sign of her ahead. Cheng Shua couldn't hold back anymore. He carefully picked up the grenades neatly placed beside him, one by one, and tucked them around his waist. Then he clenched his gun tightly, ready to attack. At that moment, a familiar figure quickly approached him. He looked cautiously behind Tong Yulan and saw no one following her, so he hurried to meet her. "Run quickly, there's not much time," Tong Yulan said simply before continuing to walk outside, without stopping. Cheng Shua didn't understand what she meant by not much time, but he didn't ask at this moment. He quickened his pace and followed behind her. In the darkness, a shadow moved a few times, then dazedly sat up from the ground. He touched his sore neck and looked around, confused about how he ended up here when he was drinking just now. Suddenly, he shivered and quickly stood up. He wanted to check the basement where the new 4th Army spies were held, but after taking a few steps, he stopped. Then he turned around and ran desperately toward the small hut, brushing dust off himself as he ran. He ran back to the small hut where he had been drinking earlier and found nothing unusual. The other two were sleeping soundly at the table, not making a sound. Quietly, he sat back in his original spot and pretended to sleep on the table. After some time, the two beside him seemed to wake up together. They mumbled a few words and then picked up their wine bowls to continue drinking as if nothing had happened. "Hey, Lao Zhao, you're looking a bit weak. You got drunk after just a little wine. Forget him. He probably exhausted himself at the brothel. Let him sleep. We'll drink on our own." Hearing their conversation, Lao Zhao realized they probably didn't know what had happened earlier. He pretended to have just woken up, stretched lazily, and said, "I didn't sleep well last night. A little wine made me sleepy." The two of them chuckled and teased him a bit. Lao Zhao then casually asked, "Did either of you bring a woman in?" "I think I saw a woman before I fell asleep. She was quite pretty. Even if a woman comes in here, it wouldn't be our turn. Besides, if I really saw a woman, I wouldn't believe that old Zhao could still sleep peacefully."
Haha.
Old Zhao raised his wine cup and clinked it with the two of them, then drank it all. Only then did his restless heart settle down. He didn't know what exactly happened tonight. One moment, he was sitting inside drinking with them, and the next he was splashed with cold water and woke up. In front of him was a woman with her face covered by a black cloth, dressed in black. She held a dagger pointed at his neck, and his mouth was tightly covered. That woman's grip was so strong that he couldn't even shout out loud. He thought his life was definitely in danger, but surprisingly, she didn't kill him. Instead, she forced him to tell her where the captured new Fourth Army spies were held, then knocked him out. He didn't even know who had caught those people. He couldn't understand why the woman was after him. If he didn't know where those spies were being held, he would have been dead tonight. Luckily, he was quick-witted. When he woke up, he didn't dare make a sound. No one saw what happened over there. Even if those spies were taken away, it had nothing to do with him. The two men with him could testify. They had been drinking together all night and hadn't gone anywhere. Cheng Wangshua followed Tong Yuelan, running while carefully watching the surroundings. Before they reached their hiding spot, Tong Yuelan suddenly stopped and said, "Stop for a moment. They're waking up soon. I'll watch out and you talk to them." Her sudden words confused Cheng Wangshua. Before he could ask anything, he saw three people tightly appear on the ground nearby. Tong Yuelan whispered quickly, "I heard they are new Fourth Army members caught by Han Dechin's men, so I rescue them. I don't have time or the ability to confirm their identities. From now on, I leave it all to you." After saying that, Tong Yuelan stepped aside, alert and looking around, acting very cautious. At this moment, she was very glad to have Cheng Wangshua with her. It was easy for her to save people, but she was too lazy to explain how she rescued them, and she knew they wouldn't believe her words anyway. This troublesome matter is left to Cheng Wangshua. Maybe he can find a way to communicate and explain to them. It would be even better if Cheng Wangshua can earn their trust, so they can contact the base more quickly. Thinking about the items in the space, Tong Yuelan felt a bit curious. She hadn't had time to check before, and now if she traveled with these people, it would be harder to find a chance. So, she decided to take this opportunity to look at her loot. Quickly communicate with them. The area is safe. I will go somewhere farther to keep watch. After saying this, she didn't wait for Cheng Wangshua's reaction and walked away on her own. Inside the space, Tong Yuelan checked her loot while also keeping an eye on the map. She finished everything else, but she knew she couldn't be careless and make mistakes at the last moment. The most common item she collected this time was salt. She didn't understand why they stored so much salt in the warehouse. It couldn't be for resale, right? But that wasn't important. The biggest gain from this mission was definitely the salt. Without rice and flour, they could use other foods as substitutes. But salt had no replacement. Long-term lack of salt would affect the soldiers' fighting ability. They had some food supplies, but not much. They had fewer weapons, but the ammunition was still enough. Since there were outsiders, Tong Yuelan didn't stay inside the space for long. After checking everything, she left and saw Cheng Wangshua still talking quietly with the three people. Their faces looked very serious. Cheng Wangshua looked at the three people who remained very alert and said with a smile, "We didn't come specifically to rescue you. We just happened to meet. It's safe here. You should leave quickly. Goodbye." He bowed slightly to the three and then turned to walk toward Tong Yuelan.
"Why?
Don't they trust you?" Tong Yuelan asked with a slightly mischievous smile. She had guessed this might happen. Even though they were tightly guarded, they woke up to find they had been rescued without any noise. Anyone would suspect something was wrong. They might even think it was a trap. Fortunately, she was smart and left the trouble to Cheng Wangshua. If they believed me just based on a few words, they wouldn't survive in such a harsh environment. Cheng Wangshua replied indifferently, being able to rescue someone safely is a good thing. It's normal that they don't trust him. When Chung Wangshu approached, Tong Yuelan was about to leave with him. Suddenly, she remembered something, quickly walked to the group of people, and softly said, Honda Chin's warehouse nearby has been emptied by us. After dawn, they will block all the roads to increase the search. You need to leave quickly. If you're caught again, there might be no chance to escape. Without waiting for their reaction, she turned and left. Wait! A female voice suddenly sounded behind her. Are you a hero? Hero. Tong Yuelan raised an eyebrow. She had heard that title before. It was the day she first arrived in Shanghai, when she saved a group of women in an abandoned warehouse of the Green Gang. She turned around and looked at the woman speaking. A faint joy appeared in Tong Yuelan's voice. Are you one of them? Did you escape from Shanghai? The woman immediately confirmed she hadn't mistaken her and stepped forward quickly. Hero, is it really you? Time was tight, so Tong Yuelan interrupted her. No time to chat. If the enemy finds out the warehouse is raided, they will surely send heavy troops to guard the checkpoints. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. After speaking, she gracefully waved her hand. When she reached the spot where she had been standing, she squatted down and picked up a large box from the ground. Chung Wangshu quickly reached out to take it. The two of them walked forward side by side. After walking a distance, Chung Wangshu raised the empty box in his hand and lowered his voice. This prop is for you to take things out later, right? Are you so sure they will follow us? I've already used the tactic of retreat to advance. Of course I have to cooperate with you. I didn't expect there to be an old acquaintance among them. It's not exactly retreating to advance. Chung Wangshu smiled. In their eyes, we are likely spies sent by Han Dechin's group, so they will follow to see what's happening. By the way, you knew that girl before. Why does she call you a hero? It's not a big deal. I just happened to save her at the time. I didn't expect that after so long, she would still recognize my voice. Indeed, a chivalrous hero, who does good wherever she goes. Maybe things will be easier than I thought. All right, stop praising me excessively. If you keep doing that, I won't be able to talk to you properly. Praising you excessively? Chung Wangshu guessed that praising excessively meant flattering, but he never expected Tong Yuelan to suddenly say such crude words. He was momentarily at a loss for what to say next, and could only continue walking silently. Tong Yuelan didn't speak again. From the map, he could see that the three people were far behind them. They were hurrying along while whispering to each other, seemingly still debating. It looked like they hadn't reached a consensus. The three behind them were getting more and more nervous. Who are these two people? They knew the terrain and checkpoints here better than anyone else. They had traveled without encountering any danger or obstacles. Judging by their direction, they were probably heading to the base. Keep following them. I'll take a shortcut to contact the guerrilla fighters in this area. We need to find out who these two really are as soon as possible. Brother Zheng, that girl really saved me. I believe she's not a bad person. We shouldn't hurt her until we understand the situation. Xiaodong, you've only been here a short time. You don't know how complicated the situation is. Good people and bad people aren't so easy to tell apart. Don't worry, if they're not enemy spies, we won't hurt them. In fact, we'll help them to where they want to go. Xiaodong didn't reply. Instead, she silently made a decision. If that girl really was an enemy spy, even though she had saved her life before, she wouldn't hold back if it came to a fight. But if she wasn't, she had to find a way to protect her. Tong Yuelan immediately noticed that one person was missing from behind. She guessed he had gone to get reinforcements. Quietly, she asked Chung Wangshu, if we get surrounded by the guerrilla fighters later, what should we do? Can you persuade them right away, or will we have to be treated like criminals and taken to the base? Chung Wangshu had already thought of this. He quickly advised her, in a few more miles, we should reach the base area. They check outsiders very strictly. Until they verify our identities, they won't let us move freely. When that happens, just cooperate. Don't try to resist. Do you think I'm the kind of person who would just act recklessly? Tong Yuelan said with a mix of amusement and frustration. How could I possibly attack my own people? My gun is always aimed at enemies, not on my own side. Chung Wangshu looked apologetic. Sorry, I said the wrong thing. I was just worried you might feel wronged. It's nothing to feel wrong about. I have some common sense. The base wouldn't be unprotected. Don't worry, I will cooperate with them. After walking for a while, Tong Yuelon softly reminded, about 300 meters ahead, 9 people are coming this way. Among them is one of the 3 we rescued. What do you think is the best way to handle this? At that moment, she noticed her map expanded by another 30 meters, guessing it was a reward for rescuing those 3. She didn't understand why Little Gray hadn't come out to take credit this time. Keep moving forward, but don't make too much noise to avoid misunderstandings. Just follow their instructions when the time comes. As she spoke, Tong Yuelon saw 6 of the 9 people walking quickly toward them, while the other 3 spread out nearby to watch. 2 more people behind them also quickened their steps.
Who are you?
Raise your hands for inspection. Cheng Wangshua slowly placed the box on the ground and obediently raised his hands. Tong Yuelon did the same, raising her hands above her head. Among the 6 guerrilla team members surrounding them, only one had a gun. The other 5 carried large knives. One younger member held a red tassel gun, and another was the person she had rescued earlier, who, like the 2 following behind, had no weapons. The 2 guards on alert each had guns, and one held a grenade. It seemed all their weapons were confiscated. Seeing that neither Cheng Wangshua nor Tong Yuelon resisted, everyone relaxed a little. The leader approached Cheng Wangshua, and Xiaodong was instructed to search Tong Yuelon. Cheng Wangshua cooperated fully, since the gun and grenade he carried had already been handed over to Tong Yuelon. However, when someone reached for the suitcase he had placed on the ground, preparing to open it for inspection, Cheng Wangshua couldn't help but stop him. Don't touch the suitcase. It contains important information. It can only be opened at the base. It was just an empty suitcase. Lifting it would reveal the contents, and more importantly, Tong Yuelon wouldn't be able to use it to hide things anymore. When these words were spoken, the atmosphere at the scene instantly became tense again. The gun that had been slightly lowered was now aimed directly at Cheng Wangshua. The young team member, holding the red tassel gun, clenched his grip tightly, nervous. The team member who was about to pick up the suitcase froze in place, turning his head to look at the captain, waiting for his command. The captain pointed his gun at Cheng Wangshua's head and said, "Don't play tricks. Open the box quickly. What important information could be stored in such a large box? Are these 2 trying to sneak into the base to cause trouble?" The captain remembered the recent intelligence he received. These 2 had managed to rescue 3 captured guerrilla fighters from the enemy camp without any harm, while they themselves knew nothing about how they were rescued or how they escaped. This made him suspicious that it was all a trap set by the enemy. There is secret information inside this box that we got from the enemy. It also contains a detonator. If you open it directly, it will explode, destroying the information inside. If you must check, I can open the box in front of you, but you absolutely cannot look inside the contents. Tong Yuelon still raised her hands, speaking calmly but firmly. At first, an empty box was no big deal to check. It might cause some trouble later, but Cheng Wangshua's action was clearly to help her keep the secret. Now that she had spoken, if they simply let them open the box for inspection, it would be even harder to clear their suspicion. Since they were all on the same side, even if they didn't expect them to lead the way to the base, they wouldn't attack them. The captain frowned. He understood the importance of the secret information. Such intelligence was not something a small guerrilla leader like him should handle. But if they didn't open the box for inspection, letting them walk freely in the base was also unacceptable. While they hesitated, Tong Yuelon's gaze swept across the map. Her presence suddenly changed, and she said in a serious tone, "For 100 meters behind us, a group of armed forces is approaching. There are about 50 of them." The guerrilla fighters all turned to look, and the captain slightly tilted his head, keeping his gun aimed at Cheng Wangshua's head. It was still before dawn, so visibility was very low. 400 meters was too far to see clearly. Just as they were confused, the lookout in the distance also sent a warning signal. "Get down. Prepare for battle." At a command, everyone quickly dropped to the ground, only realizing afterward that the person giving the order was not their team leader. The guerrilla leader hesitated briefly and ordered, "Man Song, you're quick on your feet. Hurry and go to report to the base. Xiaodong, Deming, and Stone, you 2 take these 2 people and leave immediately." The rest of us will cover your escape. They only had 3 guns and 1 grenade. How could they fight against more than 50 people? Everyone stood up quickly. Xiao Dong and the others moved toward Tong Yuelon. They understood the leader's meaning. He wanted them to these 2 people away. Just then, Tong Yuelon suddenly appeared beside the leader and snatched the gun from his hand. The leader's eyes nearly popped out in anger. He lunged at Tong Yuelon. He was right. These 2 were enemy spies. The other guerrilla fighters also rushed forward. Xiao Dong looked at the scene in disbelief. "Don't move," Tong Yuelon said calmly, dodging the leader's attack. "I'll return your gun soon, and I'll give you more weapons." The leader paused for a moment, then saw Tong Yuelon open her suitcase. She took out several pistols, some magazines, and a few grenades. She placed them on the ground along with the gun she had just taken from the leader and told everyone, "Come and get a gun. Let's fight together." She then smiled apologetically at the leader. "Sorry, I was worried your gun might accidentally fire and hurt us. If it alarmed the enemy, that would be even worse." Everyone was stunned by this turn of events. The leader hesitated, then stepped forward, picked up a pistol, and checked the magazine. Without delay, he shouted to everyone, "Come and get a gun. Prepare to fight." Although their identities were uncertain, these guns were real. Even if the enemies had some tricks up their sleeves, having this many weapons increased their chances of winning. Once everyone had a gun, they prepared for battle. In Tong Yuelon's space, the pistols were 26 Type revolvers, with a range of only 50 meters. The standard Type 38 rifle could shoot up to 460 meters. Normally, a rifle would be better at this point, but Tong Yuelon couldn't use one. Her suitcase wasn't big enough to carry long guns, and if she suddenly pulled out several Type 38 rifles, it would seem too strange. Again, he took out 2 submachine guns from the box, and with everyone's envious eyes, he handed one to Cheng Wangshua. The effective range of the Type 100 submachine gun is only 120 meters. While waiting for the enemy to enter this range, Tong Yuelon took a moment to ask Cheng Wangshua, "They crossed the border. Even if we fire first, it's just self-defense, not an act of war, right?" Before Cheng Wangshua could answer, the captain nearby said in a deep voice, "It's better if they fire first. Then we can respond properly. As long as we don't escalate the fight, it's fine." "Okay, then you will command this battle." "We all follow your lead," Tong Yuelon and Cheng Wangshua said in unison. The people across the way were getting closer. At a distance of a few dozen meters, everyone could see clearly. From their clothing, it was clear they belonged to Han Dechin's unit, and they carried the main standard weapon of the local army, Hanyang Type 88 rifles. When the newcomers entered the shooting range, the captain slightly stood up and loudly shouted across, "This is the new 4th Army's base. The people across, retreat quickly and do not move forward any further." He was answered by several gunshots. The captain shouted, "Open fire," and returned fire, his voice strangely excited. Tong Yuelon aimed at the crowded area and started shooting wildly. Cheng Wangshua's submachine gun also kept firing, taking down enemies. Compared to them, the guerrilla fighters' guns looked less effective. They carefully aimed before each shot, afraid of wasting a bullet. Without the suppressive fire of the submachine guns, the enemy could rush in within 50 meters. The few pistols the guerrilla fighters carried couldn't hold them back. Tong Yuelon originally planned to launch another annihilation attack. But before long, the gunfire from the enemy stopped, and several white flags appeared on the battlefield. Is that all their fighting power? No wonder during the Battle of Huangqiao, Han Dechin led 30,000 troops to start the war, only to be badly beaten by the 7,000 soldiers of the new 4th Army. A third of the new 4th Army's frontline soldiers had no guns at all and could only fight with cold weapons. That battle, Han Dechin's forces truly lost badly. "Treat prisoners kindly, surrender your guns, and we will not kill," the captain shouted and charged forward, with all the team members, including Xiao Dong, following behind. Tong Yuelon and Cheng Wangshua stayed in place, both holding guns and watching each other's positions carefully. There were too few people on their side, and if the enemy was sneaky, rushing in all at once would definitely be risky. Unexpectedly, the enemy actually surrendered. Everyone lay on the ground, hands over their heads, with their weapons thrown aside. Not a single person resisted, allowing the guerrilla fighters to tie them up one by one. At this moment, Tong Yuelon realized that the guerrilla fighters cleaned the battlefield very efficiently. Soon all the prisoners were, and led over by a few team members. The team members looked happy, each carrying several guns on their backs. The captain approached the two and saluted them. "Comrades, I was wrong to suspect you earlier. If it weren't for your support, Cheng Shua smiled and said, "We are all comrades in the same fight." No need to be so formal. The captain asked the guerrilla fighters to return the pistols, magazines, and grenades they had taken from Tong Yuelon and pointed to the Hanyang rifles on everyone's backs, feeling a bit embarrassed. According to the rules, all captured guns and ammunition must be handed in. His meaning was clear. The victory in this battle was mainly thanks to Tong Yuelon and the others, but he had no right to distribute the spoils himself. "That's only right. You can arrange everything," Tong Yuelon replied. She collected the guns, ammunition, and 2 submachine guns back into the box. With this haul, even if everything was handed in, they should still get some share. Her pistols were running low on space, and they might come in handy later, so she couldn't just give everything away. The guerrilla fighters looked at the suitcase and suddenly felt that the Hanyang rifles on their backs didn't seem so impressive anymore. These two were incredibly wealthy, having so many pistols, grenades, and even submachine guns. They wondered how these two managed to carry so many weapons through all the blockade lines. A group of people led the prisoners along a safe route toward their base. At each checkpoint, the guards looked at them with envy. "Old Zhao, you're amazing. Your guerrilla team has only a few people, but you've captured so many prisoners and seized so much gear." At the guard post near the command base, a soldier patted the captain's shoulder with one hand and gave a thumbs up with the other. The guerrilla fighters carrying several guns straightened their backs. Captain Zhao whispered a few words into the man's ear. The man then looked at Tong Yuelon and the other person, his expression becoming serious. He quickly walked over to Cheng Shua, cautiously glanced at the box he was carrying, and saluted. "Comrade, may I ask where you are from, and what is your purpose for coming to the base?" In the past, everyone going to the base had to show a pass or travel permit. After 1940, due to frequent Japanese raids, more people moved around, and the pass system was gradually replaced by relying on friends' guarantees and patrol guards to identify visitors. If they had a courier with them, entering the base was much easier. But now, they couldn't prove their identities. If Captain Zhao and the others hadn't been with them, they probably wouldn't have passed the first checkpoint. Cheng Shua stepped closer and lowered his voice to say a few words to the man. The man's expression grew even more serious. He waved to call over a young soldier, whispered a few instructions, and the soldier quickly ran toward the base. Soon, several soldiers arrived at the guard post and took the two inside the base. However, this time, unlike when they entered the southern Jiangsu base before, they couldn't smoothly go to the command center. Instead, they were taken to a room near the courtyard gate, guarded by soldiers at both the door and outside the yard. The soldiers guarding them didn't open the suitcase for inspection, but they also didn't let Tong Yuelon and the others get close to it. Instead, they placed it in a small room next door, with 2 armed soldiers standing at the door. Cheng Shua was worried that Tong Yuelon, who hadn't experienced this before, might feel upset. He explained a few words, but Tong Yuelon smiled and said, "Isn't that normal? If anyone could enter the base without inspection and easily meet the leader, then the base probably wouldn't exist anymore. We agreed that you would handle communication with the base leader. How to prove our identities, I won't ask about. I only have one request. I managed to smuggle a lot of salt, grain, and some weapons and ammunition from Hondachin's warehouse. You need to help me figure out a way to get them out smoothly. You know the specific requirements, and you're familiar with the process." Cheng Shua nodded with a smile. "The commander asked me to work with you. This is part of my job. As for the rewards from this mission, I will come up with a safe plan to deliver them to the base." While they were talking, a soldier brought Xiao Dong inside. After checking both of them carefully, the soldier took Cheng Shua away, leaving Xiao Dong alone in the room to watch Tong Yuelon. Tong Yuelon didn't mind being searched. Every place has its rules. Even in peacetime, when visiting military areas, strict checks are normal. Actually, the checks are even more detailed and strict. Waiting around bored, Tong Yuelon noticed Xiao Dong kept avoiding eye contact, seeming sorry for watching over her. She decided to ask, How did you get here after leaving Shanghai? Did you come alone? She was curious. It wasn't easy for her to arrive here, and from the look of this girl, she seemed to have been here for a while. Xiao Dong thought for a moment and softly said, After you left, we found a lot of money on those gang members' bodies. Some people ran away before we finished searching, and a few just stood there without moving. I only shared a little with the bystanders, and the rest was given to those who helped. When everyone was running away, Sister Xiaofun and Sister Yun caught up with me and wanted to go together. We agreed to stick together, but they had to follow my plans on the way. With that money, we planned to buy some travel permits at the black market, but they were too expensive and we didn't have enough. That's why we caught someone's attention. The people wanted to catch us. During our escape, we met the third boss of the gang, who chased away our pursuers. After learning about our story, he said it was his fault for not managing his men well and decided to send us to our destination as an apology. He arranged for us to hide in the bottom of a gang cargo ship and took us nearby. When I found my cousin, I wanted to join the guerrilla fighters. But Sister Xiaofun, who had studied nursing, was recommended to work as a medic at the base. Sister Yun, who used to be a primary school teacher, stayed with the wartime service group to perform shows and motivate soldiers. She also taught them to read. I want to fight on the battlefield to avenge my comrades. So, I joined the guerrilla team. I didn't expect that during this mission, a brave heroine would save me. By the way, my name is Fong Maidong, but everyone calls me Xiaodong. Xiaodong's story was simple and calm, but Tong Yuelon knew they must have gone through many hardships to get here. Luckily, they finally arrived safely at their base. As for the third master of the Green Gang, he is probably the one who guided her and helped her successfully buy supplies from the enemy's warehouse without paying. He seems like a good person who once helped her. If they meet again in the future, she would be happy to lend a hand. Xiaodong thought for a moment and added, After you left, I found a pistol on a dead body. Without that gun, the three of us might have been caught long ago. Unfortunately, it only had 3 bullets and I lost it while being chased. Tong Yuelon awkwardly touched her nose. She had already been teased by Little Gray for not even knowing how to loot supplies, which annoyed her for a long time. She didn't expect that the girl would pick up that gun. Fortunately, at least it wasn't wasted. Seeing that Tong Yuelon hadn't spoken, Xiaodong continued, If Sister Xiaofun and the others knew you came, they would be very happy. When you have time, do you want to meet them? Tong Yuelon shook her head with a smile. I only helped you guys out of convenience back then. Now that I know you've arrived safely and become part of the base, I feel it was worth it. We have an important mission this time, so I won't meet them. Just tell them I say hello. When Xiaodong heard about the important mission, she stopped asking and simply explained the situation at the base. Tong Yuelon noticed that although Xiaodong talked a lot, she didn't reveal any secrets about the base or the guerrilla team. She was careful and thoughtful, which made Tong Yuelon like her more. She felt that helping her out that time was truly worthwhile. From her experience, Xiaodong was quite lucky. She had been captured 3 times and rescued each time. But no one knew if her luck would last forever. If something went wrong, as a young girl, her situation would likely be much worse than the others. Tong Yuelon sincerely hoped she could stay safe until victory was achieved. She thought for a moment and decided not to ask Xiaodong directly about the details of her recent capture. Instead, she asked casually, Do your guerrilla fighters often operate in enemy-occupied areas? Xiaodong nodded cautiously and replied, This large area is a mix of our side, the Nationalist Army and the enemy forces. Sometimes we go into enemy territory to carry out missions. I was recognized yesterday, which is how I was caught. Tong Yuelon nodded and said, Maybe I can teach you how to do makeup. That way, next time you go on a mission, you can reduce the risk of being recognized. Makeup? Xiaodong looked at Tong Yuelon with confusion. Actually, she was a bit surprised to see Tong Yuelon. She had always imagined her as a brave, impressive heroine, but now she looked quite ordinary, almost a little plain. But her appearance didn't matter much. It wouldn't lessen her gratitude or respect. Especially in this time, being beautiful could sometimes be a problem for girls. Still, she felt that her ideal heroine shouldn't look like this. Yes, Tong Yuelon remembered that she had never seen her real face before and smiled. It's a special kind of makeup that even people who know you well can't recognize you. Want to learn? Xiaodong's eyes lit up with excitement. Is it the famous disguise technique? I want to learn. Are you really willing to teach me? She had suspected that her heroine's appearance was altered somehow. Now she knew it was a magical disguise. Yes, once I get my suitcase, I'll teach you. This makeup technique takes a lot of practice to look completely real. Otherwise, it's easy to be caught. Okay, I'll study hard. Thank you, heroine. Xiaodong looked at Tong Yuelon with joy. She thought her heroine was so kind to teach her such an amazing skill. Talking about heroine stuff made her a little shy, but Tong Yuelon didn't bother correcting her. They probably wouldn't meet again, so there was no need to fuss over small things. After chatting about basic makeup skills, Tong Yuelon started to feel anxious. Chen Wangshua had been gone for too long. Could something have gone wrong during the process of proving her identity? But that shouldn't be. The door was gently knocked, and a soldier entered quietly. He carefully placed the suitcase he was carrying on the ground, said nothing, saluted, and then turned to leave. What is going on now? Things that are truly real cannot be faked. Since he had already met with the leader at the base, Chen Wangshua had several ways to prove his identity. The only problem was that communication was difficult now, so it might take some time. Returning the suitcase showed his identity had been confirmed. But why was he still not showing himself? Could it be that the situation here is complicated, making it hard for her to take out supplies from the space? That would be a pity. She worked hard to gather supplies urgently needed at the base, but now she couldn't send them out.
Who should she talk to about this?
She turned her head and saw Xiaodong, who was looking at her with hope. Well, since there's nothing urgent now and the suitcase has been returned, it's a good chance to teach her makeup skills. She reached out and pulled the suitcase over, took out her usual makeup tools and a mirror, and asked Xiaodong to move a stool over and sit in front of her. She asked, "What kind of makeup do you want to try?" Xiaodong thought carefully and replied, "Can I look a bit older than I am now?" "No problem. Watch carefully and remember every step. We probably won't stay here long, so how much you learn depends on your understanding." Tong Yuelon handed the mirror to Xiaodong, encouraging her to observe carefully. She explained each tool's purpose as she picked it up, slowing down her movements and carefully describing each step and the reason behind it. Xiaodong listened very attentively, staring at her reflection without blinking, occasionally asking Tong Yuelon questions. As she watched her familiar face gradually change in the mirror into a slightly tired-looking middle-aged woman, her eyes sparkled with amazement.
How do you feel now?
Hearing Tong Yuelon's question, Xiaodong thought carefully and asked several questions before cautiously replying, "I think I've roughly learned it, but I still need more practice." Tong Yuelon fought back a smile. She was very familiar with this feeling. She was good at it at first glance, but useless once she tried. She had been like that when she was a beginner. At this moment, she definitely wouldn't discourage Xiaodong's enthusiasm. She told her to quickly find a place to wash her face and then try to do her makeup herself, so she could give her guidance from the side. When Xiaodong finished washing her face and sat at the table, facing the mirror and carefully followed her previous steps one by one, Tong Yuelon couldn't help but sit up straight. Talent really isn't fair. Just by watching her do it once, Xiaodong was able to perfectly copy every step and detail. If she were more familiar with the makeup tools, she could probably do even better. "Heroine Master, can you teach me how to do old age makeup?" Sometimes, when on missions, older people are less likely to attract suspicion. Heroine Master. That title is quite amusing. Tong Yuelon forcibly suppressed her shock at Xiaodong's talent and carefully explained the key points of old age makeup. She also showed her how to make some auxiliary tools using materials at hand. After the lesson, Tong Yuelon casually asked, "Xiaodong, how old are you?" "Heroine Master, I was born on the 2nd day of the Lunar New Year. I will turn 17 soon after the New Year." "Oh, you're younger than me. From now on, don't call me Heroine Master. Just call me Sister Lan. Thank you, Sister Lan, for teaching me such amazing makeup skills. Xiao Dong obediently changed her way of addressing her. All right, even though she corrected her in time, being called a master by a 16-year-old girl was still a bit surprising. She couldn't let that go unacknowledged. Tong Yulan packed all her makeup tools into a cloth bag and casually handed it to her. This is for you. But after using it, you'll have to find your own way to restock. Xiao Dong stared at the bag for a long time, then suddenly stood up and saluted Tong Yulan. Sister Lan, wait a moment. I need to go out for a bit, but I'll be back. Without taking anything, she turned and ran out of the room. What's going on? She just handed her some tools for future makeup, not to harm her. Why is she running so fast? Outside the residence where Tong Yulan was, Chen Wangshua was pacing around the wall, looking troubled. Several times, he stopped to look at the gate, then hesitated to go over, but in the end, he couldn't bring himself to step forward. The identity verification process this time was quite simple. After he explained the situation and contacted the base in Sunan, his identity was confirmed. The leader also agreed to support them as much as possible during their future plans. The situation had been going smoothly until now, but the problem arose with the batch of supplies they previously received. The northern Jiangsu base area is very different from the southern Jiangsu base area. The southern area is surrounded by many rivers and is close to the puppet government's main control zone, with many puppet strongholds nearby. It mainly consists of guerrilla zones and is in the expansion stage of guerrilla warfare. The false story that Tong Yulan created about secretly transporting supplies into the base might not fool the leaders completely, but it was believable enough on the surface. The northern Jiangsu base is located in open plains, bordering Shandong and North China bases. It is a connected area, especially after the Battle of Huangqiao, which established regional control. After joining forces with the 8th Route Army, they controlled more than 20 surrounding counties. The government system was organized, and the base was in a stage of consolidation. In such a place, it might still be possible for 1 or 2 people to sneak in unnoticed, but it would be a serious problem if a large group with many supplies managed to enter the core area without anyone noticing. The area around the base is quite complicated. The Japanese control points along the Yangtze River in Nantong, Yangzhou, and taking form a blockade chain. The remnants of Han Deqin's forces retreated to water-rich areas like Xinhua and Saodian, gathering over 10,000 troops. They relied on the security brigade to block supply routes and often caused friction. Therefore, to deliver the supplies to the base without suspicion, the location could only be chosen on the outskirts of the base. Deciding exactly where and how to explain it properly involved many considerations. After spending some time together, Chen Wangshua guessed that the so-called red-browed hero was probably a character invented by Tong Yulan. He also realized that the group of people she mentioned was likely just her alone. To keep Tong Yulan's secret, Chen Wangshua continued with her previous lie. To gain more trust, he emphasized that she and her group were not only highly skilled, but also had access to special secret channels that allowed them to move freely even under enemy blockades. With the endorsement of the southern Jiangsu base leaders, the northern Jiangsu leaders trusted Chen Wangshua very much. When he mentioned donating supplies to the base, they were so captivated by the so-called secret channels that they didn't even react immediately. Their full attention was drawn to that story. Currently, there is an urgent need to transport a batch of scarce medicines and some heavy weapons from Nantong to the base. Nantong was the main defense line for the Japanese along the Yangtze River. Ships patrolled day and night. Cargo ships had to disguise themselves as civilian fishing boats at night. If stopped, they would be exposed. The only landing points for supplies were small ports in the guerrilla zone, which required militia to assist. Large ships could not dock, and if the tide rose and caused delays, the risk of exposure increased greatly. From the landing point to Huangqiao, they had to pass through several Japanese checkpoints. Heavy weapons had to be disassembled and carried in parts by people, doubling the time needed. In early November, a batch of medicine was shipped from Nantong to Huangqiao. Due to low water levels in the river, they switched to land transport, but they were intercepted by Japanese patrols, losing about 70% of the supplies. Before seeing the leader, Cheng Wangshua learned that the command was holding an urgent meeting to discuss this issue. Transporting medicine was already very difficult and costly. Moving heavy weapons to Huangqiao was even more challenging. The leader was very happy when he heard that Cheng Wangshua knew of a very safe secret route. He understood that only special people had such a route during this time. He immediately agreed to cooperate. As long as they could use Tong Yuelan's channel to send supplies back, he would accept any reward or conditions she proposed, and they would do everything possible to help. Seeing Cheng Wangshua look troubled, the leader patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "Comrade Cheng, you came from Boss Tan, so you should know his favorite saying is business may fail, but friendship remains. You should ask him first. If there are real difficulties, we won't force it. But you also know these medicines are life-saving, and heavy weapons are very important for the base. If you can, try to help us get them." Cheng Wangshua felt his head buzzing. Transporting this batch of supplies was actually easy for Tong Yuelan. As long as she arrived safely in Nantong and returned smoothly, there would be no problem with the supplies. The real issue was that they didn't have a true secret route. To go back and forth smoothly, they had to rely on the base's channels and support. But that would expose Tong Yuelan's secret. If it were him, he would take the job without hesitation, even if it meant exposing the secret. But what right did he have to persuade or demand that Tong Yuelan do the same? Moreover, this was his own mistake. His first attempt at coordination had failed, and he felt ashamed to face Tong Yuelan. He walked around the yard again and again. Cheng Wangshua's brow furrowed tighter and tighter, but he couldn't think of a good solution. "Why are you walking around here alone? Is it because you can't contact Su Nan and can't fully confirm your identity?" Tong Yuelan, who had just come out of the courtyard, saw Cheng Wangshua pacing and couldn't help but feel a little amused. But she realized she was talking nonsense right after she said it. Cheng Wangshua's identity must have been confirmed long ago, otherwise, she wouldn't be locked in that small cabin now, and the soldiers wouldn't agree to her wandering nearby. "It's just that I have some things I haven't handled well. Let's go inside and talk," Cheng Wangshua said. He knew that arguing further was pointless. The key issue was Tong Yuelan. He only needed to tell her the situation clearly. No matter what choice she made in the end, he would do his best to support her and handle the aftermath. After hearing Cheng Wangshua's story, Tong Yuelan fell silent. Actually, Cheng Wangshua hadn't done anything wrong or said anything wrong. Without special channels, who could openly cross the Japanese-occupied zone or Han Dechin's controlled area to deliver large amounts of supplies to the base's outskirts. But the special channel here was simply her. Now, Tong Yuelan faced two choices. One was to refuse to continue delivering supplies to the base and go to Taiyuan. That would probably be the best option for her, allowing her to act according to her own ideas. Even if she couldn't help Su Bei, she could still assist other bases. The other was to agree to the leader's request and personally go to Nantong to bring back the urgently needed supplies. But doing so would almost certainly expose her secret. After a long pause, Tong Yuelan asked, "Without those medicines, would the casualty rate among injured soldiers be much higher? Without heavy weapons, would the base find it hard to resist the enemy's large-scale attack? Would we be at a disadvantage in fighting the enemy?" Cheng Wangshua saw that although Tong Yuelan was asking questions, her gaze wasn't on him but was fixed on the ground, as if she wasn't really asking him but trying to convince herself. He nodded involuntarily. After a while, Tong Yuelan finally looked up at him. During the last delivery of medicines, besides the huge loss of supplies, were there many casualties among the personnel? Cheng Wangshua nodded heavily. "Every time we transport supplies, there are many casualties. The comrades responsible for delivering medicine last time almost exhausted themselves. In the end, they only managed to bring back less than 30% of the medicine." Tong Yuelan lowered her head again, her right index finger unconsciously tapping the edge of the table. Her face showed struggle, and after a long pause, she finally asked, "If it were you, what would you do?" "I would choose to go to Nantong and bring back that batch of supplies," Cheng Wangshua answered without hesitation or doubt. He quickly added, "Since I took the oath to join the party years ago, I have been prepared for this. It's only natural for me. But you're different. You are an outsider. Whatever choice you make, there's no wrong. I understand that. Once again, there was silence. This time, Tong Yuelon was silent for a long time. Cheng Wangshua understood that making a choice was very difficult. If she chose to go to Nantung, her secret would be exposed within a certain range, and it would be hard for her to control the situation as easily as before. But if she refused, it seemed she couldn't pass her own test. Can you tell me who the leader of the northern Jiangsu base is? This question was easy to answer. Cheng Wangshua softly spoke a name, which sounded very loud in Tong Yuelon's ears. It was another very powerful person, even more famous than the leader of the southern Jiangsu base. As someone born after 2000, she might not know much about this history, but no matter how little she knew, she recognized that name. For the whole country, that person was like a pillar of strength. He was one of the 10 generals after the founding of the country. I've decided. First, I will go to Nantung to get the supplies needed for the base, then continue to Taiyuan. But I still need to think carefully about how to do it. The weight of that name was too heavy. Tong Yuelon no longer hesitated and immediately made her choice. Any more delay would be disrespectful to the revolutionary elders. On the way to meet the leader, Tong Yuelon felt she had many questions she wanted to ask. But when she finally saw the leader, she couldn't say a word. Only one sentence came to her mind. Today's actions for justice become a noble deed, freely planting flowers of liberty everywhere. This was the last poem the leader wrote in 1936 after being trapped and believing she might not survive. When Tong Yuelon saw it in her Chinese textbook, she was most struck by another line. I will go to the spring platform to call back my old comrades, with 10,000 banners to defeat the devil. At that time, she was young and didn't understand much. She simply thought, what kind of hero could write such passionate and brave words? Now, standing in front of the leader, the questions she wanted to ask suddenly felt meaningless. She thought she might finally understand their ideals and feelings. The leader saw the girl in front of her just staring silently and joked with a smile. How is it? Even a brave heroine like you can feel a bit stuck? Just tell me your conditions. As long as they don't break rules or discipline, we will do our best to meet them. Just as Tong Yuelon was about to speak, Xiao Hui, who had been pretending to be silent all this time, suddenly asked in her mind. Tong Yuelon was surprised and asked. After saying this, Tong Yuelon stopped paying attention to Xiao Hui. The leader saw her hesitation and didn't rush her. She patiently waited, always smiling kindly. Leader, I really have a way to safely transport supplies from Nantung. I don't have many conditions, just a few small requests. The leader didn't speak but nodded with a smile, encouraging her. First, could you prepare a large empty room for me? Or an open yard, with nothing inside? Tong Yuelon looked around and continued, it should be about 3 times the size. The leader glanced to her guards behind her. One guard immediately went outside. Seeing Tong Yuelon sitting nervously and looking a bit tense, the leader pointed at the water cup on the table and said kindly, drink some water first. Don't worry, I don't eat people. Tong Yuelon picked up the cup and took a sip. She wasn't really nervous. She had made her decision, so there was nothing to worry about. She was just thinking about how to do things better next. The guard who went out quickly returned and saluted the leader, saying, Leader, everything is ready. The leader nodded and turned his gaze to Tong Yuelon. Tong Yuelon stood up carefully and said, Leader, could you come with me? There are some things you need to see with your own eyes to be convinced. The leader immediately stood up and smiled. Sure, I'll go with you to take a look. They arrived outside the prepared courtyard. The high walls around it blocked the view from outside. The gate was open, and inside was empty, nothing there. Please wait outside, leader. I'll go in first. Is that okay? Tong Yuelon felt a little nervous. She was worried about how such an important person would follow her strange request. Without doing this, she couldn't continue with her plan. To her surprise, the leader didn't mind. He waved his hand, signaling her to do as she thought. Without hesitation, Tong Yuelon took a few steps into the courtyard, quickly closed the gate, and moved smoothly and confidently. The leader stood outside, smiling all the while. Earlier, a message from Sun En mentioned this young officer with the surname Tong. The message was brief but praised her highly, saying she could be trusted completely. She was interesting. Tong Yuelon didn't stay long inside. She soon came out, but her movements looked a bit sneaky. She only opened the gate squeezed out, then quickly closed it again. Leader, my second request is that you go in alone. After you see everything, you'll understand. The leader didn't hesitate. He stepped toward the courtyard. The guard behind him moved forward and said, "Leader, I'll go in first to check." The leader waved his hand, telling everyone to stand guard with their backs to the courtyard. He opened the door slightly and went inside, not fully opening it. When he entered, he closed the door quickly, mimicking Tong Yuelon's actions. A few guards stood straight with their backs to the courtyard, tense and alert. They kept their eyes on Tong Yuelon, ready to act at the first sign of trouble. Tong Yuelon stood quietly, making sure not to do anything suspicious that might attract attention. After the leader entered, the yard became very quiet, with no sounds coming out. It seemed like he was inside for quite a while, much longer than Tong Yuelon had expected. Outside, the atmosphere grew more tense. Just as Tong Yuelon thought the guards might rush in at any moment, the gate finally opened. The leader walked out calmly, but his gaze towards Tong Yuelon was deep and mysterious, making it hard to tell what he was thinking. Immediately assign someone to guard here. Keep a 24-hour watch. No one is allowed to enter the yard without my permission. After giving this order to the guards, the leader turned to Tong Yuelon and said, "Come with me." Back in the office, the leader told all the guards to leave and stay at least 10 meters away from the room. He pointed to the open door and said, "It's safe here." "You're safe too." This simple sentence carried a lot of meaning, which instantly calmed Tong Yuelon's previously nervous heart. "Leader, those items in the room are the supplies that Cheng Wangshua mentioned. I originally planned to secretly hide the supplies somewhere, using the same method I used in South Su. You probably understand why I did that. But when you asked to use that secret channel, I knew that unless I directly refused your request, those small tricks would be pointless. After thinking for a long time, I decided to do what I just did." The leader's eyes grew even deeper, and his tone became very serious. "When I saw the supplies suddenly appearing in the yard, I understood all your worries and concerns. I will handle this properly and make sure your worries don't come true, but I still have a few questions. I haven't figured out why you suddenly made this decision." Tong Yuelon understood what the leader meant. With such a big secret and acting very carefully, she knew the danger of keeping such a treasure. So, why did she suddenly reveal this secret to him? When she made her decision, she had already thought it through. Now she explained her reasoning. After the Japanese soldiers entered Nanjing, everywhere was full of dead bodies and broken limbs. My parents protected me and fled in all directions. In the end, to protect me, they never came back. For a long time, I was in a state of confusion. It wasn't until my grandmother also fell under the enemy's sword because of me that I finally understood. Perhaps I was once again triggered, and I fully woke up. Later, I accidentally discovered that I actually had this ability. A common man is innocent, but possessing wealth can be a crime. I never thought I would tell anyone this secret. I only want to fight the enemies, to do my best to kill more of them. But gradually, I realized that I alone, even with all my effort, couldn't kill many. You probably know what happened next. During the evacuation with Lin Xiao to the southern base, everything I saw and experienced made me realize I shouldn't waste this gift from heaven. I must use it to do something meaningful. That's why I thought of going to the Taiyuan arsenal. But the more I do, the less likely I am to keep the secret. When Cheng Wangshua told me you wanted to use that so-called secret channel, and I couldn't simply refuse, I thought it might be better to be honest. Maybe this way I can protect the secret better and do more. As for why I chose to tell you here, and why I was honest with you, first, the timing was right. Second, I believe that heroes like you are all working to drive out the enemies and build a peaceful new world. You wouldn't turn against me just because of a small secret. Tong Yuelon's words contained mostly truth, with a little falsehood. Besides hiding her real identity and the secret of her system, everything else was her genuine thought. The leader sat calmly, but inside, he was like a stormy sea. After a long while, He asked the second question. Why didn't you choose Chongqing? He understood the current situation very well. In terms of troop strength, weapons, control areas, and logistics, Yenin was far behind Chongqing. Tong Yuelan's ability was a powerful weapon wherever she went. If she had joined the other side, she would have gained much more. This question made her hesitate. Could she say she was from the future, with her genes already shaped by this place? Had she never considered other options? Finally, she carefully answered, I think the reason why Lao Lin, Lin Xiao, Cheng Wangshua, and De Peng chose this side is probably the same reason I did. She did not mention the leader's choices. Such high-ranking figures have their own plans and ambitions. They are not people like her, a small fry, who can go to the moon and pretend to be important. The leader did not doubt the truth of Tong Yuelan's words at all. Among early party members, many came from wealthy or intellectual families, including himself, who also came from a landlord or gentry background. He was just glad that someone like Tong Yuelan with such amazing abilities chose to stand with them. Thinking of this, the leader stood up and saluted, saying, Thank you for your trust and welcome to join us. At the moment the leader stood up, Tong Yuelan quickly also got up and returned a standard military salute. This matter is too important. Compared to that, going to Nantung to get supplies is secondary. No matter what, your safety must come first. If this gets out, both the Japanese and the authorities in Chongqing will do everything they can to get close to you. Your situation will be very dangerous. The leader looked seriously at Tong Yuelan and asked, Who might know your secret now? Think carefully and do not overlook any suspicious person. After thinking carefully, Tong Yuelan shook her head and said, Before going to the South Jiangsu base, no one had close contact with me, and I used the red-browed hero as a cover. Although some details might not be perfect, I believe no one can guess the truth. Commander Tan from the South Jiangsu base probably suspects I have a secret, but he isn't sure how much he has guessed. Also, Cheng Wangshua, after leaving the base, was with me day and night, and he was involved in everything. Leader, Commander Tan's orders to Cheng Wangshua were to fully cooperate with me, and nothing related to my secret should be leaked. He also assured me with party discipline, and he truly believed there were talented people behind me. That's why he kept some things from you. Please do not blame him. The leader was momentarily stunned, then smiled and said, If he had told me everything before, he would no longer be qualified to help you now. He did well, and I commend him. Since Cheng Wangshua already knows your secret, he will continue to be responsible for working with you. All external contacts and related work will be handed over to him. As for others, I will report to Yenin. You should go back and rest. We will inform you once a decision is made. Tong Yuelan immediately stood up and saluted. Commander, please assign me the mission to Nantung. Don't worry, I'll make sure all the supplies are brought back safely. The commander thought for a moment before replying, All right. I'll send an elite team to you. They're all well-trained in confidentiality, and every step of the mission will be properly arranged. Just remember one thing, if the situation becomes too dangerous, your safety comes first. Commander, there's no need for an elite. Just assign a courier to guide the way. If we need boats or other transport, someone can arrange that. The fewer people involved, the lower the risk of exposure. Tong Yuelan didn't want too many people following her. It would be much easier to travel with only Cheng Wangshua. Unfortunately, the commander didn't fully agree. He only agreed to cut the number of armed escorts in half. After being escorted back to her small courtyard, she had just reached the gate when Cheng Wangshua, who had been waiting for a long time, came up to her. Before they could speak, the guard took him to the command center. Tong Yuelan suddenly remembered she hadn't told Cheng Wangshua that she had already confessed the secret of the Qingquan pouch to the commander. She wanted to catch up, but they were already too far away, so she gave up. Soon, a soldier brought her dinner. Before she could start eating, Xiaodong appeared at the door, out of breath and holding a small cloth bundle. Lan, this is for you. As soon as she entered, Xiaodong handed the bundle to Tong Yuelan. Surprised by her sudden action, Tong Yuelan looked at the bundle curiously. What is this? It's a gift for my teacher and also my thank you gift. You saved me twice, taught me amazing makeup skills, and even gave me such precious cosmetics. I know this isn't worth much, but it's the best I can offer.
Please accept it.
Tong Yuan gently pushed the bundle back into Xiaodong's hands and patted her lightly. I just happened to be there both times. That means you're lucky, and it also means we were meant to meet. Since we have that connection, teaching you some makeup skills is only natural. You don't need to thank me. Xiaodong saw that Tong Yuan wasn't looking at the contents of her bag, so she returned it with a slightly disappointed expression, pleading, Lanjia, please just take a look. I really think this will be very useful for you. She carefully opened the cloth bag and gently peeled back the oil paper covering it, then handed it to Tong Yuan again. Tong Yuan glanced at it and saw it was an ancient book. The cover had 4 characters, Bugang Tado. She was surprised. Wasn't Bugang Tado a Taoist technique? Legend says that those who master it can even shrink the distance between places. She had previously used her sleeve universe to fool Wang Shua, but now she was actually seeing a real Taoist technique from the legend. Judging by the appearance of the book, it was definitely an old, rare edition. Is this book passed down from your family? Xiaodong shook her head. My family was harmed by the Japanese soldiers. I was the only one who survived. My ancestral home was destroyed, and I couldn't even recover all my relatives' remains. There's nothing left of our family heirlooms. Her tone was calm when she said this, and if you didn't listen carefully, you wouldn't notice anything unusual. Once, after completing a mission, I met a wounded young Taoist on the road. I hid him to avoid the Japanese soldier search. But his injuries were too serious, and he wouldn't last long. I couldn't find a doctor or medicine, so I could only watch helplessly as he. Before he left, he told me that his master, his uncle, all his senior brothers, and even the older generation of ancestors had gone down the mountain to fight the Japanese invaders when they attacked. They never returned, leaving only the youngest of them to guard the mountain gate. He knew that his senior family members and brothers had sacrificed themselves. He wanted to avenge them, so he closed the mountain gate and came down the mountain. Unfortunately, he hadn't killed many enemies before he was badly injured. No matter what, he couldn't avenge them now. This was one of the most important techniques in their sect, but no one had guided him properly, so he never fully understood it. That's why he carried this book with him, hoping that one day he could understand it and gain more skills to fight enemies. He originally wanted to burn the book before he died, to prevent it from falling into the hands of small demons or corrupt people. But he couldn't bear to see his sect's legacy cut off, so when he met me, he handed the book over to me. He asked me to help him find a kind and suitable person. For someone who learns the skill, he only has one request: to do their best to defeat the enemies and help drive them out of our land. As for passing on the knowledge, he said it's unnecessary to say much. If you are the right person, you will naturally help him continue the tradition. After speaking, Xiaodong handed the cloth bag forward. Tong Yuan was genuinely interested in this skill now. If she could learn it and combine it with her space ability, she could freely move around the enemy's base in the future. How can you be sure I am the right person? By the way, why didn't you think about learning it yourself? It's a good skill, and if you learn it, you could also better fight the enemies, Tong Yuan asked curiously. She really wanted to learn this technique, but she needed to understand the reason first. Xiaodong's face turned a little red. The little monk told me when he handed me this book that I wasn't the right person to inherit it. I couldn't accept the tradition, but I could help him find the right person. At that time, I felt a bit disappointed. I really wanted to try. If I could master it, my skills would improve, and I could fight more enemies. He didn't agree or refuse. He just told me to remember the secret words carefully. In the end, he said that if one day I strongly felt I should give the book away, I must not hesitate. That person would definitely be the one he was looking for. After that, he left with a smile. Later, I tried practicing according to what was written in the book, but I couldn't understand the content at all. The secret words were very obscure and hard to grasp. That's when I realized why the little monk said I wasn't the right person. When I thought about the ceremony to become his disciple, a sudden strong thought appeared in my mind, that the book belonged to you. I immediately realized you might be the person the little monk called the right one. Excited, I didn't have time to explain and hurried to take the book back. At this point, Xiaodong looked at Tong Yuan with hope. Lanjia, I just found out today that what the little monk said was true. When I realized I couldn't learn the techniques in the book, I carefully hid it away. I hadn't thought about it at all these days. But just then, I suddenly remembered everything without warning, and I felt a very strong urge to give the book to you. Lan Jie, you believe me. You're the right person. Please accept this book. At this moment, Tong Yuelan no longer hesitated or refused. She quickly took the cloth bag with both hands. All right, I'll accept it. Xiao Dong was overjoyed. She walked over and closed the door, then leaned close to Tong Yuelan's ear and recited the entire spell carefully, word by word. Tong Yuelan listened to the spell, casually flipped through the pages of the book, and gradually became absorbed in it. When she finally came to her senses, she saw Xiao Dong crouched in the corner, her body still trying to shrink back as if she wanted to hide inside the wall, worried she might disturb her. But her eyes showed no fear, only surprise. Her face was slightly red from excitement. Seeing her stop, Xiao Dong jumped up from her spot, shouting randomly, "Heroine no, Master no, Sister Lan, you're so amazing. You learned it all in one go. Little Taoist, you can go in peace now. I've finally found someone destined for me." After shouting, she suddenly looked a bit sad, lowering her eyes slightly. She wasn't jealous that Tong Yuelan could easily learn such a clever technique. She just felt a little regretful. The little Taoist had said he only managed to escape from the enemies with a bit of hard-won skill. If he could master it fully, the enemies wouldn't be able to hurt him. If she could learn even a little bit, she wouldn't be so easily caught. Tong Yuelan seemed unaware of Xiao Dong's disappointment. She walked over and sat beside her, holding her hand. "Xiao Dong, can you tell me about your story?" Xiao Dong's story was like that of many ordinary people at this time, centered around one thing: deep hatred and revenge. Her great-grandfather was a successful scholar in the Qing dynasty and had served as a county magistrate in Lin County. Before the Qing dynasty fell, he resigned and returned home, settling in Nantong Xing'an town. The Fong family was a prominent family locally, and Xiao Dong's family was even more well-known in the entire town. In March 1938, the Japanese Army's Matsuoka Brigade, with over 5,000 soldiers, landed at Yao Harbor. After the Chinese army abandoned the area, the Japanese burned and looted the town. Hundreds of homes in Xing'an town were destroyed, and dozens of people were killed. They also used incendiary bombs along the Tongyang Canal, burning over 300 households and more than 4,000 rooms. Unfortunately, Xiao Dong's family's house was very conspicuous, making them the primary target of the attack. Even worse, her grandfather was seriously ill at the time, and the whole family was gathered in the ancestral home. So, Little Winter lost all her family in just one day: her grandparents, parents, 2 older brothers, and several young nieces and nephews. The only survivor, Little Winter, was taken to Shanghai by her father's close friend. 2 years later, that friend was arrested and killed by spies for speaking out for progress. After hiding for a while, Little Winter was captured by members of the Green Gang, but she was saved by Tong Yuelan. At first, Little Winter kept thinking that if she hadn't been so playful and had secretly left the old house alone, maybe it would have been happier to leave with her family. But later, she changed her mind. She no longer feared death. What was there to be afraid of? Her life was already taken, so she decided to fight back. Every enemy she killed was worth it. Tong Yuelan saw the hatred in Little Winter's eyes. She had also seen this kind of deep hatred for the enemies in many other people. Compared to those villagers who risked everything to send supplies like food and medicine to the fighters, or those who secretly transported goods across dangerous lines, Little Winter's way of seeking revenge was different. The villagers couldn't fight the heavily armed enemies directly. Their resistance often led to brutal killings. They placed their hope in the fighters who fought the enemies, willing to sacrifice themselves and their families to protect the wounded and deliver supplies to the base and guerrilla fighters. But Little Winter wanted to kill the enemies herself. She would rather die heroically on the battlefield, believing that killing more enemies before dying was worth it. So, whenever she had a mission, she fought desperately for it. Tong Yuelan was silent. The girl in front of her, not yet 17, should have grown up happily under her parents' and brother's care, living a peaceful life. Now, all she could think about was revenge. She might die in a bloodbath just as she wished. But Tong Yulan wouldn't try to comfort her with false hope. Such hatred could never truly disappear. The only way was to fight back with equal force, an eye for an eye. And surviving in such a brutal fight depended a lot on luck. Good luck might mean passing through gunfire unscathed. Bad luck could mean even in a safe place, a stray bullet might take your life. Dong's luck is certainly good. Currently, her main weakness is her own strength. Since she was called Master and received such a precious gift, she will be the one to help Dong improve this shortcoming. Immediately, she thought to Xiao Huihui in her mind. Xiao Huihui was silent for a while before speaking. Tong Yulan always felt that Xiao Huihui was implying something, but before she could think too much, she heard Dong ask nervously, "Sister Lan, did I say something wrong?" "No, you did very well," Tong Yulan replied, pulling out 2 notebooks from her suitcase. "I really like the book you gave me. I also have 2 for you. They can't compare to the one you gave me, but if you practice hard, you can quickly improve your fighting skills and better fight the enemies in the future." Tong Yulan had just skimmed through the notebooks. One was the Agent Training Manual, likely obtained by a previous host who joined or infiltrated the military. Xiao Huihui had already erased all political education and mind control content from it. Now, the manual only contains information on intelligence techniques, operational skills, identity forging, and survival behind enemy lines. The other notebook's cover had 3 large characters. Women's boxing. According to Xiao Huihui's explanation, this boxing style has a complete set of 36 routines with 108 moves. It abandons traditional Southern boxing's steady footwork, emphasizing agility, dodging, and changing directions. It creates a unique rhythm of slow to control fast, with hidden attack features. Seemingly gentle movements secretly include elbow strikes, knee hits, and shoulder bumps, using close combat to achieve the effect of soft breaking the hard. It focuses on flexibility and coordination, avoiding strength contests, making it very suitable for a delicate girl like Dong to practice. However, this agent training manual might cause you trouble in the future. You should decide whether you need it. I have 2 suggestions. First, practice the skills secretly, get familiar with them, then immediately burn the manual. Second, report to your superior, saying it was I who gave it to you. That you found it unintentionally during this mission. Tong Yulan initially wanted Dong to directly explain where she got it, but then she realized her information would be kept strictly confidential. Even mentioning it wouldn't matter. How could the guerrilla leader know her identity? So she changed her approach immediately. Dong picked up the agent training manual, flipped through it briefly, and understood what Tong Yulan meant. She is very smart, and the elder who brought her to Shanghai is a progressive person. When she was in Shanghai, she helped with many tasks. She knows clearly that any betrayal or disloyalty is not tolerated. If this booklet is discovered, she will be suspected, which could delay her mission to fight the enemies. Lan Jie, I know what to do now. Don't worry, I will protect myself well. Nothing can stop me from fighting the enemies. After speaking, Xiao Dong picked up 2 booklets, stood up, and bowed to Tong Yulan. Yes, practice your shooting and boxing skills well. Maybe in the future, we will fight side by side. I believe you won't let me down then. Tong Yulan didn't say more about the secret agent manual. Xiao Dong is young but has a strong opinion. After her reminder, she naturally knew what was the best choice to make. When she opened the door to send Xiao Dong out, Tong Yulan saw Chen Wangshua standing quietly in the yard. Only after Xiao Dong left did he walk quickly over. "Miss Tong, the leader asked me to tell you that from today on, all your information will be kept in a top-secret file. I will be your only contact person, responsible for all external communication until I sacrifice myself. After that, the organization will assign a new contact only with your approval. Also, the organization is arranging the trip to Nantong. Once everything is ready, you can depart. The leader wants you to rest well. A tough battle is coming." Seeing Chen Wangshua's calm face, Tong Yulan suddenly remembered that before he went to see the leader, she had already confided her secret to him. She couldn't help feeling a bit guilty. She didn't think she should tell him everything she did, But since they are partners and she had previously promised him not to reveal any secrets related to her, she felt a little unfair to him for telling the leader instead. So, Tong Yulan casually asked, "Do you have any questions you'd like to ask me?" "What questions?" Cheng Shua looked confused. Seeing her somewhat guilty expression, he suddenly understood and smiled. "You chose to keep it secret at first, probably because of your concerns. Since I promised you, I won't go back on my word. Now that you've told the leader, you must have your reasons. I just need to cooperate with you. By the way, the commander didn't ask me about putting me into the universe bag, so I didn't mention it. In fact, the commander never inquired about any secret related to you. His main concern was how to keep your information as secret as possible and how to ensure your safety in every future action. Additionally, the commander personally chose the guards to us. Each of them is a top soldier. He said that if you hadn't opposed, he would have sent even more people." What Cheng Shua didn't say was that everyone was ordered to protect Tong Yuelon at all costs. "This arrangement isn't good enough," Tong Yuelon said firmly, suppressing her rising emotions. She understood why the commander made this decision and knew he trusted his guards. "There's no need to have so many people us. We can take care of ourselves." Cheng Shua knew that the commander didn't know the secret of how they could enter the universe bag. He was worried Tong Yuelon might face danger on the way, so he arranged heavy security. Actually, if they didn't need someone to meet them along the way to Nantung, traveling alone would be safer and more convenient. "All right, I'll ask for instructions later, but I'm not sure I can convince the commander," Cheng Shua said. "I think it would be better to send just one courier to us. If possible, fewer escorts would be better," Tong Yuelon replied. She insisted on this issue because she was worried that when they left the base for Taiyuan, the commander might arrange armed guards along the way, which would be very inconvenient. Cheng Shua nodded in agreement. Just as he was about to leave, he remembered something else. "Do you need to prepare any supplies in advance? I can arrange it before we leave." Tong Yuelon thought for a moment. She wasn't sure what difficulties they might face during this trip to Nantung and future journeys, so she decided to prepare more just in case. She took out some paper and a pen, listed a few items, and asked Cheng Shua to think of anything else they might need. Better to be prepared than sorry, especially since her space was large enough. After Cheng Shua left, Tong Yuelon, guided by a soldier, entered a prearranged room. She carefully closed the doors and windows, blew out the candles, climbed into bed, covered her face with a quilt, and then stuffed some clothes and other items into the bedding. She immediately entered her space for safety. Before she left her superior, he warned her that her ability was extremely extraordinary and dangerous. For her safety, she must be very careful when using it in the future. "The current situation is very complicated. There are spies among us, and we are among enemies. No one can be sure that there are no enemy spies in our camp. Being cautious is very important." He could only guarantee that the few people who knew about this would be safe. The rest of the time, she must be very careful. She originally didn't plan to enter space in the base. But the new step she just learned, called Step of the Seven Stars, was so amazing that she had to practice it quickly. Practicing more would give her extra safety in future missions. She practiced for over 2 hours. If she hadn't been so tired and sleepy, she felt she could keep practicing. This magical and useful move was the best partner for space. Lying back on the bed outside, Tong Yuelon decided that she would practice whenever she had the chance. This skill was really addictive to learn. Suddenly, Xiao Hui Hui's voice appeared in her mind. The Step of the Seven Stars is considered the root of all magic by Taoists. It is essential for rituals, drawing symbols, spells, and communicating with spirits. The effectiveness of charms and spells depends on the step, which helps sense the connection between heaven and humans. It involves Taoist priests stepping in a pattern based on the North Star and the Big Dipper, mimicking the stars' positions. This symbolizes walking above the heavens and earth, communicating with spirits, warding off evil, and avoiding disasters. Tong Yuelon was fascinated by what Xiao Hui told her. She couldn't help but listen carefully. She had only read a few lines about this in novels before. It said that when the step of the seven stars was practiced to a high level, it could shrink the distance between places, allowing someone to instantly travel thousands of miles. She didn't dare to imagine reaching that level. She simply thought this move was more effective than Duan Yu's light wind step. When combined with space, its power would increase greatly. That was why she was so eager to learn it. This move was just too amazing. If she mastered it, she wouldn't need to rely on her fragile earrings to take chances. She could directly rush at enemies, since she wouldn't get hurt. She could fight recklessly first, and if things got too dangerous, she could hide in space. It was so exciting just to think about it. At least 10 years of practice would be needed? Forget it. 10 years from now, the enemies would have surrendered, and New China would already be established. Even if the cultivation reached great success, it wouldn't matter much anymore. Now, she has so many things to do that she can't focus solely on practicing. Little Gray's last words made Tong Yulan feel sad inside. She had heard before that traditional Taoism says, in times of peace, retreat to practice. In chaos, go down the mountain to help others. At that time, she didn't feel much, but now she understands that behind this saying lies the truth of many Taoist sects losing their heritage. For example, the young Taoist who was saved by Little Winter. If Little Winter hadn't met him by chance, everything about his sect might have disappeared with him, and no one would know such a sect ever existed. Also, the young Taoist sage shows he couldn't have fully learned his sect's teachings. Even if he followed his master's instructions and stayed on the mountain, once all the elders and senior brothers left, even the once thriving temple would gradually decline. Thinking of this, Tong Yulan took out an ancient book from her space and carefully looked through it. In the hidden layer of the back cover, she found a piece of paper. It had the name and location of a Taoist temple, along with a simple line drawing map. Besides that, there was only a symbol, with no other writing. The handwriting didn't seem hurried, so perhaps the young Taoist predicted this day before going down the mountain. As for why he left this address, she guessed he hoped to meet someone destined to continue his sect's legacy. Suddenly, Little Gray's voice sounded again. After saying this, Little Gray fell silent. Tong Yulan always felt that Little Gray was trying to remind her of something. She couldn't help but focus again on that piece of paper. From the name written on it, the Taoist temple where the young Taoist was located wasn't one of the famous temples everyone knows. Its address was in the Dabi Mountains. Tong Yulan remembered that Chen Wangshua had said they would pass through the Dabi Mountains on their way to Taiyuan. Maybe she should find a chance to go up the mountain and see if the temple still exists. If it does, she would try to gather important items inside, rebuild the temple when the time is right, and find ways to pass on its teachings. Although she had only practiced for less than a day, Tong Yulan already felt how important stepping into the spiritual world would be for her in the future. As someone who benefits from it, even without Little Gray's reminder, she couldn't enjoy the benefits without making some effort. After making up her mind, Tong Yulan fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Tong Yulan woke up feeling refreshed and clear-headed. Seeing that it was still early, she quietly entered her space to practice her footwork. The more she practiced, the more she felt that this technique was perfectly suited for her, and her mood became even better. Chen Wangshua worked quickly. By midday, he had prepared everything needed and secretly took Tong Yulan to pack all the items into her space. Waiting was boring. Tong Yulan really wanted to find a place to test her new footwork, but in the end, she gave up. She knew she should avoid showing herself in front of others as much as possible. In the office of the Major General in the Military Intelligence General Office, Chen Zue was looking over some documents on his desk, his brows tightly furrowed. It had been a long time, but the personnel at the Shanghai station still hadn't found any trace of that person. If such a person was still in Shanghai, it was unlikely they would suddenly disappear without a trace or stop all activity. Zhao Songming and a few of his subordinates, who had seen the woman before, seemed unable to clearly identify her appearance. They only knew she was probably a young woman with a very skillful marksmanship, but they couldn't provide any other useful information. However, Zhou Jun, who had been recalled from the Shanghai station, mentioned a woman named Tong Yulan who resembled the target. Unfortunately, Li Mingli, who had been close to her, had already sacrificed her life. After moving away from the Chung residence, Tong Yuelon disappeared and seemed to have left Shanghai, her whereabouts unknown. The portrait on the desk was drawn based on Zhou Jun's description. He said it looked about 70 to 80% like her. Chen Zui looked at the portrait, hesitated for a moment, then picked up the phone. One order after another was issued from him. After resting for a day, Tong Yuelon and her group set out for Nantung that night. There were 3 soldiers responsible for land, led by a squad leader named Zhou. Everyone called him Zhou. Zhou was about 25 or 26 years old, not very talkative, always with a furrowed brow. Despite his young age, he already had a deep crease on his forehead. Zhou looked at the large suitcase in Cheng Wangshua's hand, his brow tightening even more, but he said nothing. The higher-up's order was to deliver these 2 people safely to Juegang at all costs, and they had to meet any demands during the journey without question. Strict obedience to orders had become a soldier's instinct. Although Zhou didn't fully understand this order, it didn't stop him from doing his best, risking his life if necessary, to complete the mission perfectly. The other 2 soldiers, slightly younger, have the surnames Tian and Zhao. They are about 17 or 18 years old. Little Tian looks a bit shy, always smiling when he speaks, with a small dimple on his left cheek. Little Zhao is more talkative, answers questions readily, but knows when to stay silent and not ask or say things that shouldn't be. All 3 soldiers are very familiar with the terrain, routes, enemy troop positions, and guard posts in this area. They lead Tong Yuelon and the others through the darkness, avoiding all possible dangers. Tong Yuelon follows closely, without falling behind, complaining, or making any demands. This makes Zhou relax a little. He has never looked down on female soldiers. In fact, he respects the women fighting on the front lines, the medics risking their lives to save the wounded under enemy fire, and the cultural soldiers who handle performances, propaganda, and mobilization, and who can also fight when needed. He fears those who don't see the situation clearly and act recklessly without considering the time, place, or consequences. 2 months ago, during a sudden rescue mission, they were 8 people. In the end, only 2, including him, returned. They could have arrived safely, but because of the reckless behavior of a young lady among them, they almost lost everything. If it hadn't been for a nearby unit passing by and rescuing them at a critical moment, the mission would have failed. They are not afraid of sacrifice. They are afraid of not completing their task and, even more, of something happening to the people they are escorting. There were supposed to be more people in this, but Zhou was ordered that this young girl was extremely important and must be protected at all costs. Originally, there were supposed to be several more escorts, but somehow, only the 3 of them were chosen. Since then, he has been on high alert, ready to fight at any moment. Fortunately, the girl has not caused any trouble. Her actions seem to resemble those of an experienced underground worker. At dawn, they arrived at their first resting place. According to plan, they would split up during the day and stay with the villagers in their fortified homes. They would set out again after dark. Considering how important the people being escorted are, Zhou decided that all 5 of them would stay together in the home of the fortress owner at the end of the village for safety. His house has a very hidden cellar, built specifically to shelter people like them or injured soldiers. The process of entering the village went smoothly. Soon, the 5 of them hid in the cellar. After a simple meal, Zhou told everyone to rest quickly. Xiao Tian and Xiao Zhao were used to this routine and sat on the ground, leaning against the wall. Within a minute, they were already asleep. Tong Yuelon was also very tired. She wanted to rest against the wall like them. Cheng Wangshua walked to the corner and picked up some old wooden boards left by the villagers for resting. He built a small, hidden space in the corner and said to Tong Yuelon, "You can rest inside here." Tong Yuelon understood and didn't hesitate to refuse. She nodded and went into the hidden space in the corner. Zhou looked at both of them, but said nothing. He moved to the other side, turned his back, and also started to rest. Even Xiao Tian and Xiao Zhao, who seemed to have already fallen asleep, shifted slightly and turned their heads away. Tong Yuelon lay on the bed, dressed in her clothes, and said to Xiao Huihui. Xiao Huihui made a sound similar to and only then did Tong Yuelon feel at ease and fall asleep. Before setting out, Tang Yuelon had noticed that the map's range had mysteriously expanded to 1 kilometer. She asked Xiao Huihui about it. Xiao Huihui pretended to be dead, playing the stubborn mode of, as long as I don't speak, you can't get anything out of me. Tang Yuelon didn't ask further. Xiao Huihui was silly, but if it really didn't want to talk or couldn't, it would be very hard for her to get information quickly. Anyway, the map expanding was a good thing. She decided not to worry about it now and think about it when she had more time later. Tang Yuelon slept very soundly. The energy she used the night before recovered quickly in her sleep. When she woke up, it was already past 4 p.m. She stretched inside the space and felt refreshed. However, her stomach was growling with hunger. Thinking it was past mealtime, Tang Yuelon ate some food casually inside the space. She looked at the map again and saw nothing unusual. Only then did she leave the space. She quietly stepped out of the corner and saw that De Zhou and the others were resting against the wall or checking their weapons. It seemed they were worried about disturbing her rest. Everyone was silent, only occasionally signaling to each other with hand gestures. Are you rested? Eat something quickly. We will leave in about an hour. Chen Wangshua handed her 2 small bread rolls and gave her a quick look. Tang Yuelon understood and took the bread, nibbling on it gently. De Zhou turned to look at her, but said nothing, though his brow furrowed. Tang Yuelon ate half of her bread and, when no one was paying attention, stored the rest in her space. It gets dark early in winter. As dusk approached, everyone prepared to leave. Tang Yuelon carefully checked the map again and suddenly noticed something was wrong. Just then, Xiao Huihui's voice sounded. Looking closely, she saw a group of animals sneaking toward the village. There were 13 enemies, 8 with rifles, 4 with light machine guns, 1 carrying the main gun, another with accessories, and 2 with ammunition. The leader held a pistol, seeming to be the squad leader. There were over 50 puppet soldiers, each holding old Hanyang rifles, sneaking around and looking suspicious. They looked ready to fight. Tang Yuelon stood up and moved to Chen Wangshua's side, planning to tell him what she found, so he could talk to De Zhou and the others. At that moment, she noticed the village was already in motion. Some people, including the elderly and children, were running toward the back of the village, carrying cloth bags. Others quickly hid their belongings, and a few entered the underground tunnels they had dug long ago. A small number of elderly, who couldn't move slowly, headed toward the village entrance. This busy but calm scene made Tang Yuelon's previously tense heart feel at ease. She remembered the enemy's policy of burn everything, kill everything, steal everything. Since that was the case, she decided to make the enemies experience what it's like to be completely destroyed and robbed. Originally, she was worried that fighting might accidentally hurt villagers or that the enemies would take them hostage. But now, seeing that everyone in the village was prepared, she felt no more panic. It seems that this is the result of everyone's accumulated fighting experience, but behind this experience are tears and blood. The enemy soldiers have entered the village. We need to retreat. Dazhou suddenly spoke in a low, urgent voice. Xiao Tian and Xiao Zhao immediately stood up, checked their gear, and prepared for battle. At that moment, the trapdoor above the cellar was opened. The man from the fortress household, in his 40s, quickly came down from above. The enemy soldiers have entered the village. There are about 60 or 70 of them, including 2 more enemies. Follow me quickly. Tang Yuelon did not object at this moment. She went out of the cellar first. There was no point in wasting time arguing. If they delayed, they might get trapped inside the cellar when the enemy surrounds them. Unless everyone is brought into a safe space, even with great skill, they would only face heavy casualties. The group left the cellar and followed the man as they hurried through the village. "Uncle, what will happen to you if we leave?" Tang Yuelon quietly asked the guide. "We're fine. The enemy has come before. Everyone is prepared. They won't find us easily. At most, they'll burn some houses, cause some damage, and steal a few things before leaving." The uncle looked anxious, but quickly comforted her when she asked, "And what about the villagers who can't escape? Will the enemy kill them to vent their anger?" The uncle's face flashed with pain, but did not answer. In the past, if only a few elderly villagers couldn't escape, the enemy might not have killed them all. But now, with their ruthless policy of total destruction, it was common for entire villages to be slaughtered. Uncle, before the enemy enters the village, you should hide the elderly and let them stay safe. After we eliminate the enemy, you can come out. Eliminate? The uncle looked at the 5 people in front of him and said anxiously, Miss, you should leave quickly. Dajo didn't expect Tong Yuelon, who had been obedient all along, to cause trouble at this moment. He also wanted to fight the enemy, but their task was to safely these 2 people to their destination, and they couldn't afford any mistakes. Already feeling guilty for not being able to protect the villagers, Dajo's tone became a bit harsh. Comrade, war is not as simple as you think. Our mission is to get you safely to Juegang. Please cooperate with us. Tong Yulan understood Dazo's difficulty and pain. She was not the kind of saint who would blindly judge him from a moral high ground for risking the safety of the people. If she were in his place, encountering someone causing trouble at a critical moment, she would probably just knock them out with a quick strike. However, her confidence in saying and doing such things depended on her actually having the ability to eliminate these wicked enemies and their accomplices. Cheng Wangshuo quickly stepped closer to Dazo and whispered, Comrade Dazo, you should have received orders. If we make a request, you must follow it. Dazo looked at Cheng Wangshuo in disbelief. He had always thought that the so-called requests might relate to daily needs like food, clothing, and shelter. He believed that as long as the requests weren't too unreasonable to fulfill, they would do their best to meet them. Who would have thought that at this moment, such a request would be made? He couldn't disobey his superior's orders, but this request was really hard for him to accept. Cheng Wangshuo looked serious. Comrade Dazo, please obey the order. Dazo clenched his teeth, whispered a few words to the older man leading them, and after seeing him hurriedly leave, he turned to Cheng Wangshuo and saluted. Please give instructions. Tong Yulan was also straightforward. Seeing that the area was relatively hidden and still some distance from the enemy, she immediately squatted down, quickly drew the enemy's patrol route and current position on the ground, and described their troop strength and equipment. Then she asked, based on what you see, where should the 5 of us be stationed to completely surround and eliminate the enemy, ensuring none of them escape? Surround? Eliminate? Dazo thought he must be hearing things. Just 5 of them trying to surround and completely wipe out an armed enemy of 60 or 70 soldiers. Was this girl joking about war? Did she even understand what surround and eliminate meant? Moreover, they hadn't been together since entering the village. How did she know the enemy's marching route? How could she be so familiar with the village terrain? But seeing Cheng Wangshuo pointing out several positions seriously, Dazo still pointed out 2 less suitable spots and offered his suggestions. After Tong Yulan readily accepted his advice, he suddenly felt a bit confused. Was he losing his mind? Who among you is best with a submachine gun? She suddenly asked. Then, everyone saw Tong Yulan reach into her large suitcase, which she had been holding in her hand, and take out 2 submachine guns. She handed 1 gun and 2 magazines to Xiao Tian. Everyone was stunned. Tong Yuelon ignored their reactions. Seeing that the 3 of them had their own weapons but probably not many bullets, she took out more guns and magazines to distribute, along with several hand grenades. She said, Everyone get into position quickly. Don't hold back on bullets. Destroy the enemies as fast as you can. Time was short. Although everyone had many questions and found the scene hard to believe, seeing the guns, plenty of ammunition, and the grenades, they started to feel excited. Now they could fight the enemies freely. Only Dazo hesitated for a moment. He walked over to Tong Yuelon and said, Our job is to protect you. I must stay close to you. He had decided that if the situation became dangerous, he would do his best to protect Tong Yuelon and help her escape. Stop talking nonsense. I can take care of myself, Tong Yuelon replied. She then used her new fighting move, quickly disappearing from everyone's sight with a few quick steps. Until the battle ended, the 3 soldiers still felt like they were dreaming. Out of just a few people, they had completely defeated 60 or 70 enemies. Except for Xiao Zhao, who was grazed on the arm by a bullet, no one was hurt. Xiao Tian, who got a submachine gun, was the most excited. Without worrying about bullets, he fought very happily. He alone took down more than 10 enemies, including 3 little Japanese soldiers. The submachine gun was really powerful. Unfortunately, before they started, they were told never to tell anyone about what they encountered on the way. Such a thrilling fight, and these achievements couldn't be shared with their comrades. But they felt it was worth it to have fought such a battle in their lives, even if they couldn't tell others. Zhou knew very well that the success of this fight was because the Japanese machine gun team was killed immediately. Without heavy fire support, the enemy was caught off guard. They hadn't had time to organize a good counterattack. The squad leader was shot dead early on, so the victory was natural. He clearly saw that most of the gunfire killing the little enemies came from that young woman. He didn't expect that not only was she quick on her feet, but her shooting skills were also very precise. Every shot seemed to hit its target, as if each bullet was meant to eliminate one enemy. What surprised him even more was that this seemingly unremarkable, slender young woman was so decisive and ruthless in her actions. At first, he was a bit worried. According to the rules for treating prisoners kindly, once the enemy soldiers put down their weapons, they shouldn't be killed. He wondered how they would handle these prisoners. Keeping them was impossible because the villagers couldn't manage them. Taking them away was also unlikely. But unexpectedly, the young woman didn't give them a chance to become prisoners. After the enemies were defeated, just as some of them were about to surrender, she immediately launched a fierce gunfire, sweeping them with her machine gun. Zhou also knew well that these enemy soldiers often caused trouble when they followed the Japanese soldiers. Even if they surrendered, very few would change their ways after being released, and some might even become worse, hurting the villagers more. He didn't dare say much about her actions, but he thought this was the best solution for now. Time was tight. Zhou told the villagers to help clean up the battlefield. Soon, all the weapons were hidden in safe, secret places. They searched all the items on the Japanese and enemy soldiers and then dug a big hole behind the village to throw all the bodies inside. Everyone knew that soon the Japanese soldiers would retaliate very harshly. No one needed to be told. They all hurriedly left with their families under the cover of night. After the 5 of them set out again, Tong Yuelon noticed that the atmosphere in the team was very different from before. Xiao Tian and Xiao Zhao looked at her with admiration. Zhou seemed unchanged outwardly, but he appeared more approachable, and his tone was softer. Sometimes, they would glance at the suitcase carried by Cheng Wangshua, but their attitude was completely different. They used to think it was a burden to carry such a big suitcase on such a dangerous journey, even though they didn't say it aloud. Now, everyone looked at the suitcase with excitement. It was no longer just a suitcase. It looked like a portable small weapons depot. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe that such a plain-looking, lightweight box carried by Cheng Wangshua could hold so many weapons and ammunition. On weekdays, Xiao Tian was always smiling and rarely spoke. He couldn't help but lean toward Cheng Wangshua and say, "Comrade Cheng, the box is heavy. Let me carry it for a while." Cheng Wangshua smiled and politely declined. It wasn't because he didn't want help, but because once the box was in his hands, it would be obvious what's inside. Initially, Xiao Zhao, who was secretly regretting being a bit late, immediately changed direction. He went to Tong Yuelon and whispered, "Comrade, sister, how did you learn to shoot so well? Our best sharpshooter in the team isn't as accurate as you." "One shot, one headshot." Tong Yuelon smiled and said, "It's because I feed the bullets." She wasn't lying. She had wasted a lot of bullets practicing her shooting before. Thinking about it now, it still made her feel a bit painful. If she kept practicing, how many enemies' heads could she have taken down? Hearing this, Xiao Zhao felt a little disappointed. The base didn't have that many bullets for them to practice. But then, he quickly cheered up. They had captured so much supplies, including a machine gun. Maybe they could share some of it. When the enemies attacked again, perhaps they could each have a gun. Tong Yuelon felt a bit embarrassed. She had actually cheated. If she really relied on bullets, she would need to use many more to reach her current skill level. From the map, she knew there was no danger within a 1-kilometer radius. She was happy to talk with them and said with a smile, "Since you call me sister, Next time we meet enemies and need to open fire, you can use my submachine gun. Hearing this, Xiao Zhao's smile stretched from ear to ear. Xiao Tian's body stiffened slightly. Then he slowed down a little. When Tong Yuelon reached his side, he quietly called her sister, then shyly grinned and scratched his head. Dazu, who was at the back of the team, couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. He cleared his throat softly, and the two immediately stopped smiling and continued walking honestly. During the rest of the journey, Tong Yuelon returned to her usual self. She let the group walk or rest as they pleased, only occasionally giving some advice, like taking a detour or stopping for a while before moving on. Although Dazu didn't understand why she did this, he didn't question her. He followed her instructions carefully. Thanks to her guidance, their trip went smoothly, and they arrived safely at Juegong in just 3 days. When handing over Tong Yuelon and the other person to the Dezhou sighed with relief, but also felt a strange sense of disappointment. They had carried out armed missions many times before. For such an important target as Tong Yuelon, they usually sent at least a whole squad of people. When he learned that only 3 people were involved this time, he was very alert from the start, worried about any small mistake along the way. Only now did he finally relax a little. As for why he felt disappointed, he couldn't quite explain. Maybe he thought that these two didn't really need him, they seemed to just be leading the way. This part of the journey is very familiar to us. You can go back and ask your leaders. When you return, there's no need to send anyone to meet you. Before Tong Yuelon finished speaking, seeing Xiao Tian and Xiao Zhao both looked disappointed, Dezhou's eyebrows furrowed even more. He quickly added, if it's you two, having someone to meet you is also quite good. The waterway between Juegong and Nantong is tightly sealed, making night navigation risky due to frequent checks. Ships carrying controlled supplies could be exposed if caught. This time, they used a small fishing boat to transport 2 people to Nantong. The boat was small and agile, and the crew was very familiar with the local waters, helping them avoid Japanese patrols as much as possible. Since the boat carried no illegal items, it could easily pass inspection if stopped. Before departure, Tong Yuelon made up a disguise for Cheng Wangshua. After changing into clothes provided by the crew, she appeared as a dark-skinned fisherman who looked like someone who had been living on the water for years. Tong Yuelon pretended to be a fisherwoman. At Cheng Wangshua's request, she mostly stayed in the cabin, actually practicing her footwork in a space, leaving the map-checking task to the free worker, Xiao Huihui. During this time, she had gotten used to working by night and sleeping by day. She became very energetic at night, practicing her footwork even more carefully so she could cause trouble at the enemy's headquarters someday. Thanks to Xiao Huihui's timely warning, the crew was able to avoid patrol boats at critical moments and finally reached Bixinkyo port safely. Bixinkyo port was a key logistics hub for the new Fourth Army. As soon as the boat docked, personnel came to meet them. The rest of the matter was completely out of their hands. They only needed to follow the arrangements of the contact personnel, go to the outskirts of Nantong to gather supplies, and then store everything in the space. As for how to explain the sudden disappearance of the supplies, there was no need for an explanation. The involved parties only had to do their own jobs well. Under strict confidentiality rules, there was no unnecessary communication between them. They only needed to know that the supplies had been successfully handed over. The 2-person team successfully completed their task and took a small fishing boat back to Juegong. It was still dark when they disembarked. They were greeted by 2 familiar faces, Dezhou and Xiao Zhao. Where's Xiao Tian? Did he go on another mission? Tong Yuelon asked casually after greeting them. Neither of them answered her question. Dezhou slightly lowered his head and avoided eye contact with Tong Yuelon. Xiao Zhao's eyes shimmered with tears. Tong Yuelon felt a sharp pain in her heart. Xiao Tian had sacrificed himself? No, it couldn't be true. It wasn't like she thought. Xiao Tian, who always smiled with a small dimple, was only 17. How could he just be gone? That day, he hesitated for a long time before shyly calling her sister. At that moment, she had already promised herself that no matter what, she would go into battle with them again. She wanted him to fight freely again, with unlimited ammunition. Xiao Tian must have been injured, which was why he didn't participate in this rescue operation. Maybe he was seriously hurt. Yes, that must be it. Luckily, she had brought plenty of medicine this time. With the medicine, he would recover quickly. When that happened, she would force him to call her sister again before giving him another chance to use the submachine gun. No, she wouldn't force him to call her sister. It was just a submachine gun. She still had so many. Not only would she give him another one, but she could even give him one as a gift. As long as he was still alive. Tong Yuelon lowered her head and silently walked forward with everyone else. Deep inside, she knew Xiao Tian had definitely sacrificed himself. Otherwise, they wouldn't be reacting like this now. She just instinctively wanted to escape. If she didn't ask, maybe the outcome wouldn't be as bad as she imagined. Perhaps Xiao Tian was only seriously injured. Everyone remained silent. The only sounds were their footsteps. Chen Wangshua looked several times in Tong Yuelon's direction, feeling worried. From the first time he saw Tong Yuelon at Chunxian Tea Garden, he was knocked out by her trick before he could say much. Tong Yuelon always made a strong impression of being decisive, never hesitating, and being merciless when fighting the enemies. Over these days of staying together, he had come to see her as a comrade he could trust with his life, someone he could rely on without caring about gender. He had never seen Tong Yuelon show such a vulnerable side before. It was then that he realized she was just a young girl under 20. They arrived silently at their resting place. Xiao Zhao secretly looked at Tong Yuelon and finally made up his mind. He walked over quietly and said, "Sister," before Xiao Tian left. He killed 2 more enemies. He said he's not regretful. He also said that, including the enemies you and he killed last time, it's almost enough. Now he can face his family and neighbors with his head held high. Tong Yuelon softly responded with an then quickly turned her head, pretending to fix her hair. She wiped away tears that were about to fall with her sleeve. After a moment, she asked quietly, "And you? How many more enemies do you want to kill?" Xiao Zhao carefully counted on his fingers. Just as he was about to speak, he paused. He moved closer to Tong Yuelon and whispered, "Sister, I know Xiao Tian hasn't killed enough enemies yet. Only 2 people from his village are left alive. There's so much hatred to repay. I need to help him, and also Dongzi, Erju, and Shuangzi. They haven't finished killing enemies either. I have to help them keep fighting. I can't count how many more there are." Tong Yuelon nodded heavily. "Yes, you need to continue what they started. There are many others you don't know, and you also need to help them avenge their families. Remember, until you've killed all the enemies and driven them out, you must not fall. Even if you're hurt, you have to hold on and stay alive for me. When we return to the base, I'll give you the machine gun Xiao Tian used last time. When I see you again, you must tell me how many enemies you've killed."
Can you do that?
Xiao Zhao suddenly jumped up, then stood straight and saluted quietly, his voice firm but gentle. "I promise to complete the mission." Chen Wangshua and Zhou exchanged glances unintentionally, then both looked away. A warehouse full of supplies was laid out before them. Although it wasn't the first time seeing such a scene, the leader still stood there alone for a long time. When he saw this scene last time, he understood why Old Ten only confirmed Chen Wangshua's identity in the message and didn't mention anything about Tong Yuelon. Instead, he told him that Tong Yuelon was absolutely trustworthy and that he must unconditionally meet her demands as long as it didn't violate principles or rules. He thought that when Tong Yuelon was in southern Su, she tried to hide her situation in many ways. But Old Tan is very clever. He must have seen the flaws and knew how serious it would be if this information leaked. That's why he went to great lengths to cover for her and also tried to pave the way for her. The rest of the matter, he would leave to him. "Stop staring and get out of here," a servant pushed Tong Yuelon aside. When he saw her face, he looked disgusted and spat on the ground. Chen Wangshua quickly reached out to help her. Tong Yuelon held back her urge to fight and grabbed Chen Wangshua's arm. She lowered her head and took a few steps back. A messenger stepped forward, shielding them. He spoke in the local dialect, bowing politely. "Sorry about this. My sister-in-law is from the countryside, and hasn't seen much of the world. We're leaving now, right now. The servant looked at the three of them, wanting to scold them again. But the butler impatiently shouted, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and take them back. The master is waiting for the wedding night." Seeing the group walk away, the people nearby helped the elderly couple up from the ground. The couple struggled to stand but then tried to chase after the villains who had taken their daughter. However, after stumbling a few steps, they both fell to the ground again, helplessly crying. The local people sighed and whispered among themselves. Tong Yuelon was furious, but then laughed bitterly. It was so dramatic, she actually saw a scene of a kidnapping in broad daylight. What was even more disgusting was that the girl was only 15 or 16, and the person who kidnapped her wasn't a spoiled young master, but an old man in his 60s or 70s. Fine, if they want to kidnap someone in broad daylight and force her into marriage, then they better have the luck for it. Seeing Tong Yuelon's expression, Chung Wangshua understood. He whispered a few words to the messenger. The messenger took advantage of the chaos to approach the couple, helped them up, and quietly spoke a few words into the man's ear. The man's previously hopeless eyes suddenly showed a glimmer of hope. He looked pleadingly at the traffic officer, who nodded slightly. The man immediately wanted to kneel, but the officer reached out to stop him. Realizing this, the man quickly whispered something and then helped his wife to slowly move away into the distance. The traffic officer took Tong Yuelon and the others to a remote, somewhat old house. After closing the door, he softly said, "The wealthy old man who is kidnapping people relies on his son being a company commander in the puppet army. He's always been arrogant and powerful in the town. The people both hate and fear him. His guards and servants are many, and the puppet army unit is stationed nearby. Whenever there's any trouble, they arrive very quickly. Several of the guerrilla team's attempts to act have ended in failure. My job is to safely you to the next place. The checkpoints here are already prepared. Don't interfere with this matter. Leave tonight as planned. We will find a way to rescue that girl. I just heard the manager say that tonight his family will host a banquet. After you leave, we can act without worry." Tong Yuelon shook her head. "You also said that the guerrilla team's previous attempts all failed. Rushing now increases the risk of failure and could cause unnecessary injuries. Rest assured, since we've decided to intervene, we have a way to rescue that girl without causing a big commotion." The traffic officer didn't know who these two people were, so hearing Tong Yuelon speak like that, he couldn't argue directly. He could only look at Chung Wangshua. Chung Wangshua nodded. "She's right. Don't worry. After we rescue her, you're responsible for taking her home. Once everything is arranged, we will leave here tomorrow night." The traffic officer wanted to say more, but Chung Wangshua sternly said, "Follow orders." The officer stood straight and replied, "Yes, sir." Chung Wangshua handed him a list and some money, telling him to find a way to buy everything on the list. Afterward, he should bring the items here, and someone would come to pick them up. After the officer left, Tong Yuelon sighed softly. "This time, try to buy everything we need in one go. It's best to prepare extra. In the future, for less important routes, we should go alone as discussed with the leader. Having someone follow us is really inconvenient." When leaving northern Jiangsu, she met with the leader again. After a firm argument, she finally convinced him to agree to her request. During the rest of the journey, no armed escorts would be sent, only traffic points along the way to provide necessary support and secret signals for the next meeting point. However, it was hard to find places for supplies along their route. The town they chose was the largest nearby, with no Japanese soldiers stationed there, making it easier to buy supplies. Both of them didn't speak the local language, so speaking could reveal their identity. Therefore, a local guide was assigned to accompany them until they left the town. Chung Wangshua knew Tong Yuelon didn't like too many restrictions. Otherwise, she wouldn't have agreed to be an unofficial member. He smiled and comforted her, saying, "It's okay. The leader has granted you special privileges.
Just follow your plan.
As long as the main goal is clear, you don't need to worry about minor details. All right, let's stick to our usual plan and discuss tonight's actions," Tong Yuelon said excitedly. "It's been a long time since our last zero-cost operation. Maybe after this, We won't need to worry about supplies until we reach Taiyuan. Cheng Wangshua was surprised at first, then couldn't help but laugh when he heard her last words. Surprisingly, that phrase fit quite well here. After the guide bought the last batch of supplies, it was already dark. The three of them headed to the large courtyard of the landlord's house. According to their plan, the guide hid at a concealed spot nearby, watching silently as the two approached the gate. He couldn't stop them but was worried. The gate was wide open, with guests arriving now and then. The sound of music and celebration filled the air. Hiding in the shadows, they overheard two late guests whispering. They complained that the landlord often held such gatherings. They had to bring gifts, or else they risked being hated and facing ruin. Despite the complaints, when the guests reached the gate, they immediately put on smiles and kept congratulating the host. This scoundrel, despite being old, had harmed many young women. He was always scheming to make money. Today, she decided he would taste the bitterness of losing both wealth and freedom. She wanted him to live in constant fear in the days to come. Tong Yuelon saw on the map that most of the servants, guards, and staff were gathered in the front yard, while few people were in the backyard. Following the map's instructions, she secretly climbed over the wall with Cheng Wangshua into the backyard. In the backyard, inside a large bedroom decorated like a new house, a girl dressed in red was curled up on the bed. She was completely, but her eyes showed no fear, only full of hatred. She tried hard to sit up, but her body was tied too tightly to move. She could only turn her body and quickly scan the room. After a moment, she looked away in disappointment. There was nothing in the room she wanted, no scissors or anything useful. Soon, she turned her head toward the two red candles burning on the bed and started to move toward them. If she could burn the ropes, she might have a chance to fight back. Don't waste your effort. You can't escape. An older maid entered from outside, carrying a tray with a bowl of rice and 2 dishes. Just accept it. No matter how much you try to run. Where can you go? You'll only bring trouble to your family. The maid helped the girl sit up against the head of the bed and picked up the bowl to feed her. When she saw the girl turn her head away, she sighed, "This will only make you suffer more." The girl ignored her. She only saw out of the corner of her eye that the maid suddenly collapsed. Turning her head, she saw a woman dressed like a farmer covering the maid's mouth with her hand, speaking softly to reassure her, "Don't be afraid. We're here to save you." The girl looked at the two people in front of her. The woman holding her mouth was thin, with an ordinary, even somewhat unattractive face. Her appearance didn't match her voice. Behind her, a man was turned away, so his face and age were unclear, but his clothing looked like that of a nearby village farmer.
Who were they?
Why did they come to save her? The girl was not frightened. She nodded slightly. Things had already reached this point. What could be worse? Maybe they really were her only hope. Tong Yuelon was happy to see the girl react this way. Luckily, she was calm. If she had been the type to scream and panic, she would have had to knock her out. "We were just passing by and saw you being robbed in the street, so we came to help. To get back home safely, just follow my instructions." After Tong Yuelon finished speaking, she saw the girl nod again. She released her hand from covering the girl's mouth, quickly untied the ropes on her, and took a steamed bun from her, handing it to her. "Eat something quickly, so you'll have the strength to walk later. Finish eating, then lie down on the bed, and stay still. Don't worry, no one can hurt you." While speaking, Tong Yuelon kept working without stopping. She soothed the servant girl and casually stuffed a cloth into her mouth. She then walked to the door, pointed outside, and whispered a few words to Cheng Wangshua. Cheng Wangshua turned around, picked up the unconscious servant girl, and headed outside. As he passed by Tong Yuelon, she reached out and hit her on the neck twice, making her stay asleep longer. She didn't want to waste the precious spray, so this was the most effective way. The girl was really hungry. She ate the bun quickly and then obediently lay back on the bed, carefully pressing her hands under her, pretending she was still. Cheng Wangshua soon returned, closed the door quietly, nodded to Tong Yuelon, and they both moved behind the screen. While waiting, Tong Yuelon kept her eyes on the screen in front of her. She carefully moved closer and looked through it, but the screen was thick and she couldn't see outside. She couldn't help but smile. This screen was good. It finally solved a long-standing problem for her. Finally, footsteps sounded outside. An older, slightly drunken voice said, "Get out of here. My lord's wedding night. Stay far away. No one is allowed near." Before the words finished, someone pushed open the door and entered. As soon as they saw the bed, their eyes fixed on her. Pfft, old pervert. Tong Yuelon cursed silently in her heart before he could say anything nasty. She moved swiftly, like a ghost, behind the old man, elbowed him, and he collapsed softly. Chung Wangshua acted quickly, closed the door, and dragged the old man aside. He whispered, "You shouldn't fight such dirty people in the future. Leave it to me." Tong Yuelon made a small sound of agreement and replied casually, "All right, I'll be more careful next time. But you need to work harder on your footwork, or you still won't be able to catch up with me." The young girl had already sat up, looking at the two people before her in confusion. There were so many guards outside, yet they didn't seem nervous at all. At a time like this, they were still talking about such unimportant things.
Get some rest.
When you wake up, you'll be back home. Before she could react, Tong Yuelon suddenly appeared in front of her. After saying those words softly, the girl felt a sharp pain at the back of her neck. Her vision went dark, and she fainted. "I'll leave this old man to you. I'll take her out and come back right away." After saying that, Tong Yuelon put the girl into her storage space, avoided the guards' patrol routes, climbed over the wall, and found a hidden spot to release her. Then she carried her back and ran toward the contact point. "You really managed to get her out?" The contact looked at the now quiet courtyard, then at the unconscious girl, still a bit stunned. "Yes, I just knocked her out lightly. She'll wake up soon. Take care of her and make sure her family leaves tonight. Go as far as possible." The contact wanted to ask more, but when he looked up, Tong Yuelon was already gone. With Chung Wangshua there, Tong Yuelon felt at ease. She didn't bother worrying about the old man's situation and moved swiftly around the estate. It wasn't too late yet, and many rooms were still lit. Tong Yuelon wasn't cruel enough to destroy everything. Her main targets were the storerooms, granaries, and kitchen. She had to admit, this family was quite greedy. There were several storerooms packed full of goods. Tong Yuelon didn't bother checking carefully. She simply stored everything away. One storeroom was filled mostly with brand new furniture, beds, tables, chairs, boxes, and even stacks of thick quilts. There were also plenty of wooden buckets and basins. "Well, that's convenient," she thought with a grin. "Just what I needed. Guess I'll take it all." As for the granary, even someone as experienced as Tong Yuelon was a little surprised. There are 2 granaries in this house, one visible and one hidden. Despite everyone struggling to find enough to eat and many starving everywhere, these 2 large granaries are fully stocked with grain. Most of the grain inside is still in the husks, mainly millet and wheat, with only a small amount of rice and flour. Tong Yuelon isn't picky and ends up taking everything, leaving not a single grain behind. Next, her main focus is the large kitchen, where the variety of ingredients makes her eyes light up with excitement. Her space originally stored a lot of food, but there weren't many proper meals, mostly quick foods like buns, steamed bread, pancakes, and rice balls. Now those supplies are running low. She realizes she hasn't had a hot meal in a long time. If she didn't have the resources, it would be understandable. For most ordinary people, having these foods is already a great happiness they can't usually afford. But she has the means, so there's no need to eat hard and bitter. Tong Yuelon gathers all the ingredients, raw or cooked, meat or vegetables, completely clearing the kitchen. She even takes the small medicinal stew simmering on the stove. Then she rummages around, taking 2 small stoves, a full set of pots, bowls, and utensils. There's no need to worry about charcoal. She just collected a lot of silver thread charcoal, enough to last a long time. It's luxurious, but useful. Finally, she even moves the 2 large water jars and the clean water inside into her space. After finishing everything, Tong Yuelon quickly returns to her new house. When she sees the scene inside, she can't help but laugh. The old man with his hair cut off is tied to the bed, unconscious, with a warning letter that Cheng Shua had prepared earlier placed beside him. The idea of cutting off his hair like this was Cheng Shua's plan. Originally, Tong Yuelon wanted to kill the old pervert directly, but Cheng Shua thought that while killing was simple and direct, it would make life difficult for the villagers after they left. Better to teach him a lesson first and give a warning, so he might behave better. Tong Yuelon didn't hesitate and agreed to his idea. She said that if the man shows no remorse, she wouldn't mind playing the role of the enforcer of justice again. After all, they're used to this kind of work. All the valuable items inside the house were gathered and placed on the table. Hee, does this count as breaking the rules? Tong Yuelon casually waved her hand and stored the pile of valuables into her space, teasing playfully. Assisting with your plan is part of my task. I only found these items. I didn't take them. So, it doesn't count as breaking the rules, Cheng Shua answered seriously. Tong Yuelon gave a thumbs up. You're teachable. Ignoring Cheng Shua's expression, she gathered all the screens in the house. After estimating, she decided the screens she had collected earlier were enough. She waved her hand and said, "Time to go, let's leave." Cheng Shua almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Where did she learn these slang words? The worst part was, she used them in the wrong place. At dawn, some early rising servants found their master shaved bald, gagged, and tied to the bed. The household was suddenly awakened to the fact that all their valuables and grain had been stolen overnight. Despite so many guards and attendants, no one noticed anything suspicious, and there were no signs of anyone moving items. The wealthy old master, who narrowly escaped, was trembling with fear after learning what had happened and reading the warning letter. He dared not make any noise or seek revenge. It's a joke. These people are so powerful. If they come again, he wouldn't just lose his hair but his head. It's said that older people fear death more, and this was especially true for the old master. He hadn't enjoyed enough good days and didn't want to meet the Grim Reaper just yet. The matter was suppressed. The old master even called back his son, who was a company commander in the puppet army. They talked for a long time in the room, and afterward, the puppet army commander also became more cautious. Tong Yuelon and Cheng Shua stayed in the town for another day. Seeing that their plan worked and the family didn't retaliate, they quietly left the town at dusk. They traveled quickly, thanks to Cheng Shua learning the steps of the martial art. Originally, Tong Yuelon only taught him the techniques out of curiosity, to see if he was destined to learn. To her surprise, Cheng Shua actually learned it, though his skill was still slightly behind hers. As dawn approached, Tong Yuelon stopped Cheng Shua, who was about to look for a place to stay. She said, "You won't need to trouble yourself anymore. I've prepared a resting place for you." Cheng Shua was surprised. When Tong Yuelon reached out to pull his arm, he reflexively closed his eyes. Tong Yuelon felt a bit helpless. When collecting other objects, as long as they were within 3 meters, she could directly sense them without touching. But to bring someone inside, she had to make contact with that person. Seeing Cheng Shua keep his eyes tightly shut, Tong Yuelon smiled and said, "All right, you can open your eyes now." The first thing Cheng Shua saw when he opened his eyes was a row of screens placed close together. Looking around, he saw a bed, a set of tables and chairs, 2 cages, and even 2 wooden basins. He was surprised and asked, "What is this?" "Yes, these are for you. From now on, you won't need to close your eyes when you come in. But your activity range is limited to this area." Cheng Shua was silent for a long time before bowing and saying, "Shua will not betray your trust, miss. Of course. Now that we are officially disciples, if you dare to reveal my senior sister's secret, be careful, I might take action." "I wouldn't dare, and I never will." "Good. Eat something and rest quickly. From now on, we won't have to travel only at night. If the timing is right during the day, we can walk, which will make us faster." They ate dumplings for this meal, but there were a few more small dishes and 2 bowls of warm bird's nest soup. Tong Yuelon, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened by Little Gray. She immediately looked at the map. About 600 or 700 meters ahead, a group of enemies and puppet soldiers were returning from a raid, carrying stolen goods and grain from the villagers. Some bayonets still had fresh blood on them. Tong Yuelon frowned. They had mostly avoided the enemy's troops along the way because they were in enemy-controlled territory. There were only 2 of them, and if they fought directly every time, they might not make it out safely. Plus, making too much noise would make the road even harder later. Before Little Gray finished speaking, Tong Yuelon jumped out of bed immediately. There was no time to think. She decided to eliminate them first. Tong Yuelon let out a long sigh and sat down on the ground without caring about her image. She was panting and tired, but her eyes sparkled with excitement. Not far from her, Chengwang Shua also looked very exhausted. However, he didn't sit on the ground like Tong Yuelon. Instead, he sat quietly on a stool, with his back to the screen, not even glancing behind him. After resting for a while, Tong Yuelon stood up and said with a smile, "You're pretty good with the submachine gun now. Shooting with it feels really powerful, but we'll be inside for a while longer. The Japanese outside are searching for us everywhere." Chengwang Shua was used to her way of talking and smiled back. "If you have a submachine gun, why bother with a rifle or pistol? That's just silly. Plus, with unlimited bullets, anyone can learn to shoot well." He continued, "Let the Japanese search as long as they want. We'll go out again when we're rested. If we get a chance, we can kill more of them. The more we kill, the weaker their forces become. If there's no chance, we keep moving forward." Although they decided to ambush the Japanese soldiers and puppet troops suddenly, they worked well together. Both had good skills with weapons. They started by taking out the enemy's machine gun team, then used the submachine guns to spray fire without even stopping to change magazines. When the magazines ran out, they quickly swapped to another gun, keeping the attack seamless and overwhelming the enemy. However, the Japanese reinforcements arrived too quickly. They hadn't finished clearing the battlefield and only managed to gather most of their guns and ammo before hiding in a safe space. When Tong Yuelon heard Chengwang Shua say that the bullets were unlimited, she smiled a little awkwardly. "I have some bad news. I made a mistake earlier. I didn't bring enough ammo. Now, we only have enough for one more fight like that." They still had plenty of rifle and pistol bullets, but as Chengwang Shua said, in this kind of battle, who would want to use a rifle or a pistol when they had a submachine gun? Before Chengwang Shua could reply, Tong Yuelon grinned and said, "But I have a good idea. Do you want to hear it?" Chengwang Shua saw her expression and knew she was up to something. He guessed she wanted to get supplies from the Japanese without paying. He asked eagerly, "What's your good idea?" "I'm all ears." Tong Yuelon was pleased with his attitude. He had even learned to flatter her, which was worth praising. Previously, Chengwang Shua always carried himself with the demeanor of a noble son. Even after retreating to the base, he deliberately tried to blend in, speaking and acting more like an ordinary soldier. However, some habits seemed deeply ingrained and would occasionally show up unintentionally. For example, when she accidentally said a rude word, he appeared unaffected on the outside, but the fleeting look of surprise in his eyes made Tong Yuelon realize he was probably thinking, "How can a girl say such coarse words?" At first, he also used various rules to judge their actions. Before doing anything, he would subconsciously consider whether it violated organizational discipline. But since he was ordered to cooperate unconditionally with Tong Yuelon, he wouldn't openly stop her, though he would secretly worry. Most of the time, they were just on the move, constantly focused. Sometimes, she would try to boost her spirits by shooting at some enemies, but she had to wait for the right moment. If she had to walk alongside someone dull and boring, it would be both physically and mentally exhausting. Fortunately, during this journey, as Tong Yuelon gradually let go of her inhibitions and expressed herself freely, Chengwang Shua also started to adjust himself. He worked hard to become more like her in many ways, which made Tong Yuelon feel much more relaxed. "Before I forget, I want to tell you a secret. I'm not just good with pistols, rifles, and submachine guns. No matter what weapon I pick up, I can master it quickly. Within its range, I can almost always hit the target every time." Seeing her expression, Chengwang Shua knew she wasn't lying. After spending so much time together, he knew she had many secrets. But hearing this still shocked him. "You mean all weapons? Including infantry guns and field artillery? And you can still guarantee accurate hits within their range?" Tong Yuelon actually couldn't tell the difference between infantry guns and field artillery, but thinking about her weapon mastery skills, she nodded without hesitation. As long as I get some time to familiarize myself, I'm confident I can be precise. Program Wang Shua was completely stunned. At this time, none of the bases had professional artillery units. Even those with basic training had low accuracy because they lacked the conditions for live-fire practice. Now Tong Yuelon claimed she could hit targets precisely within range, which made her the most valuable talent in any unit. No, even without this skill, her importance was unquestionable. Feeling a bit confused, Wang Shua blurted out, "Are you thinking of getting some cannons and shelling the Japanese soldiers?" "What are you thinking? How can I operate a cannon alone?" Even a military novice like Tong Yuelon knew she couldn't handle a cannon by herself. Even if she could cheat in space, she wouldn't be able to disassemble, assemble, or carry heavy equipment. At least someone would need to fix the gun mount and load the shells. Wang Shua was also too shocked and said something he hadn't thought through. Now he realized, "You mean get some machine guns and grenade launchers?" "Yes. The submachine guns aren't enough. If we had a light machine gun earlier, we wouldn't have needed so much time to finish the fight. And if we encounter a large group of enemies in the future, we could quietly use grenade launchers to take them out, then quickly hide. That's the real way to fight the Japanese. Otherwise, constantly circling around them is too frustrating." "I don't want to end up with cancer because of it," Tong Yuelon said softly, almost whispering the last words. Wang Shua didn't catch her last words clearly, but he didn't mind. The earlier part had already made him very excited. When he was a special agent, dealing with Japanese traders all day felt very frustrating. He only did it to complete his mission for the organization. After his identity was exposed and he retreated to the base, he soon received a new task: to protect Tong Yuelon. He didn't have any complaints about the task. But as a man who wouldn't want to personally go and fight the Japanese, now Tong Yuelon's suggestions suited him perfectly. He immediately smiled and said, "All right, then let's go to the Japanese warehouse and buy some for 0 yuan." In early 1941, most counties in the core area of the Dabi Mountains were still under Chinese military control, but the surrounding lowlands and key transportation routes had already been occupied by the enemy. Luan City, a transportation hub, was home to a garrison of 1 infantry battalion, an armored unit, and an artillery team. The local puppet police force had over 800 members, mainly responsible for patrols and collecting grain. During the day and night, Japanese soldiers patrolled the city, while over 40 guerrilla squads operated in nearby villages. At night, 2 figures avoided patrols of the Japanese and puppet troops, quietly approaching a small house on the south side of the city. They gently knocked on the door. "Who's there?" a low, cautious voice asked from inside the dark house. "Second uncle, it's Nyo. My mother is sick, and I came to the city to ask you for some money to see a doctor. You've got the wrong person. My sister is gone, and there's no one here who can see a doctor. Second uncle, we really have no other choice. We came to find you. Please don't just stand by and do nothing." Tong Yuelon was hearing such down-to-earth secret codes for the first time. She couldn't help but smile secretly, but then she thought that this was real, not a TV drama. There were no fancy secret signals. If someone overheard, it would be exposed. Just then, the door was gently opened. A man peeked out, looked around, and muttered, "You really owe us. Come in quickly." After they entered the house, the man stepped outside again, circled around, then returned inside. He lit an oil lamp and reached out to hold Chung Wangshua's hand. "Comrade, does the organization have a new mission?" Chung Wangshua nodded. "We need to find out the exact location of the enemy's weapons warehouse in the city and the general security around it." "Do you know how much you have learned about this?" The man answered quickly. "The Japanese have a supply base in the north of the city, where they store most of the ammunition and fuel for the Zhonghua battlefield. A few days ago, they brought in a new batch of weapons, but the details are still unclear. The base is guarded by about 300 soldiers from a reinforced infantry company, equipped with heavy machine guns and infantry artillery units. The heavy machine gun squad has 4 Type 92 machine guns, and the infantry artillery team has 2 Type 92 infantry guns. The Puppet Lewin Police Reserve Team, about 400 men, is responsible for perimeter patrols. They are not allowed to enter the core storage area. The man slightly frowned and continued. The enemy's defenses at the supply station are very strict. The guerrilla fighters have tried several times to sneak in, but they suffered heavy losses and didn't even get close to the main storage area. I understand the discipline of the organization, so I won't ask about your mission. But if you plan to attack or infiltrate the station, you must be fully prepared. Otherwise, Chung Wangshua nodded and solemnly saluted. Comrade, thank you for the information. It is very helpful. Please also mark the exact location of the station for us. Also, after we act, the enemy will likely search the city intensively. If possible, please inform the other comrades inside. It's best to stay at home these days until the situation calms down before moving out. After they left, the man blew out the oil lamp and stood motionless in the dark, staring straight toward the north of the city. He didn't know how many comrades were involved in this operation or what the final goal was, but he seemed to already see the outcome. Under such tight defenses, they probably wouldn't come back. After a while, he sighed and quietly left to inform the comrades hiding inside the city, just like him. At this moment, in Lewin City, besides the footsteps of patrolling Japanese puppet soldiers, there was no other sound. Almost all the houses were dark, silent, as if no one was inside. Inside the northern supply station, the high-powered searchlights shone bright white. Under the light, the Japanese patrols moved constantly along their designated routes. Outside the station, Tong Yuelan found a hidden spot. She and Chung Wangshua entered a space through a map, clearly seeing the situation inside. After thinking for a moment, she said to Chung Wangshua, "The enemy's defenses are very tight. If two of us act together, the target will be too large and easier to expose. Also, if we get too far apart, I won't be able to bring you in quickly. So, this time, you'll have to stay inside." Chung Wangshua wanted to object, but before he spoke, his expression darkened. In terms of combat skills, Tong Yuelan's speed and shooting were better than his. In terms of abilities, she had a magic bag that could hide people and store items, along with some powers he still didn't fully understand. Regarding my status, he received orders to fully cooperate with Tong Yuelan's actions. Therefore, he seems to have no right to oppose Tong Yuelan's decisions. Since childhood, Chung Wangshua was raised by his grandmother and has never looked down on any woman. Unlike many men today who see women as subordinate to men, he knows how to respect women. This is one reason why he has been able to get along peacefully and work well with Tong Yuelan for so long. If he were a man with a serious chauvinistic attitude, Tong Yuelan wouldn't tolerate him. Any hint of such behavior would have made him leave long ago. But even though he understands this, he cannot accept the idea of hiding behind others when facing danger. That has nothing to do with gender. And it makes him feel ashamed to see a woman risking her life while he, as a man, hides safely like a coward. I am small, but I practice good footwork. I have the ability to see far in the dark, and I can always hide here safely. So when it comes to sneaking into the enemy's base, it really has to be me. This can only be a one-person fight. Tong Yuelan seemed unaware of Chung Wangshua's changing expression and casually explained, "Afterward, you'll be responsible for checking supplies and maintaining contact with the base. We work together, complementing each other's strengths." Chung Wangshua knew very well that Tong Yuelan was trying to come for him. He, a proud man, was used to being capable, and now he had to rely on a girl several years younger than him to give him words of comfort. He felt truly embarrassed. "All right, no problem. I'll be ready inside at all times. If you need me, just call, and I'll be ready to go immediately." Chung Wangshua quickly adjusted his attitude and said seriously, "Don't rush in blindly when facing danger. Safety first. It's better to take more time. If one day doesn't work, then 2 days, and if 2 days aren't enough, then 3. We have food and water inside, so we're not short on time." At the outer guard post of the supply station, several fake soldiers shivered and stomped their feet to keep warm. It would be great if I had a bottle of strong liquor now. One sip, and I'd feel warm all over. If I keep freezing like this, I might even struggle to hold my gun. If someone shows up, how am I supposed to shoot? Ha, you still dare to think about drinking? Don't forget the time when Ding Lipi was on duty and took a few sips of alcohol, almost getting himself killed. Honestly, I think the enemy soldiers are too nervous. The wall is so high, and there's an electric fence on top. Who can climb over it? Even if someone does, there are so many soldiers inside, and those heavy machine guns are not easy to deal with. When did the new Fourth Army or guerrilla fighters ever come here peacefully? Enough. If you don't want to die, stop talking nonsense. The enemy's affairs are not your business. We carry guns and make a living. Staying honest might keep us alive a few more days. Wait, did you see anyone pass through here? A few puppet soldiers quickly raised their guns. Their hands, already stiff from the cold, trembled even more. They looked around nervously for a while, but saw no one. Who are you trying to scare? Who would be out here in the middle of the night? Really, I just saw a shadow flash by quickly. It moved so fast, even faster than that big yellow dog you had before. Pfft, who can run that fast? You must be freezing or have a fever. Dressed in black, Tong Yulan moved swiftly like a ghost, slipping past the guard post. The defenses inside the station were very tight. Although not quite at the level of a guard every 3 steps and a sentry every 5, several patrol teams of enemy soldiers were constantly patrolling. The searchlights above made everything as bright as daytime. If it weren't for the rigorous training and footwork over these days, even with a map and space to move, it would be very hard to walk quietly inside. The underground worker had only provided the station's location and general troop layout, but couldn't give any detailed information about the inside. Luckily, Tong Yulan had a map. She quickly found the exact locations of 3 warehouses. She also discovered a new feature of the map when it was expanded to a 1-kilometer range last time. With this, she could see through walls into enclosed buildings and even look underground into secret rooms beneath the surface. Without this, she wouldn't be able to know the details of these warehouses before entering. One warehouse was full of oil drums, and outside, there were many sandbags stacked up, probably to prevent accidental fires or explosions from the oil. The enemy's fire positions were set quite far from the warehouse. Another location is the weapon storage, which holds various guns and ammunition. The third is the supplies warehouse, containing food, clothing, and many non-combat items like water bottles and lunchboxes. According to Tong Yulan's idea, she should take everything without hesitation. However, after comparing her space capacity with the size of these supplies, she finally made a difficult decision. Leave no bullets in the weapons warehouse, take as much as she can from the supplies warehouse, and for the fuel storage. Tong Yulan smiled. Since the new year just passed, the townspeople in Luan County probably want to see fireworks. She decided to give them a lantern festival gift. It must be said that the enemy's weapons warehouse is well guarded. Besides continuous patrols, about 10 soldiers stand outside a heavy iron door, with 2 heavy machine guns pointed directly at the entrance. Any attack would come at a very high cost. Of course, Tong Yulan wouldn't foolishly try to break in through the main door. She had already used a map to find several ventilation openings and chose the most hidden one. Quietly, she climbed up and slipped inside through the vent. Cheng Wangshua nervously stood behind a folding screen inside the space. He could feel Tong Yulan coming in and leaving repeatedly. He knew her mission was very difficult, but he could do nothing. He didn't dare make a sound, afraid of disturbing her. This helpless feeling made him feel frustrated. Just as this feeling arose, he heard light knocking sounds outside the screen, as if countless objects suddenly appeared nearby. He believed Tong Yulan had succeeded, but he couldn't see the details or peek outside over the screen. If he could see, he would be surprised to find that outside the screen, it seemed as if an invisible hand was controlling everything. Wooden boxes were neatly stacked, almost touching the ceiling. After a while, the sound stopped, and Tong Yulan didn't come back. Inside the warehouse, Tong Yulan looked at the empty storage with a satisfied smile. She truly managed to leave no bullets for the enemy. She took a few steps to the vent, took out a wooden ladder she had prepared earlier, climbed up, and slipped out through the vent. After pulling up the ladder, she quickly descended and ran toward the supplies warehouse. The defense at this part of the warehouse was much weaker. After entering, Tong Yuelan first took a few water bottles, then kept throwing clothing and food into her space. Eventually, she had to stop, feeling regretful. If she kept going, she and Cheng Wangshua would have no place to hide. There was no time to complain about the system's stinginess. Tong Yuelan quickly left the supply warehouse and found a hidden spot to enter her space. She spoke urgently. "I found the enemy's fuel storage. I want it up. Do you have a way to make a delayed explosion? At least it would give us some time to escape. If not, we'll have to hide inside and wait for the right moment to leave." Making a delayed explosive device is not a problem, but it takes time, and we don't have the materials right now. However, you can take me to see the warehouse. Maybe I can find a way to fix this. Cheng Wangshua sounded excited. He finally had a chance to help and didn't have to wait inside while Tong Yuelan risked herself outside. "Okay, get ready. When I reach the spot, I'll bring you out." Tong Yuelan didn't hesitate. After saying this, she turned and left her space again. About 10 minutes later, Cheng Wangshua suddenly smelled a strong gasoline scent and realized he was inside a warehouse full of oil drums. "You only have 5 minutes. If you can't do it, we might have to stay at the station for a while." Tong Yuelan looked at the map. Several military trucks were heading toward the station. If they were coming to get supplies, once they discovered the theft and sealed the station, they'd have about 10 minutes. If they couldn't leave the warehouse and escape within 5 minutes, they'd have to find a place to hide in her space. Tong Yuelan didn't bother to speak. She immediately grabbed Cheng Wangshua's arm and threw him into the space. Then she quickly left the warehouse and ran towards the outside of the military station as fast as she could. "Who's there?" A soldier on patrol suddenly saw a figure rushing past. He shouted loudly, and with the sound of pulling his gun's bolt, the entire patrol became alert. They chased after the direction Tong Yuelan had gone. Except for the soldier who saw her first, no one else noticed anything unusual. But no one relaxed their guard. Urgent whistles sounded, and searchlights shone in that direction. Guided by the map, Tong Yuelan changed direction and ran toward the guard post. While running, she reached into her space and put on her earring. She didn't have time to hide from the soldiers or jump over the high wall with electric wires. She had to break through directly. Near the gate, a patrol team came toward her. Without hesitation, Tong Yuelan took out her submachine gun and started shooting. Several soldiers were hit and fell to the ground. The others quickly crouched down and started to fight back. Tong Yuelan didn't dodge. She kept running toward the guard post, shooting as she went. She thought there would be a fierce fight at the gate. But after she shot and took down 2 soldiers, she saw the guards trembling and lying on the ground, covering their heads. The gunfire grew louder, and more people shouted behind her as they chased her. Suddenly, a loud explosion lit up the sky with fire, followed by a series of blasts. The military station was thrown into chaos. Tong Yuelan ran out of the station's gate and headed toward the open area outside the city. She couldn't run toward where civilians lived, or they would be in great danger. The sounds of cars and motorcycles grew closer, mixed with shouting and shouting. Tong Yuelan threw her submachine gun into her space, stopped fighting, and didn't dodge. She just kept rushing forward. She estimated she had about 10 minutes left. She reached the shadow of a big tree and disappeared instantly. When the cars and motorcycles carrying soldiers arrived, they found Tong Yuelan was gone. They immediately started a thorough search nearby, but of course, they found nothing. In a small, low house far from the military station, a figure stood quietly in the darkness. He had already informed his comrades in the city to be ready. But after returning, he couldn't find peace. Suddenly, a loud explosion and bright flames broke the peaceful quiet of the town. He took a few excited steps forward, wanting to open the door and look outside, but immediately stopped. He listened quietly to the intense gunfire coming from the military station, tears unconsciously rolling down his face. This must have been an attack on the enemy's oil depot. Judging by the intensity of the gunfire, many people must have gone there. But under the enemy's strong firepower, few would be able to come back safely. He saluted seriously toward the military station, then took off his hat and bowed deeply. Inside, Tong Yuelon was catching her breath and smiling as she said to Chung Wangshua, "We might have to stay inside all day. Let's find a time to go out tomorrow night and figure out how to leave the city." This time, they emptied the enemy's weapons warehouse. Afterward, how to send these supplies out and who to give them to is up to you. We can discuss it later. I need to rest for a while. Chung Wangshua had many questions, but seeing Tong Yuelon so tired, he couldn't ask anything. He just nodded and said, "You rest quickly. Leave these small matters to me." Actually, Tong Yuelon wasn't as exhausted as she seemed. After all the training she had done, her body was quite strong. She wasn't really that tired. She was just eager to negotiate with Little Gray to see if she could get some extra benefits again. She had long felt that the space was too small to hold much. She was hoping that when the system rewarded her again, she could upgrade the space and make it larger. This was also why she had shared most of the space's secrets with Chung Wangshua but still used a screen to separate it. In case the space suddenly expanded, she didn't want to go through the trouble of explaining again. Tong Yuelon watched helplessly as there were still so many supplies left in the warehouse that she couldn't take away. She felt very frustrated. She had taken such a big risk to get into the enemy's warehouse, but because of limited space, she couldn't take everything. Who would understand that kind of frustration? Just imagine a whole warehouse of oil supplies. If they were sent to the base, they could be so useful. Now just a few sounds, and it felt like a huge loss. Tong Yuelon walked over and sat on the bed pushed into the corner, calling for Little Gray. I don't know what is wrong with Little Gray. Suddenly, it turned back to how it was at the beginning, arrogant and very annoying. Tong Yuelon wouldn't spoil it. Recently, Little Gray has been acting a bit spoiled, often disappearing and pretending to be dead. Now, it seems to have the courage to be so arrogant without any reason. Tong Yuelon looked around in surprise, but didn't see anything special. Just as she frowned, she heard Little Gray's voice. She approached cautiously. Behind the pile of cotton clothes, she saw a door that was actually open. She stepped inside and immediately froze in place. In front of Tong Yuelon was a huge space, at least 10,000 square meters, with the height increased from 6 meters to 20 meters. She almost shouted out loud. Now, even if she were at a ghostly airport, she could easily take all the planes in an instant. She forced herself to suppress her excitement and said calmly. Little Gray avoided the question. Tong Yuelon's attention was indeed diverted, but she wasn't satisfied as Little Gray hoped. Instead, she felt a bit annoyed and said, there was silence, as if everything had stopped. Tong Yuelon sighed. After a while, Little Gray's voice finally sounded again. She didn't pay much attention to Little Gray's last words. Even if it really had a way to erase Chung Wangshua's memory, there was no need for that. If it did, it might hinder future cooperation. She was just stunned by the word, illusion, that Little Gray mentioned. The magic that should exist in a cultivation world, Little Gray could use it too. That was truly impressive. This is a powerful weapon. Maybe in the future, she could lead a team of elite soldiers to sneak into the enemy's main camp and work from the inside. Attacking the enemy camp would then become much easier. Moreover, if used properly, this powerful weapon's effect would far exceed her expectations. She needed to think carefully about how to use it. After all, she was a war novice, and such professional matters should be left to experts. But there were still some problems she wasn't sure about, whether Little Gray could solve them. Tong Yuelon was once again shocked, not only because the space's power had become much stronger, but also because Little Gray seemed to have changed completely. After saying this, Little Gray went back into its dead-like state, refusing to answer no matter how Tong Yuelon asked. Tong Yuelon temporarily couldn't think of any other functions she needed and decided to set it aside for now, planning to think it over later. For now, she had more important things to do. The surrounding screen suddenly disappeared. Chung Wangshua looked up and was surprised to find himself in a large place that looked like a warehouse, filled with all kinds of supplies. He didn't dare look further and quickly closed his eyes. It's okay. Open your eyes now. You can move freely here in the future. Tong Yuelan's voice sounded at the right moment. She pointed to a small area enclosed by a move screen and smiled, That will be my resting place from now on. When I find suitable materials again, I will build a restroom for you. For now, you'll have to bear with it." Chengwang Shua was momentarily stunned but then nodded unconsciously. His eyes were already drawn to the pile of wooden boxes filled with weapons and ammunition. So many weapons. How many soldiers could they arm? For the current revolutionary base in Wanxi, this batch of supplies was truly a timely help. All the weapons and ammunition in the warehouse had disappeared. The oil depot was destroyed in an explosion. The Japanese soldiers immediately started rescue efforts, but under the fierce flames and powerful blasts, no one could approach the warehouse, even a little. In the end, not a single oil barrel was saved, leaving only a large pit and over a dozen blackened, burned corpses. That night, the entire county was placed under martial law. All city gates were closed, especially the four main gates: Wooden Gate in the north, Chaojing Gate in the east, Dishing Gate in the south, and Tongji Gate in the west, which were heavily guarded, forbidding anyone from entering or leaving. The western, Bianchu Gate, and the small eastern, Liuda Gate, were not completely closed, but anyone entering or leaving was strictly checked. If anything seemed suspicious, they were immediately arrested. The local people, having lived through years of occupation, had already learned how to cope. They would not dare provoke the Japanese soldiers at this time. Each hid inside their homes, tightly closing doors, willing to endure hunger and starvation rather than step outside. However, the loud commotion at night was impossible to hide. Even if they stayed indoors, the villagers knew something serious had happened at the Japanese military camp. They secretly clapped and cheered, silently praying for more Japanese soldiers to die and hoping that the fighters could withdraw safely. Meanwhile, Tong Yulan, who was always on everyone's mind, was comfortably staying inside her space, cooking porridge. Since leaving Shanghai, I have been constantly busy, every day. It's rare to have a day off, and although it's forced, it allows me to relax a bit. I plan to cook a hot meal with the supplies I found in that old landlord's kitchen to comfort my poor stomach. However, Chengwang Shua is not as relaxed as I am. He is busy counting supplies and making records. He is also thinking about how to deliver these supplies to the base. Currently, the area around Dabi Mountain is controlled by 3 different groups. The county of Lihuang is the headquarters of the Kuomintang government in Anhui province and the military and political center of the Yiyuan border region. Several other counties are also under Kuomintang control. The transportation routes and plains are mainly controlled by Japanese forces, who have strong positions there. The Chinese Communist forces and the Kuomintang often clash in this area. After the Wannan incident, the western part of Anhui, centered around Dabi Mountain, faced heavy military pressure. The local armed groups, like the county self-defense teams, are growing quickly and using the mountain's complex terrain to fight guerrilla wars. Today, the military center of the Western Anhui Revolutionary Base is in Jinzhai, deep inside Dabi Mountain. Given this situation, Chengwang Shua is very concerned about how to transfer weapons and supplies safely. The situation here is very complicated. No one can be sure that there are no enemy spies around. The warehouse of the supply station was emptied recently, and the Japanese will definitely use all their resources to find out where the supplies went. If any clues are discovered, the consequences could be very serious. The best plan is to find a place to unload all the supplies first. Then everyone can split up and act separately. After everything is done, they will meet again. This way, even if something goes wrong, it won't put Tong Yulan in danger. Choosing a place to hide the supplies is easy because it's in the mountains. With Tong Yulan's skills, she can find some hidden caves to store the supplies. But the details of how to carry out the plan must be carefully thought out to avoid mistakes. After eating a warm bowl of porridge and some cooked food I found earlier, I felt very refreshed. Seeing Chengwang Shua holding his bowl, looking uninterested in the food, I couldn't help but smile and say, "There's no supplies, so you're worried. If we had supplies, why would you still worry? Just remember to leave enough weapons and ammunition for us. Don't forget to keep some grenades and shells. Everything else can be sent to the base." Chengwang Shua simply put down his bowl and explained his plan in detail. Inside the Debi Mountains, Tong Yulan repeated, then suddenly remembered that the small Taoist temple where the young Taoist was staying was located in the Debi Mountains. She had originally planned to pass through this area and, if possible, visit the temple. Now that they were splitting up, wasn't this the perfect opportunity? All right, once we reach the Debi Mountains, we will go our separate ways. I will head directly to the temple and wait there. When you bring the people from the base to pick up supplies, I will find a way to tell you where I've hidden the supplies. As for transporting the supplies, we don't need to worry. After all, the mountains are the stronghold's main area. Honestly, Tong Yulan chose to reveal some of her secrets at the northern base mainly because of the leader himself. Such a person made her feel no suspicion or worry, and she respected and trusted him fully. As for the other bases, she was willing to do her best to provide all the supplies she could. But she would never reveal her secrets to the leaders of all the bases. If she did, she would be completely foolish. Now that Chengwang Shua was handling things publicly, she didn't need to hide anymore. That was a good thing. After confirming the plan, before the rewards for this operation were distributed, Tong Yulan decided to carefully think about what equipment or skills she needed most right now. Recently, she had noticed a pattern in the system's rewards. Unless she strongly desired something like her current wish to expand her space, the rewards for killing enemies such as the Japanese soldiers would be to increase the visible map range. Her map radius had gradually expanded to 1.5 kilometers, which was enough for her now.
What she needed most right now was...
Tong Yulan looked at the map. The place where they were now was less than a kilometer from the nearest city gate. She could clearly see that the gate was closed, with many Japanese puppet troops patrolling nearby. There were very few pedestrians on the street. Getting out through the city gate was almost impossible. The city walls, damaged after many battles, were less than 4 meters high. Climbing over the walls to escape was not too difficult. Suddenly, Tong Yulan remembered that she had entered and exited the Japanese warehouse twice through ventilation shafts. This was only possible because she was small. Anyone a bit heavier wouldn't fit, and it would take more time and be more dangerous. If, as Little Gray said, there are other unused functions in the space, could it be possible to change the rule that she can only enter and exit at the same spot? For example, if she expands the range a little, she could enter the space from one place and exit a few meters away. Then, when she reaches outside the ghost warehouse, she could easily use this space function to get inside. She doesn't ask for much, just 3 meters, no, 5 meters. Surely, no warehouse wall is thicker than 5 meters? Tong Yulan became more excited the more she thought about it. She couldn't help but close her eyes, clasp her hands together, and silently pray in her mind. P.S. In August 1938, after the Japanese Army's 10th Division captured Lewin, they systematically destroyed most of the city walls. Only small sections like Yunlu Bridgehead remained. The wall's height dropped to less than 4 meters and were scattered, losing their overall defensive and encircling ability. To introduce the new space function, this part assumes the walls are intact. Cheng Wangshua looked at Tong Yulan's actions with confusion. Was she praying to the gods? The magic skill, inner universe and sleeve, which should only exist in mythological worlds, was beyond his understanding. But the many amazing things Tong Yulan showed made him believe that real fairy magic might exist. Since he saw the full picture of the space, he couldn't compare it to Zhen Yuan Daxian's bag of tricks. He guessed this must be another kind of existence beyond his knowledge, just like Tong Yulan always made him feel they weren't from the same world. But now, Tong Yulan's actions confused him again. Could it be that gods really exist? After a long while, Tong Yulan finally opened her eyes. Her face was bright with a big smile. She stood up, eager to leave the space immediately, but after a moment, she sat back down quietly, her smile never fading. Feeling very happy, Tong Yulan saw Cheng Wangshua looking confused and explained, "I was just praying to the gods to give me a new ability." Cheng Wangshua couldn't help but ask, "And? Did they grant it?" "Of course. They fulfilled my wish and even gave me more than I asked for." Tong Yulan replied proudly, her smile impossible to hide. Just now, Little Gray told her that she truly had a teleportation range of 6 meters. The words carried a sourness like spilled 60-year-old aged vinegar. This made her doubt herself. Could it really be true, as Little Gray said, that she is the daughter of the main system? No, what she wants is to kill enemies and get equipment. That has always been her greatest desire, but the system has never fulfilled this wish. Maybe it's not that she's unwilling, but that she simply cannot. Forget it, this is already quite good. She shouldn't be too greedy. All day, the two of them rested and prepared. Lunch and dinner were cooked by Chung Wangshua. In previous years, they had only eaten a few steamed buns for the New Year's Eve dinner. Now, since the Lantern Festival has not yet passed, and it's still during the New Year period, with free time, ingredients, and cooking tools available, they decided to enjoy two good meals. She didn't expect this noble son from a wealthy family to have good cooking skills. She didn't know when he learned, but Tong Yuelon happily ate while praising him. They would be working together for a while longer, so she needed to work hard to get some benefits for her stomach. Finally, evening came. The two quietly left the space, avoiding patrols, and reached a spot at the base of the city wall far from the city gate. Chung Wangshua looked around, trying to find a good place to climb over, but Tong Yuelon stopped him. "Let me show you my latest ability," she said. She then reached out, grabbed Chung Wangshua's arm, and slipped into the space. Without stopping, she immediately came out again. Chung Wangshua looked at the city wall behind her, and his surprise was obvious. Mountain wall climbing technique? Tong Yuelon nodded mysteriously, feeling very happy inside. She hadn't had a chance to test it before, but now, trying it out briefly, she found this ability was even more powerful than she imagined. From now on, what places could she not go? Even the enemy's main base would be like her own backyard. They hurried all the way to the foot of Dabi Mountain. It was almost dawn. Tong Yuelon took out 2 pistols, several magazines, and a few grenades, handing them over. She also took out a prepared bundle from her space, which contained some dry food, a pot of water, a rope, and a small knife. Chung Wangshua stored the pistols and magazines, then strapped the grenades to his waist. He took the bundle, bowed, and said, "Take care. See you at the temple." Regarding the location of the temple and the simple map, as a qualified former underground worker, he naturally would not leave important notes on himself. He had already memorized everything by heart. Just as he turned around, Chung Wangshua suddenly stopped and said, "Within 5 days, no, 7 days, if I cannot arrive safely at the temple, you should take back all the supplies and go to Taiyuan on your own." All the contact details for the later points are written in the notebook on the table. When you arrive in Taiyuan, inform the local contact person about my situation. The leader will then assign you a reliable contact person. You can hand over the supplies to him then. Tong Yuelon was stunned. She knew that after they split up, without Chung Wangshua's protection, the danger would increase greatly. But she had never thought he might not come back. "Wait, I should go with you to the base. We can find a hidden place to store the supplies in advance. Then you handle the handover and delivery. I will quietly stay out of sight, and there shouldn't be any problem." Chung Wangshua shook his head. He chose to tell her these things just before parting because he was worried she would insist on coming with him if she knew the truth. The situation here is more complicated, and a small mistake could reveal her secret. The location of the temple should be the best choice. Just follow the original plan. I'll go first. When I return, I'll cook a few of my best dishes for you to try, he said, turning to leave without hesitation. No flag planting allowed. Tong Yuelon's heart pounded wildly. She couldn't help but chase after him. After working together for so long, even as a stranger, she couldn't just watch him set a flag and do nothing. She caught up with Chung Wangshua in a few steps, about to speak and stop him again, but from his expression, she realized she couldn't persuade him to change his mind. She clasped her hands, trying to think of a useful plan quickly, when suddenly she touched her finger. A quick thought flashed through her mind, and she asked silently. Holding the ring in her palm, Tong Yuelon said to Chung Wangshua, "Close your eyes. Extend your hand to chest height, fingers spread apart." The word "close eyes" has become muscle memory for Chung Wangshua. He immediately closes his eyes, raises his hand to his chest, and honestly spreads his 5 fingers. Suddenly, he feels as if his left fingers are gently touched, as if something is covering them. But when he looks, he sees nothing on his fingers. When he reaches out to touch, he can't feel anything. That's enough. You can go now. See you at the temple. When Cheng Wangshua opens his eyes again, the figure of Tong Yuelon is gone. He unconsciously rubs his left fingers, feeling as if Tong Yuelon had put something on them. Could that be the legendary protective talisman? Once, Tong Yuelon thought Dabi Mountain was just a slightly taller mountain peak. When planning this mission, she learned that Dabi Mountain is actually a range made up of many peaks, stretching east to west for 300 to 400 kilometers and about 200 kilometers wide from north to south. Fortunately, the small Taoist temple is located on the White Horse Peak, and the military base in western Anhui is near Hui County, close to White Horse Peak. This made their plan possible. However, when the confident Tong Yuelon stood at the foot of White Horse Peak, she finally understood the meaning of hidden among the clouds in this mountain. No wonder the canyon on the north of White Horse Peak is a key route for the troops to cross dangerous mountains and break out of encirclement. It is a primitive high mountain. Without her map, and if she couldn't see those hidden, narrow, and difficult mountain paths, she probably wouldn't find a way up. Comparing these mountain paths with a simple line map, Tong Yuelon realized that the Taoist monks in the temple probably never take ordinary roads. These paths don't overlap at all. So, a temple deep in the mountains, far from human activity, wouldn't have much incense or followers. How do they survive? Maybe they belong to a Taoist sect that advocates monastic retreat and asceticism. Tong Yuelon didn't stay long and started climbing along the simple map drawn by the small Taoist. Though slow and a bit awkward, sometimes needing to use hands and feet, she finally reached a temple after about an hour, just at the edge of her visible map. Seeing no one around, Tong Yuelon quickly entered the space. After drinking a few sips of water and eating a little, she planned to set out again. Suddenly, she gave herself a hard pinch. Was she being foolish? She had forgotten the new function of the space. Maybe she hadn't had enough time to fully understand it, and she didn't think of it right away. No wonder she was so tired after all this time. She tried using her new ability to leave the space. It worked very well. The place she landed was several meters away from where she had stopped before. But when she first came out, she wasn't ready and stepped onto a loose stone, almost losing her balance. Frightened, she quickly slipped back into the space, then came out again and jumped several meters higher. Tong Yuelon was like a child with a new toy, constantly going in and out of the space. As she practiced, her movements became more natural and graceful. If someone had seen her at this moment, they would have shouted in surprise, thinking they saw a fairy or a martial arts master. Such a steep cliff, yet she could step over several meters in one leap without any support. After a while, Tong Yuelon no longer needed the visual map to see the Taoist temple. She was so exhausted she almost collapsed. Well, even though she was teleporting with her space ability, walking uphill was different from walking on flat ground. Overcoming gravity was tiring, which was normal. Lying inside the space, catching her breath, Tong Yuelon realized a problem. She had come up empty-handed and exhausted herself just with her space teleportation. If she stored supplies in the Taoist temple, how would the soldiers from her base carry them back? No, she had to choose a new place to store supplies. Luckily, it was still early. She decided to think of a good plan after reaching the temple. After resting, Tong Yuelon re-entered the space and quickly appeared in front of the Taoist temple. The temple was a floating pavilion built on a sheer cliff, supported by wooden and stone structures. Multiple floors were suspended in the air, with natural caves expanding the space. The main hall blended into the mountain rock, and above it, the large characters Qing Feng Temple were written. Tong Yuelon stood there blankly, her mind involuntarily recalling the phrase following the natural flow, harmony between heaven and man. This temple looked very old. Judging by its size, many Taoist monks must have once practiced here. Now, it was deserted, leaving only the ancient buildings standing on the cliff. Tong Yuelon's eyes suddenly filled with tears. She seemed to see a group of wide-sleeved Taoist priests who, after years of strict practice, resolutely descended the mountain. They carried long swords, fought many bandits with their skills, but ultimately fell under the guns and cannons of enemies. The young Taoist who stayed behind sat alone at the mountain gate day after day, waiting for the return of his elders and fellow disciples. Eventually, he followed the same path as them. Originally, staying here should have made it easy to avoid the chaos of the world and wait peacefully for better times. Tong Yulan knelt on her knees in front of the mountain gate. She didn't know why she was kneeling, but she felt that she had to do so to calm her heart. After a while, she slowly stood up, pushed open the main hall door, and entered. In the center of the main hall was not a statue of the Jade Emperor or the Three Pure Ones, but a portrait. The portrait was of a tall, slender Taoist with a graceful, immortal aura. His expression was calm and peaceful, his eyes clear, and a faint smile played on his lips, as if untouched by worldly dust. Tong Yulan knelt again and bowed 9 times heavily. She had learned some secret teachings from the Taoist temple and was considered an outer disciple. Bowing to the master was proper. But as she bowed, her sadness overwhelmed her, and she collapsed to the ground, crying loudly. After calming down, Tong Yulan decided to store all important items from the Taoist temple into her space. As long as she was alive, she wanted to restore the temple's vitality. If she couldn't survive in the end, she would entrust these to a trustworthy person. She carefully left a space in her storage. First, she took down the master's portrait and hung it inside her space. Then she collected all the books and scrolls she could see. During this process, she never used the visual map function. Such a temple, if viewed without permission, might bring trouble. Tong Yulan thought that after the war, if she couldn't complete her system tasks and return, she could find some orphan children with spiritual energy and hide here together, an excellent escape route. Respectfully, she left the main hall, planning to close the door. As she looked around one last time, she noticed a symbol on the wall corner that matched the one on the paper left by the young Taoist. The symbol was simple and secretive. If you weren't paying attention, you wouldn't notice it. Even if seen accidentally, it was easy to overlook. Tong Yulan stopped closing the door, walked over to the symbol, and carefully searched nearby. Soon, she found an identical symbol. Following the symbols, she continued walking until she reached the back of the side hall. Behind the side hall was a kitchen built inside a cave. The kitchen had a stone trough extending outside, filled with clear spring water. Next to it was a storage cave with grains and pickled vegetable jars inside. She continued following the symbols further back. At the end, she saw a stone wall hidden behind bushes and weeds. Tong Yulan knew this was the destination the little monk wanted to guide her to. However, no matter how she searched, she couldn't find a mechanism to open the stone wall. She had to use her visual map to check. Although she still couldn't find the mechanism, she clearly saw that behind the heavy stone door was a cave. She decided to use her space teleportation ability and instantly appeared inside the cave. The cave was small and empty, with only a table in the middle. On the table were 2 wooden boxes. The first box contained only 2 scrolls of handwritten books. They looked very old, and the pages weren't regular paper but a soft, unknown material that felt like leather. One scroll was called Lian Shan, and the other was Gui Zong. She gently opened one scroll, looked at a little of its content, then gave up in disappointment. The other scroll was the same. Well, this was completely beyond her knowledge. She couldn't understand the content, not even the characters. She opened the other wooden box, which also contained a few books. They looked similar to the one she had received earlier, the one related to stepping on the stars and fighting. This time, she recognized the characters, but still couldn't understand the meaning. Tong Yulan was not someone to get stuck easily. Since she couldn't understand, she simply put both boxes into her space. She checked around again and found nothing else. Only then did she flash out of the cave. It was already dark outside. Tong Yulan didn't stay inside the temple. After leaving the main hall, she entered her space. She had been awake for a whole day and night and was exhausted. She quickly fell into a deep sleep. Perhaps because of daily thoughts and nightly dreams, Tong Yulan saw the ancestor master in her dream. He nodded kindly at her and whispered a few words, but she couldn't hear a single word clearly. She tried to lift her head to listen carefully, but then she fell into a deeper sleep. While Tong Yulan was sleeping soundly, about 20 miles away from her, Cheng Wangshua was running in the dark, holding his left chest and limping. From where he and Tong Yulan parted to Hua County, it was only about 40 miles. Even if he needed to hide, he could reach the military base in Hua County within 2 days. However, Cheng Wangshua's luck was not good. Everything had gone smoothly before, but just before sunset, he ran into a small enemy patrol and a group of fake soldiers. He was alone and couldn't fight dozens of enemies directly. He could have escaped quickly with his fast and agile movements before they noticed him. But when he saw some soldiers tightly and being pushed along in the group, he hesitated. His reason told him that his main task was to protect Tong Yulan and help her with her plans. Everything else had to be secondary. He also knew that if he got into trouble, it would make her mission much harder, especially since she was carrying many secrets. But how could he just watch his comrades being taken away by the enemy, tortured, and then killed? While he hesitated, the enemy patrol was getting closer. Suddenly, one soldier staggered and almost fell. The enemy next to him hit his shoulder hard with a gun. The soldier looked up and glared at the enemy, then lunged forward, biting down on the enemy's throat. No matter how the enemy struggled, he wouldn't let go. Another enemy shouted and stabbed his bayonet into the soldier's back. The soldier's body went limp, but he still kept biting. All this happened so fast. By the time Cheng Wangshua reacted, he had already thrown several grenades. The enemy soldier who stabbed the soldier and a few others nearby were all hit by his shots. Using his agility, Cheng Wangshua moved quickly from one position to another after throwing each grenade, creating the illusion that a group of people was ambushing the enemy. The enemy quickly separated and lay down to fight back. The fake soldiers also fell to the ground and randomly shot around. Cheng Wangshua knew that the illusion he created wouldn't last long. Once the enemy realized the truth, not only would he fail to save anyone, but he might also be caught himself. He quickly ran to the nearby soldiers, used a small knife he had already in hand to cut the rope on one of them, then handed the knife back. He quickly moved aside and threw a grenade to distract the enemy. The soldier, whose ropes were cut, moved fast. He didn't look at Cheng Wangshua but bent down to cut the ropes from several other soldiers. Then he lay down on the ground, picked up a gun from a nearby corpse, and started shooting. When Cheng Wangshua reached for his waist again, he found the grenade was gone. He had to run while shooting with his pistol, shouting, "Quick, scatter and retreat." The experienced soldiers, almost at the same time Cheng Wangshua shouted, grabbed guns from the bodies of the enemies and fake soldiers nearby. They shot while retreating in different directions. Cheng Wangshua sighed in relief. This was the best he could do. If Tong Yulan were here, with her weapons, incredible marksmanship, and ability to hide at any time, it wouldn't be hard to wipe out these enemies, even with only a few of them. The enemy's fire grew more intense. Cheng Wangshua crouched and retreated. Just as he straightened up slightly, a few bullets had already reached him. One bullet, originally aimed at his left chest, seemed to be blocked by something, veering slightly to the left and hitting near his arm on the left side. Another bullet hit his right leg. At that moment, Cheng Wangshua expected his end. He forced a bitter smile, checked his magazine, and decided to save his last bullet for himself. Soon he realized that his wounds weren't as serious as he thought. Especially his right leg, which didn't seem to hit the bone and didn't affect his movement. He tore a piece of cloth from his underwear, tightly bound his right leg, then covered his left chest with his hand. He bent over and used his skills to run toward a safe place. Tong Yulan slept peacefully and soundly. When she woke up, it was already bright outside. She felt a bit dazed, rarely confused about her surroundings. This moment was brief. Soon, she fully woke up and didn't want to cook. She ate 2 buns and drank some hot water, then gave up. At this moment, she surprisingly missed instant noodles, which she didn't usually like. If she had a bowl of hot, steaming instant noodles now, it would be such a happy thing. When going down the mountain, Tong Yulan still used her space teleportation ability, combined with her footwork, drifting down like a streak of blue smoke. If her simple village girl outfit were replaced with a long, wide-sleeved traditional Chinese dress, she would look like a divine being to others. Near the foot of the mountain, she stopped and carefully checked her surroundings with a map. Suddenly, she could see everything within a radius of 1.5 kilometers. After a while, Tong Yulan shook her head. There was no suitable place nearby to store so many supplies. Before expanding her space, she already had 1,000 square meters. Even stacked high, many supplies almost filled the entire space, leaving very little room for her and Chengwang Shua to move. Such a large amount of supplies couldn't be stored in just one or two small caves. She moved to another spot to check again. When she saw two men hunting on the mountain not far away, she immediately hid. This time, she decided to be perfectly invisible when delivering supplies to the base, making sure no one could find her. In the past, Tong Yulan often complained that Little Gray was not helpful enough. Now she suddenly realized that she had already gained a lot without noticing. Her space, visual map, and teleportation abilities were all powerful tools. Her close combat skills and marksmanship also greatly increased her fighting strength. Just like now, without the visual map, it would be impossible for her to find a good place to store supplies alone in a completely unfamiliar mountain. Yet, she found an excellent spot in less than 2 hours. It was a naturally formed large cave with a very hidden entrance. At least, Tong Yulan hadn't seen any signs of people coming in or out. The entrance wasn't big, but inside, there was a different world. The entrance could only fit 2 or 3 people walking side by side. After walking about 10 meters inside, you would see a large cave approximately 120 meters wide and about 80 meters deep. The highest point of the ceiling is at least 20 meters high. This place is big enough. Not only can it hold these supplies, but even more could be stored without any problem. The only problem is that it is very dark inside. But that is normal for a natural cave, not man-made. You also need to think about ventilation and lighting. Thinking about ventilation, Tong Yulan took out a candle from her space. She lit it and slowly walked further into the cave from the entrance. No matter how good the place is, if the air doesn't circulate, anyone who goes in might faint. So, even if she didn't want to, she would have to find another place. Fortunately, her worries were unfounded. The candle burned well, and there was no sign of lack of oxygen. Her breathing was normal, and she even felt a very faint breeze on her face, coming from somewhere inside. The cave walls are honeycombed because of weathering, which helps absorb moisture. Overall, the cave is very dry. Only in one spot, a small amount of water dripped from the rocks, but it didn't affect the dryness of the cave. Nature's craftsmanship is truly amazing. This place can store supplies and also serve as a natural hideout for soldiers. It could easily hold a team of several thousand people. Of course, Tong Yulan only thought about this. She was responsible for passing the supplies and the cave's location to Chengwang Shua. Whether the base would use this as a hideout, how to use it, or when to use it was not her concern. The supplies in her space had already been sorted by Chengwang Shua. His weapons, ammunition, grenades, and enough shells were carefully placed aside. She only needed to take out the rest of the supplies to complete her task. She avoided the damp area and neatly stacked all the supplies in a dry spot. After carefully checking that nothing was missing, she picked up the candle again and headed toward the cave entrance. But as soon as she reached the entrance, she quickly turned back and restored all the supplies in her space. Pretending to be in a TV show, Tong Yulan clumsily cleaned up her traces outside the cave. After memorizing the features of this spot in her mind, she prepared to head toward Huashan County. However, she was a bit confused about the direction and didn't know which way to go to reach Huashan County. From afar, Tong Yulan saw the two hunters again. One carried a gun and held a bloodied animal that looked like a rabbit. The other had no weapon, just a gun on his shoulder and nothing else in his hands. They whispered to each other while looking around. Tong Yulan opened her map and zoomed in carefully, watching their expressions closely. She saw no obvious signs of trouble and decided to wait until they got closer to ask them the way to Huashan County. But suddenly, she felt something was wrong. Although she couldn't tell exactly what, her instincts told her these two people were suspicious. As they approached, Tong Yulan quickly entered her space and observed from inside. She couldn't just act on her instincts alone. She needed to confirm the situation first. The two men came closer. Tong Yulan heard them mention words like gorilla and seeking refuge. She held her breath, trying to listen more clearly. Suddenly, the older man among them said something she didn't understand. Before she could react, the young man slapped him hard. Remember, you're Chinese now. You can't speak your native language in any situation. If you do it again, I'll deal with you. It turned out they were spies from the enemy. Surprisingly, this man spoke Chinese quite fluently, without the awkwardness typical of outsiders. At this moment, Tong Yulan realized what felt off earlier. It was only midday, and these two hunters had just caught a rabbit and finished their work. That was suspicious. All right, since they were enemies and now in her hands, she would send them where they belonged. As they passed by, Tong Yulan suddenly appeared behind them. She swiftly drew a dagger and cut the young spy's neck. Then, with a quick kick, she knocked the older man down. She crouched, pressing the dagger to his throat, and whispered coldly, "Tell the truth. What are you doing in these mountains? Heroine, spare my life. I am just a hunter who came up the mountain to hunt. Here, this rabbit is for you. Please let me go." Ha, these little Japanese soldiers have done their homework. They can even say the old-fashioned term, heroine, which shows they have bigger plans. Spare your life? I can do that, but you must honestly tell me your purpose here. If not, don't blame me for turning you into a human statue. Oh, I forgot. You're just a little Japanese soldier pretending to be Chinese. You probably don't understand what a human statue is. Let me explain. It means cutting off your limbs, gouging out your eyes, ears, nose, and tongue, but still keeping you alive. Don't worry, my dagger is sharp, so it won't be very painful. Tong Yulan pointed to each part of her body as she spoke, making a cold, sneering laugh, thinking she looked like a ruthless villain. Where Tong Yulan pointed, the little Japanese soldier felt a chill and shivered. He is just a businessman, not a soldier or a spy. Because he has stayed here longer, speaks fluent Chinese, and knows local customs, he was forcibly recruited for this mission. He doesn't want to die here, nor does he want this woman to turn him into a human statue. How is Matsushita now? The little Japanese soldier wanted to check on Matsushita, but dared not turn his head. He cautiously asked, "Are you talking about that little Japanese soldier who slapped you? He's already gone to see your so-called Amaterasu. Want to go join him?" "No, I don't dare. I just want to know if I can be spared if I tell the truth. I promise I'll pack up and go back to my country right after, and I won't stay here anymore." When the little Japanese soldier heard that Matsushita was dead, he felt a slight relief.
Good.
Be honest, and I promise not to kill you. Tong Yulan didn't expect things to go so smoothly. Killing Japanese soldiers was easy for her. One strike, no frown. But interrogating someone was truly difficult. That's why she killed the young soldier and kept this person alive. She had to act fierce from the start, not expecting it to work, but now it surprised her. All right, I will tell you. There is a small guerrilla team in the mountains whose leader wants to surrender. No defect. Lieutenant Yamada sent us 2 people to make contact and find out the situation here. When the time comes, we will work together to capture the entire team. I am just a businessman. I have never harmed a Chinese person. Please spare my life. Tong Yulan frowned. It was a serious matter that someone in the guerrilla team wanted to betray and collaborate with the enemy. She didn't understand the situation here and didn't know the best way to handle it. It seemed she could only inform the base. She was worried about whether there was enough time. This couldn't be delayed. Which guerrilla team? What is the name of their leader? How did you plan this? Write down everything you know and give it to me. Tong Yulan slightly turned to block the enemy's view, took out paper and a pen from her space. The enemy didn't think much about how a village girl like her would carry paper and a pen. He looked worried and said, I only listen and speak, I can't write." Tong Yulan almost laughed out loud. "So, She would have to act as a secretary? The enemy saw her put away her dagger, hesitated to stand up, and was afraid to move, worried that any sudden action might cause her to attack him. So, he watched helplessly as Tong Yuelon dragged over a bulging bag from behind him, took out a rope, and tied him up tightly. Now you can talk. If you hide anything or lie, don't blame me for being ruthless. Tong Yuelon didn't tie him up because she was afraid he would escape or attack her. She was worried that if he made any move, she might accidentally hurt him. The enemy desperately told her everything he knew, then looked at her pitifully, begging for mercy. Tong Yuelon felt a shiver of disgust and couldn't help but curse silently in her mind. She found the nearest hidden small cave on the map, stored her 2 hunting rifles and the wild rabbit in her space, then roughly grabbed the rope tied to the enemy and dragged him toward the cave. She didn't kill this little enemy not because of a previous promise. For this disgusting nation, her dictionary has no words like forgiveness or keeping promises. For now, sparing his life was just to hand him over to the people in the base. They should be able to get more information or maybe use him for something important. She threw the little enemy into a cave, carefully checked the ropes on him, stuffed a cloth into his mouth, and tied his mouth with rope. After making sure nothing was missing, she left the cave, dragged the other enemy's body inside, and used a large stone from afar to block the cave entrance. Huishan County is not far from here. As long as she moves quickly, this little enemy probably won't die from thirst or hunger. Forget it, if he can't make it, he deserves it. She can't carry this burden with her, and she definitely won't put him into her space. Although Little Gray has promised that he won't remember anything related to the space after he comes out, she still doesn't want that disgusting enemy to pollute her space. Earlier, she learned the direction to Huishan County from the enemy's mouth. Tong Yuelon didn't dare delay and chose a path without people around. She used her agility and the space's teleportation ability to rush toward Huishan County as fast as possible. Many times, to avoid being seen, Tong Yuelon had to slow down and couldn't use teleportation directly. But her speed was still fast. Near dusk, she was very close to Huishan County. However, the defenses nearby were very tight. Without a pass or proof of identity and guarantee, it was hard to get closer. Tong Yuelon simply found a hidden place to enter her space, planning to wait until dark to sneak in. She wanted to find Cheng Wangshua, tell him about the adjusted storage location of supplies and the matters related to that little enemy. After that, she wouldn't have to worry anymore. But before Tong Yuelon could act, she saw on the map that Cheng Wangshua, tied to a broken wooden board, was being carried over by 2 people. Regarding Cheng Wangshua's arrest, Tong Yuelon was not very worried. As long as he wasn't shot dead on the spot, he would find a way to prove his identity once he reached the base. She only wondered about his current injuries. It was already dark now. The place where Tong Yuelon was located was some distance from the nearest outpost. Cheng Wangshua and the others were even farther away, so no one had discovered them yet. Without hesitation, Tong Yuelon left the space and headed straight for Cheng Wangshua. When she suddenly appeared in front of the 3 people, the 2 men only had time to call out, "Who?" before losing consciousness and collapsing to the ground. She retracted her spray bottle, and with the wooden board, she first put Cheng Wangshua into her space. Then she went to the 2 men and also collected them inside. Seeing that Cheng Wangshua was still in good spirits and probably not seriously hurt, Tong Yuelon couldn't help but tease him, showing no intention of freeing him from the ropes. Cheng Wangshua didn't answer her directly, nor did he ask her to untie him. He looked at the 2 unconscious men and asked, "Why are you here? Are they okay? Don't worry, they're fine. They will wake up in half an hour and won't remember what happened during this time. I have something very important to tell you, so we need to hurry." Tong Yuelon stopped asking about Cheng Wangshua's injuries. Instead, she recounted the details about the 2 enemies, handed him a note with their confessions, and a simple map showing the cave's location. She told him to figure out how to pass the message to the people at the base. Hearing this, Cheng Wangshua became a bit anxious. This matter couldn't be delayed. If anything went wrong, the loss would be huge. Tong Yuelon understood his concern and made a gesture. "Don't worry for now. While those 2 haven't woken up, I have something else to tell you." The temple is very steep and difficult to traverse, not suitable for storing or moving supplies. I found another good hiding spot for soldiers and marked the route. You can take them there directly. After giving him the map of the hiding spot, Tong Yuelon smiled and asked, "Now, tell me about your situation. How did you get? Were you captured by your own people?" "What do you mean captured?" "There was no stretcher, so carrying someone on a board is easy to drop. That's why I used ropes to secure him." "Have you ever seen a prisoner so carelessly?" As long as it wasn't a serious matter, Cheng Wangshua's way of speaking was becoming more and more similar to Tong Yuelon's. Tong Yuelon smiled happily and said, "I saw it coming. That's why I didn't untie you earlier. If I had, I would have had to find a way to fix it later, which is too troublesome. By the way, how did you get hurt? You don't look too badly injured. Why did you need a stretcher? Or was it a broken wooden board?" Cheng Wangshua's eyes slightly narrowed as he remembered what Tong Yuelon did when they parted ways earlier. He hinted, "It's nothing serious, just an encounter with the enemy." He continued, "It's almost like divine protection. The bullet that was shot at my chest suddenly veered off a bit. Also, rifle bullets are very powerful, but when they hit me, they didn't break any bones, and the bullet was very shallow. The two soldiers helped me remove the bullet." He explained, "I accidentally hit a blood vessel, so I was bleeding more than usual. Walking was a bit difficult. When I saw I was in a hurry to get back to the base, the two soldiers carried me here." Is Tong Yuelon the kind of person who does good deeds without seeking recognition? Yes, she really is, just to protect her reputation. But in front of Cheng Wangshua, she had no such worries. She smiled and pointed to her nose. "You should thank me. Do you think I gave you something ordinary? That was a protective magic tool. Without it, you might have already been gone. But you don't need to thank me too much. You're my junior brother. As long as you haven't betrayed your master or caused chaos, it's my duty as your senior sister to look out for you. Moreover, helping you is also helping myself. I don't want to get a new contact person. It would take a long time to get used to them. Who knows if the new contact will be as trustworthy as you. So, for my secret, you also need to protect your own life. And in the future, don't go around planting flags during missions. Protective magic tools aren't invincible. Even the best can't stop a reckless heart that keeps trying to cause trouble." Cheng Wangshua, who was secretly moved, was suddenly cooled down by a splash of cold water. He admitted he wasn't calm enough at the time. If Tong Yuelon hadn't given him the magic tool, he might have already been gone. How could she, without proof of her identity, hand over the intelligence and supplies she received to the base? He doesn't regret his actions. Who can watch their comrades being killed by enemies right in front of them and do nothing? If Tong Yuelon were in his place, she would have made the same choice. Next time, he will think more carefully and try to protect himself better. Indeed, his fate was not only his own but also related to Tong Yuelon's safety. But what does planting a flag mean? Which flag? Tong Yuelon was too lazy to explain. Such casual jokes often went over people's heads and felt dull. It was more fun to tease Xiao Huihui. "By the way, have you finished treating your wound? Won't it get infected?" "It should be fine. The bayonet they used was burned with fire and the bandages are still quite clean. That's good. Time is almost up. I'll send you out now. I'll leave the rest of the work here to you. The hideout's location is very hidden, and you might not find it just with the map. I'll leave some signs to guide you." After Tong Yuelon left, Cheng Wangshua lay on a wooden board, keeping his eyes on two guerrilla fighters. When they both opened their eyes and got up, he continued walking forward as if he didn't notice they had been unconscious for a while. He wasn't curious about why they stopped there either. This made him admire Tong Yuelon's skill even more. At the guard post, with two soldiers protecting them, the group smoothly entered the base. After a complicated identity check, Cheng Wangshua finally met the leader of the base. "You mean, you destroyed the oil depot at Luan County's military station and emptied the enemy's weapons warehouse?" The leader of the base suddenly stood up and slammed his hand on the table. "Good job. No wonder General Chen trained such soldiers. Where are the fighters now? Who is leading them? I will go out to welcome them and have a good drink with him. This time, we were on a special mission. We took the enemy's warehouse when passing through Luan County. Most of the soldiers have already left. The supplies, including several cannons, are stored in a cave on Whitehorse Peak, supporting our Anhui West base. Please send someone to help me move them. All these weapons and ammunition to us? And several cannons. The base leader was first in disbelief, then burst into joy. For the base, this was like a timely rain. He immediately wanted to call the guards and lead a team to Whitehorse Peak himself. Zheng Wangshua quickly stopped him and said, "Our special mission this time is very important and must be kept secret. If it weren't for delivering these supplies to the base, we wouldn't disturb you. Please secretly send someone to transport the weapons back." The base leader nodded and said, "I understand the need for secrecy. I will trouble Comrade Zheng to lead the way. Later, I will send a secret message to Commander Chen to thank him. There's one more important matter. Before I entered the base, a soldier hurriedly told me that they found 2 Japanese spies before retreating. After questioning, they learned that a small team leader of the guerrilla group had defected. All details are in the letter. Also, a prisoner is being held in a cave, waiting for you to arrive and question him carefully." Zheng Wangshua took out a letter he had rewritten before leaving Tong Yuelan's space, which he had discussed with her earlier. This way, he could perfectly explain how he knew what happened after he left. The leader looked at the letter and immediately became serious. "There's no time to waste. I will arrange for people to handle this right away. As for moving the supplies, I will personally lead the team. Comrade Zheng, I'm sorry to ask you to come along despite your injury. It's a minor wound, not worth mentioning." Zheng Wangshua knew that with Tong Yuelan's skills, she would definitely arrive there first and make arrangements. His only task now was to bring the base people over. Night was the best cover for Tong Yuelan. She used her teleportation skill without hesitation, covering over 40 miles in less than an hour. She didn't expect things to go so smoothly. The base needed proper planning and mobilization, which would take some time. It would probably take about 2 days to arrive. So, she thought, why not take this chance to visit Lewin County and see if she could gather some medicine? The more she thought about it, the better she liked the idea. But it was already late, and searching for medicine in the city would also take time. She probably couldn't get back before dawn. So, she decided to rest well tonight and act again tomorrow night. Thinking about the captured Japanese prisoner, Tong Yuelan decided to go and bring him some food and drinks now. She wouldn't be able to show herself tomorrow, and it wouldn't be good to let him starve. This prisoner might still be useful. However, she still felt a bit uneasy inside. She understood that the big picture was important, but overcoming her own inner doubts was another matter. After searching and rummaging in the space, she still couldn't find any food. Those little monsters don't deserve to eat proper food. Oh, right. She forgot that she could survive for several days just by drinking water, so she decided to give them some water. She found a hollowed-out stone outside, poured some leftover well water into it, moved the large stone blocking the hole, and placed the water-filled stone next to the little monster. Without saying a word, she turned and walked away. It was no longer her concern how the bound and gagged little monster would drink water. When he was truly desperate, he would find a way to drink. If he couldn't, it meant he wasn't close to death yet. He could just endure a little longer. She sealed the hole again and returned to her space to do her evening exercises. As her physical strength improved, she increasingly appreciated the close combat skills rewarded by the system. The only limit was her strength, which she could only improve through practice. She also hated that there was no system shop or powerful pills to help her get stronger quickly. Feeling relaxed, Tong Yuelan slept in late the next day. She found no one within 1.5 kilometers outside and didn't bother to leave her space. She lazily cooked some food for herself, planning to act as soon as night fell. After eating, she felt bored and wanted to chat with Little Gray. But it was in a strange mood and refused to come out despite her calls. She could only give up helplessly. She casually glanced at the map and saw a small group of people at the edge. Among them was Zheng Wangshua, being carried on a stretcher. How did they arrive so quickly? Did that mean tonight's plan was ruined? The group approached steadily. When they reached close, she saw no large forces following behind, so they must be a scouting team. They had a clear goal: Under Chung Wangshua's guidance, they headed straight for the cave, where the little prisoners were held. After working together to move the large stone blocking the entrance, they left 2 fully armed soldiers outside to guard, while the rest went inside. After a long time, the people who went in finally came out. They looked serious, with anger and killing intent barely hidden in their eyes. Tong Yulan immediately understood that her previous, unprofessional interrogation only scratched the surface. This matter was probably more serious than she thought. Luckily, she had spared the little monster's life. Otherwise, she might have caused a big problem. A group arrived quickly and left even faster. Tong Yulan was still thinking about how to get close to Chung Wangshua. When she asked when the team transporting supplies would arrive, she saw them quickly gather, escorting the captured little enemy soldiers away into the distance. Only Chung Wangshua and 2 guards remained at the spot. It seemed he guessed her plan. Chung Wangshua slightly raised his voice and said to the 2 guards, "We will probably have to wait here until noon tomorrow. Before then, we should stay in the cave to avoid unnecessary trouble." The 2 guards didn't hesitate at all. They carried him into the cave. Seeing Chung Wangshua make a subtle hand gesture, Tong Yulan couldn't help but give him a silent thumbs up. As soon as night fell, Tong Yulan set out toward Luan County. When she arrived, she found the whole county was very tense. There were more patrols of enemy soldiers and puppet troops on the streets. The houses were dark and silent, as if everyone had vanished. At this time, she didn't want to contact the underground worker anymore. Instead, she focused entirely on finding the enemy hospital. She had searched the warehouse earlier but found no medicine at all. Hospitals, however, should have some medicines. She didn't need to identify each one. She just needed to take everything she could find. With Tong Yulan's speed, searching the entire county wouldn't take long. Yet, after searching everywhere, she still couldn't find any hospital. Luan County was an important transportation hub, and there were many enemy soldiers stationed there. How could there be no hospital? What about the patients and wounded? They couldn't just wait to die. Tong Yulan had to look again at the military supply depot. At first, she had instinctively ignored the depot, thinking that she had already emptied the enemy's weapon warehouses and destroyed the fuel supplies. The remaining military supplies weren't many, so she didn't see the need to go back. Now she realized that it was normal for there to be no hospital in a smaller city, like Luan. But there must be military doctors and medicine somewhere. The question was, where would they store the most critical and scarce medical supplies? The answer was obvious. They wouldn't be stored randomly. They had to be kept in the most protected place, which was the depot she had previously overlooked, the military supply warehouse. Now, the depot's defenses were many times stronger than before. Outside the wall, every few meters stood a fake soldier, with a bamboo whistle hanging around his neck. Whenever the wind moved the grass, he would hurriedly put the whistle in his mouth, ready to sound a sharp alarm at any moment. Inside the wall, the enemy patrols had increased in number and frequency. Sometimes they would patrol in overlapping routes to make sure there were no gaps during shift changes. It could be said that now, both inside and outside the military station, everything was tightly guarded. The only thing that puzzled Tong Yulan was that last time she visited, there were 2 searchlights on the enemy's lookout tower. Now, one was turned off. Only one was left, sweeping the night in all directions. This was quite strange. The patrol force had grown so much, so why was the most important searchlight turned off? It couldn't be that the enemy knew she was coming and deliberately left a back door for her, so there must be some trick. After careful inspection, Tong Yulan almost laughed out loud. It turned out that the situation was actually thanks to her own actions. The power system at this time was not as advanced as in later years. Even in a big city like Shanghai, the power grid mainly covered the concessions and core districts. Suburban areas mostly relied on kerosene lamps, let alone a small county town. The enemy's searchlights depended on gasoline generators. But wasn't all the gasoline stored in a warehouse directly destroyed by Tong Yulan? Now, the only remaining searchlight was powered by a small amount of leftover gasoline. Until new supplies arrived, this situation would continue. Now, with the key areas in the city's searchlights almost out of power, the situation at those strongholds would be even worse. It would be much easier to take down a few enemy positions in the base. Tong Yulan chuckled to herself. In the future, when she went to the enemy's warehouse to steal supplies, she shouldn't just focus on weapons, ammunition, and food. The importance of fuel also needed to be recognized. There was enough space to store everything. If she really encountered a huge warehouse that couldn't be looted completely, she could use the old method, it up directly. Yes, after returning, she should remind Sheng Wangshuo to find a place to buy materials for making delayed action bombs. She should prepare more and store them in her space. They might come in handy someday. Thinking this, Tong Yulan kept moving without stopping. She enlarged the map and searched carefully, inch by inch. Finally, she found the storage place for medicines and medical supplies, hidden inside a secret room beneath the weapon warehouse. All right. She was in too much of a hurry last time and didn't search carefully enough. Next time, she needs to be more thorough, leaving no mouse hole unchecked. However, now the warehouse has more weapons and ammunition, probably just moved in from somewhere else. Could it be that the enemy thinks the most dangerous places are the safest? They didn't move their original supplies and even added more stock. That's quite thoughtful of them. Of course, the warehouse surroundings have been rebuilt. Even tiny gaps are carefully filled. The ventilation openings on the walls are not blocked, but some thick iron bars have been welded across the holes. The spacing is tight enough that even a mouse trying to squeeze through would get scraped. Hee, do you think that can stop me? You have a clever plan, but I have a wall-climbing skill. No, I mean a wall-piercing skill. It's way more powerful than just climbing over walls. Before she learned her new skill, even if she could break through the enemy's defenses and reach the warehouse perimeter, she couldn't get inside. Now, as long as the warehouse wall isn't thicker than 6 meters, it's no problem for her. Once again, she slipped into the enemy's weapons warehouse. She didn't bother with the new weapons and ammo inside, but headed straight to the basement filled with medicines and medical supplies. The basement isn't very big, but it's dry and surprisingly well ventilated. She went straight to the back where several boxes were stored. Opening one, she found it filled with individually wrapped sulfa powder packets, exactly the same as what Lao Lin and the others bought at high prices before. She quickly stored them in her space and carefully set them aside. These are life-saving medicines. Without them, even a small wound could get infected and lead to amputation or death. She casually collected other medicines and medical tools, then returned to the weapons warehouse and took everything without hesitation. Next, she went to the military supplies warehouse and did the same. Satisfied, she clapped her hands and prepared to leave. But just as she was about to step away, she paused. Since she was here, it didn't seem worth just taking these spoils. Maybe she should assassinate a few enemy officers and see if she can also steal the 4 Type 92 heavy machine guns assigned to the machine gun squad, along with the 2 Type 92 infantry guns from the infantry artillery team. Based on previous information, only 1 reinforced infantry squad and 2 small teams are stationed at the military post. The highest-ranking Japanese officer here should be the squad leader. Okay, then I will start by targeting him. Earlier, Tong Yulan mainly focused on searching for supplies. Now, while investigating the Japanese officers, she found 3 ragged, injured men in the basement of a 2-story building. It was clear they had been tortured severely. Above them was the Japanese officers' residence. The Japanese are indeed cruel. They even set up a torture room under their own home. Tong Yulan's principle is that enemies who are traitors deserve to be dealt with, especially if there is a reason to save them, regardless of which side they are on. So, she decided to kill some to save others. However, the more she looked, the more one of them seemed familiar. She just couldn't remember where she had seen him before. In a bedroom on the 2nd floor, a Japanese officer in his 30s was sitting at a desk, writing something. He occasionally picked up a photo frame in front of him, looking at a gentle woman dressed in a kimono kneeling on a tatami mat, with 2 children snuggling beside her. Then he would go back to writing. Tong Yulan observed everything from a distance. Without hesitation, she suddenly appeared behind the officer. Covering his mouth with her left hand, she drew her dagger across his neck. Blood spurted out. She let go, and the officer's head hit the desk, splattering blood onto the photo, turning it red. The seemingly warm scene earlier did not weaken Tong Yulan's resolve to kill. The Japanese who burn, plunder, and commit all kinds of evil on our land, causing countless families to be broken and loved ones to be lost, do not deserve happiness. They only belong in. At this moment, she did not shoot the ordinary soldiers inside the building. It was not out of mercy, but because she wanted to rescue people smoothly without causing more trouble. Before leaving, she could give them a harsh lesson. As for the heavy machine guns and the Type 92 cannons guarded nearby, taking them quietly was too difficult, so she had to give up this plan. In the basement torture room, 3 people tied to a pillar lowered their heads, seemingly unconscious. Tong Yulan carefully chose an angle that looked like she was entering from a torture room door. As she stepped inside, 2 bullets suddenly fired out, and the 2 enemy soldiers inside immediately fell down. Among the 3 people with their heads lowered, 2 heard the sound of the enemy bodies hitting the ground and looked up slightly. One of them, whom Tong Yulan thought looked familiar, saw the blood holes in the foreheads of the 2 fallen soldiers, his eyes brightening as he looked at Tong Yulan. When he saw her appearance clearly, he froze for a moment, then quickly masked all emotion. Tong Yulan put away her pistol, took out a dagger from her waist, and cut the ropes binding the 3 people. The 2 who were awake immediately straightened up, while the other one slumped down softly. "Hurry, help him up and follow me." Hearing Tong Yulan's words, the 2 awake men exchanged a quick glance, hurriedly helped the unconscious person to his feet, and followed her through the open door. Since entering the space, Tong Yulan had been paying close attention to their expressions. She noticed they seemed to be truly lost in a hallucination, calmly accepting their situation. There was no sign of surprise or curiosity in their eyes, and they didn't look around or pay attention to her. Even when she entered and exited the space repeatedly, they didn't notice or glance her way. Wow, this function is really powerful. It saves her from wasting precious spray. Outside the military station walls, Tong Yulan chose a spot to leave the space, holding the previously seized grenade launcher. The grenade launcher had no sighting device. Its angle was adjusted by feel, and beginners usually had less than 20% accuracy. Before entering the city, Tong Yulan had already spent time studying the grenade launcher. Although it wasn't as easy to operate as her usual pistol or submachine gun, she had no trouble using it. She slid a shell into the barrel, aimed at a 2-story building, made a slight adjustment to the angle, then pulled the trigger. The shell roared away instantly. Tong Yulan didn't watch the result. She carried the launcher into the space, jumped a few times, and arrived about 20 or 30 meters from where the shell had been fired. She had already seen on the map that the shot was slightly off, hitting one side of the small building and causing only minor damage. But that wasn't a big problem. The first shot was mainly for practice and to attract the enemy's attention to the building. Tong Yulan aimed at the enemy's weapon warehouse and fired a second shot. This shot was very accurate, but the shell only created a small hole in the concrete building. After 2 shots, Tong Yulan understood the damage this type of grenade launcher could do and felt more confident. The machine guns on the high ground started firing, and a large group of enemy soldiers rushed toward the gate. The entire military station was in chaos. However, when the searchlight shone, everyone saw that both areas were completely empty. At that moment, several shells landed steadily on the 2 Type 92 infantry guns. The gun mounts were shattered, and the barrels twisted and deformed. The explosion from the blast ignited the ammunition, causing secondary explosions that knocked over the nearby gun crews. She initially wanted to destroy the heavy machine guns, but there was no safe place nearby to continue firing. Not wanting to waste a precious opportunity, Tong Yulan decided that the best option was to retreat, especially since she couldn't eliminate all the enemy soldiers who had witnessed the scene. That night, the entire northern part of the city was turned upside down. The enemy soldiers couldn't understand how someone could disappear so quickly after firing shells, leaving no trace behind. The well-maintained weapon warehouse was emptied again, and this time, the patrol soldiers saw no one at all. The most frightened were the enemy soldiers. Such impossible events happening right before their eyes could only be seen as a miracle, perhaps a divine intervention punishing the enemy for their evil deeds. After that night, some enemy soldiers abandoned their guns and secretly slipped away, leaving behind their uniforms. Those remaining became much more subdued and less arrogant in front of the local people. In a small, low house in the southern part of the city, a man looked toward the northern direction and smiled. For some reason, he had a feeling that the recent disturbance was caused by those two people, and he believed they were still alive. That thought made him feel hopeful. At dawn, Tong Yulan arrived at a small cave at the foot of Duoyun Peak. Duoyun Peak, like Bama Peak, is located within Hua County, and the distance between the two mountains is about 6 or 7 kilometers. Tong Yulan chose this place mainly for two reasons. In her view, those who are heavily beaten by the enemy are most likely resistance fighters. However, she didn't have the time or energy to figure out exactly which side they belong to. Huashan County is within the territory controlled by the Anhui West Base area. Whether they head to the base or to areas controlled by the nationalists, starting from here is relatively safer. Also, this place is a bit far from Bama Peak, so the injured people probably won't affect her plans to transfer supplies later. I can only take you this far. These foods, water, and clothing were seized from the enemy. You can rest here for a while. When your injuries improve, you can leave, she said. Tong Yulan pointed to 2 large bundles inside the cave and then handed over a small cloth bag containing bandages, gauze, and some medicine. She turned to leave. "Thank you for saving us," one person said, opening a blanket to help the unconscious person lie down, then bowing in gratitude to Tong Yulan. "Thanks for saving me," another man, who looked somewhat familiar, also expressed his thanks with a fist salute. He then stepped closer and lowered his voice. "Miss, have we met somewhere before?" Tong Yulan looked him over carefully and finally remembered where she had seen him before. When she first arrived in Shanghai, she was followed by someone. Just as she was about to act, she ran into a raid by the 76th Special Service. Based on her principle of fighting against the enemy, she immediately took out the agents, saving him in the process. Unexpectedly, she met him again here and saved him a second time. Later, when talking about Li Mingli, Lin Xiao told her that Li Mingli originally had a deputy named Zhou Jun, who had left Shanghai for unknown reasons. If he had still been there, Li Mingli might not have failed in that operation. It was also then that Tong Yulan learned that Zhou Jun, called Deputy Captain Zhou by the agents, was actually part of the military intelligence service. Tong Yulan kept her thoughts to herself, showing no emotion as she said, "You must have mistaken me for someone else." Without giving him a chance to speak again, she quickly left the cave. Zhou Jun immediately followed, wanting to say more, but in that short time, he couldn't find her outside. His expression was complicated as he turned back into the cave. This person looks very different from the one he thought she was, and her age doesn't match either. But for trained agents like them, disguises are not unusual, and her disguise skills are quite advanced. Her body shape and way of speaking are very similar to the person he remembers. More importantly, her incredible marksmanship, always hitting the target in the forehead, and her special silenced pistol proved she was the one who saved them. He was sure she was Tong Yulan. She actually appeared in this area, which is controlled by the new Fourth Army. Could she have been persuaded to join them? How should he report this to Director Chen? Tong Yulan didn't expect someone she had only met once before to recognize her in disguise. After thinking, she realized it might be related to the gun she used this time. She hadn't used that gun for a long time. After mastering weapon skills, all guns felt the same to her, no difference in accuracy. She only brought it out because of its excellent silencing feature. In the future, she must not use this gun in front of others unless absolutely necessary. Sometimes the world can be surprisingly small. After Zhou Jun returned to the cave, he saw the unconscious man leaning against the wall, eyes slightly open, looking very weak. Another person was crouched nearby, bandaging his wounds. "Brothers, are you?" he started, then suddenly changed the subject. "You two know each other, right? He looks pretty badly hurt. I'll leave these medicines with you. I have to go now. Farewell, See you again. He took some dry food and a pot of water, bowed slightly, and left the cave again. Tong Yuelon quietly watched this scene. She noticed that they all looked very natural, as if they didn't suspect she had just come from a prison cell dozens of miles away. It was as if everything was normal, and she could relax completely. Sometimes, Xiao Huihui seemed unreliable, but in this kind of situation, she was very trustworthy. Zhou Jun carefully left the cave, looked around, and slowly moved towards Xianglihuang County, occasionally glancing back cautiously. His injuries were quite serious. The best plan, as Tong Yuelon suggested, was to rest in the cave for a while before leaving. But he really didn't dare stay here any longer. After returning to Chongqing from Shanghai, he soon received news of Li Mingli's sacrifice. Usually reserved, he drank heavily that night. He felt that if he hadn't been forced to leave because of exposure, and if he had cooperated, Li Mingli wouldn't have taken such risks alone and ended up taking her own life. At the very least, if he had been there to protect her, he might have given her a chance to escape. That night, he probably said things he shouldn't have. In the days that followed, he was in a state of uncertainty, waiting for new orders. When he was finally called back into action, it was Director Chen who summoned him directly. Faced with Director Chen, he didn't hide anything. He told him everything he knew about Tong Yuelon, including details of their first meeting and their brief encounter. He repeatedly described her appearance and figure to the artist. Over time, Tong Yuelon's face and everything related to her became clearer in his mind, as if engraved there. This is why he could recognize her immediately, even though she had undergone a very successful disguise. Later, he learned why Tong Yuelon attracted the attention of Director Chen and even Boss Dai. It turned out that the widely publicized Annihilation battle was actually her solo effort. This was hard to believe, but it was confirmed by more than one witness, making it highly credible. However, since then, Tong Yuelon disappeared without a trace. His team searched all over Shanghai, but couldn't find her. A few days ago, they received reports of several enemy soldiers and puppet troops being wiped out along that route. Afterward, no matter how the enemy searched, they couldn't find the ambush team, and most of the bodies had gunshot wounds to the head. Director Chen thought that if Tong Yuelon was responsible, it made sense. A large group would be hard to hide, but one or two people could easily disappear. So, he sent the only person who had directly interacted with her to investigate. He analyzed all the intelligence he received and mapped out the most likely route Tong Yuelon would take. Using a special passage, he was sent here in advance. But he didn't expect that just upon arriving, he would encounter the enemy on the way to Lihuang County. His team was killed or captured, and none of his comrades survived. He didn't know why the enemy hadn't killed him and had instead detained him and two others in one place. Years of spy experience told him that these two men must have important identities, but since they had only just met and hardly exchanged words, he couldn't tell if they were from Yenin or if the enemy was trying to confuse him with a trick. When Tong Yuelon came to help, he didn't hesitate and quickly helped her lift the third person to leave together. After the danger was over, he knew he had to separate from them as soon as possible. He had originally chased after them to warn Tong Yuelon. No matter what happened in the future, he didn't want this girl who had saved him twice to get into trouble because of her kindness. Now that Tong Yuelon had left freely, it was probably for the best. Regardless of who those two men really were, at least they wouldn't be able to bring danger to her anymore. Inside the space, Tong Yuelon kept a close watch on the three. When she saw Zhou Jun walking slowly and gradually moving out of sight, she stopped paying attention to him. Maybe they wouldn't meet again in the future. In the cave, the two men hadn't spoken. The injured man frowned slightly, his right hand gently pressed on his stomach, seeming to endure great pain. The other man sat opposite him, slightly turned toward the cave entrance, with a very alert look in his eyes. Tong Yuelon didn't notice anything unusual and was about to leave when suddenly her movement stopped. The cave was shallow, with sunlight slanting in from outside, so the light inside wasn't very dark. Tong Yuelon stared intently at the injured man's hand on his stomach. Following his gaze, she saw the other man's left hand hanging down, fingers lightly tapping the ground. She looked back and forth at their hands for a while, finally realizing that these two men weren't just talking. They were secretly communicating using a code similar to Morse code. This was interesting. Ordinary people at this time, without special training, wouldn't know about Morse code or be able to use it skillfully. She had only heard of it in later years, and if she hadn't mentioned it casually with Cheng Wangshua, she might not have recognized it so quickly. So, these two men must have important identities. Zhou Jun probably noticed this too, which is why he left hurriedly after she did, ignoring his own injuries. Now, who exactly are these two? Are they underground agents? Is she still a spy for the enemy? Tong Yuelon was really in a difficult position now. If she could confirm the person's identity, it would be easier. If the person was on their side, she would let Cheng Wangshua pass the message to the people in the base. If the person was a spy for the enemy, it would be even simpler, just 2 bullets could solve the problem. Ignoring the situation was definitely not an option. She knew that many enemy spies disguised as Chinese people had infiltrated during this period. Even after the war and the founding of the country, many enemy agents still hid everywhere. Such people must be dealt with one by one. Kill them if necessary. But how could she tell who was who? She couldn't just pull down someone's socks to check their toes, or even take off their pants to see if they were wearing a special undergarment. Not to mention whether she could really do such a thing. Even if the other person was a spy trying to infiltrate her side or the military, they wouldn't be so foolish. The obvious sign of a special undergarment would have been removed long ago. And if the person was one of their underground workers, such behavior would be too rude. Maybe she should just knock them out and bring them back to Cheng Wangshua, letting him figure out how to identify and handle the situation? But if the person was on their side, taking such a heavy hit might worsen their injuries or even cost them their life. Tong Yuelon thought of several ways and rejected them all. She felt a bit annoyed. If she had known it would be so troublesome, she wouldn't have saved those 3 people in the first place. Of course, this was just her venting her frustration. Next time she encounters a similar situation, she would definitely act if given the chance. In the end, Tong Yuelon could only shake her head helplessly. Forget it. She would waste her precious spray again. Half an hour was enough for her to meet up with Cheng Wangshua. Such matters should be left to professional agents to handle. Outside the cave at Bema Peak, which was once used to hold Japanese prisoners, Cheng Wangshua, despite his leg injury, hobbled back and forth nearby. Yesterday, he used gestures to tell Tong Yuelon that everything was arranged and that she should rest well. But now it was almost 9 in the morning, and he had been standing at the cave entrance for over an hour. She still hadn't appeared. Knowing Tong Yuelon's personality, if she saw that he was clearly waiting for her, she wouldn't stay silent for so long without contacting him. So, she must not be nearby. Something must have happened. Although she understood deep down that unless she was ambushed when unprepared, no one could really hurt her with her skills. Still, she felt uneasy inside. At that moment, Cheng Wangshua suddenly saw Tong Yuelon's figure flicker in the distance, then disappear immediately. His heart calmed down. He quietly spoke to the 2 soldiers standing nearby, who hadn't noticed anything, then hobbled toward the spot where Tong Yuelon had just appeared. When passing by, Cheng Wangshua didn't stop, but kept moving forward until he turned a corner and reached a relatively hidden place. As soon as he stopped, Tong Yuelon pulled him into a space. Pointing at the 2 unconscious people on the ground, Tong Yuelon quickly explained the situation, mainly expressing suspicion about these 2. There was no time for detailed questions. Cheng Wangshua thought for a moment and said, "All right, I'll handle these 2. I have a way to find out the truth. You should go rest now. After we exchange the supplies, I'll give you an answer." After sending Cheng Wangshua and the 2 unconscious people out of the space, Tong Yuelon headed straight to the hidden soldier's cave, leaving signs along the way as agreed. Thinking that Cheng Wangshua had already given the supply list to the base, Tong Yuelon didn't touch the weapons, ammunition, or other items she received last night. She only collected most of the medical supplies and medicines into a large box, then combined it with the supplies she had prepared earlier and stored everything in the hidden soldier's cave. Tong Yuelon still slept deeply. When Little Gray woke her up, it was almost evening. All the supplies in the cave had been moved out, and only Cheng Wangshua was left alone in the large rock cavern. confirming that within a radius of 1.5 kilometers, actually now 1.8 kilometers, there were no other people. Tong Yuelon instantly teleported into the hidden soldier's cave. She had been careless. She knew that if she didn't have a particular prize she wanted at the moment, the system would automatically add the reward to the map's radius. But because she was too tired, she forgot about this, wasting a chance. However, she thought about how she destroyed 2 of the enemy's Type 92 cannons, killed enemy officers and many soldiers, and yet the map only increased by 300 meters. She couldn't help but wonder if the map itself was the real powerful tool. Anyway, she didn't have any special items or skills she particularly wanted right now. Upgrading the map seemed like a good idea. Chen Wangshua immediately gave a thumbs up when he saw Tong Yuelon. How about it? Are those 2 really enemy spies? How did you interrogate them? Did you really their shoes and socks? Or something? Tong Yuelon couldn't help but ask. What did you learn these things from? Looking at toes and... Usually, this is used on the battlefield to identify prisoners and bodies. It is indeed effective, but how could a carefully chosen spy carry such obvious features? It's not a game. Chen Wangshua didn't know how to judge Tong Yuelon. If you say she lacks experience, she knows many things that ordinary people can't access. But if you say she is experienced, she seems to have no basic common sense about some things. However, in a few more months, she should have no more flaws. Isn't this common sense? Tong Yuelon quickly changed the subject. Among the 3 people we rescued this time, the one who left alone, I saw him before when I was in Shanghai. He was a deputy leader of a small team at the Shanghai station of the Military Intelligence Service. He probably recognized me, but I didn't admit it. Chen Wangshua's face immediately changed. For agents who withdraw after their identities are exposed, the Military Intelligence Service does have a history of reusing agents across regions. But this usually applies to high-level agents, especially those with key intelligence or special skills like demolition or code translation, who are given priority. These agents often need to undergo identity reconstruction training at institutions like the Han Training Center, changing their names, origins, and social records to infiltrate under false identities. As the deputy leader of a small team at the Shanghai station, Zhou Junshun belonged to this group. Also, as a spy who entered the Kuomintang army while hiding his identity, he would try to conceal his past even if he recognized someone, never openly revealing his identity. It seems he was on a temporary mission, likely related to Tong Yuelon. It's not that Chen Wangshua is overly cautious, it's because Tong Yuelon is too important. Even a small leak about her secrets would attract many forces. Back in Shanghai, only Li Mingli and Zhou Jun had direct contact with Tong Yuelon. Now, Zhou Jun has traveled a long way here and is acting so conspicuously, which makes people suspect his true motives. When it comes to Tong Yuelon, caution is necessary. Chen Wangshua made a quick decision. We can't delay any longer. We must leave here as soon as possible. During the rest of the journey, try to avoid drawing attention so as not to expose our whereabouts again. You mean Zhou Jun came this time because of me?
But why?
I once saved his life by chance, and after that I never saw him again. Why would he suddenly come looking for me after all this time? Tong Yuelon had always thought of the military bureau as a group of people who would do anything to reach their goals. She was willing to help when it came to fighting the invaders and traitors, but beyond that, she preferred to stay away. I've been thinking about it carefully, Chen Wangshua said seriously. It's probably related to the Yangshipu incident. Back in Shanghai, the only people in the bureau who knew you were Li Mingli and Zhou Jun. Zhou Jun had already returned to Chongqing before Li Mingli's death. Given his position, even if Li Mingli had discovered something, the news wouldn't have reached him. And if the bureau had noticed you back then, they wouldn't have stayed silent. It must have been after the Yangshipu incident that the Shanghai branch sent a report to Chongqing. That's when they decided to find you. But before they could act, you had already left Shanghai with Comrade Lin Xiao. I'm not sure what information they have, but they seem very determined. After all this time, they're still looking for you. Did you accidentally reveal any special ability back then? Tong Yuelon thought carefully and said uncertainly, I was wearing makeup at the time, so even people who had met me before wouldn't recognize me easily. The only possible clue was during the fight. It was too intense, and I didn't have time to reload. When I ran out of bullets, I just switched to another gun. My movements were quick, so they probably didn't notice, but they might have wondered why my submachine gun never seemed to run out of bullets. Also, I used a protective charm. For a short time, the enemy's weapons couldn't harm me, so I had to finish the fight quickly. To them, it must have looked like I was invincible, which could easily draw suspicion. After analyzing it in detail, Tong Yuelon realized that what she once thought was a flawless plan was actually full of risks. If it happened again, she would still choose to defeat the enemy and save people, but she would be much more careful. Back then, she had just gained her weapon mastery skill and was overconfident, thinking that a disguise would be enough to hide her identity. Especially since she was dealing with the Military Bureau, an organization with influence across the country. If they truly wanted to find her, they surely could. Tong Yuelon lowered her head and reflected. She has grown a lot since she first arrived, and is now more thoughtful about her actions. However, when she first entered this world, she was quite naive, especially before fully adapting to this era. She made many mistakes in her words and actions. The cost of making mistakes here is very high. One wrong move could lead to irreversible consequences. Cheng Wangshuo nodded. The protective magic device Tong Yuelon used was indeed very powerful. The kind of magic tool that could make her invulnerable to weapons in a short time would be even more impressive. Anyone who saw it would be unable to stay indifferent. Especially the military authorities, they are now thinking about using her for their own purposes. But if they discover she has become one of their own, they would definitely do everything possible to eliminate her. This matter is too big. We must be very careful. Even if we encounter small groups of enemies on the way, we should avoid them and not act rashly. When we reach the Taihang base, we can ask the local leaders for help. General Chun once told me that only a few people know about this matter, including the 2 leaders of the 8th Route Army headquarters in Taihang Mountain. General Chun had told Tong Yuelon that all information about her would be kept secret, and very few people knew about it. Now that she could seek help from the Taihang leaders, the 2 leaders of the 8th Route Army headquarters are. Tong Yuelon asked eagerly, then heard 2 very famous names. Both now and in the future, these 2 are even more important figures than General Chun. The 100 Regiment's offensive was carried out under their command. All right, I'll follow your plan. We'll just hide and make our way to the Taihang base. Seeing her excited expression that she couldn't quite hide, Cheng Wangshuo felt a familiar feeling again. He often had the illusion that she was not from the same world as himself. That feeling was very subtle. If they hadn't spent so much time together, he wouldn't have felt it. But someone with so many magical skills and special items couldn't be an ordinary person. His job was to do his duty well and not pry into secrets that weren't his to know. The distance from Huishan County to Nanzi Pass is about 900 to 1,000 kilometers. The 2 people don't need to stop for supplies along the way, and with cover provided by the terrain, they can move much faster than ordinary travelers. Even so, it took them nearly 20 days to reach near Nanzi Pass. Nanzi Pass guards the main route of the Jintai Railway. During the Japanese security reinforcement campaign in North China, it was a key defensive point. The Japanese stationed a mobile unit there. The area is full of bunkers, and armored patrols frequently pass through. The Japanese have a no-man's land policy here. When patrols spot suspicious targets, they open fire immediately without giving any chance. Crossing through is very dangerous and often results in casualties. Based on the courier's advice, we can take 3 other established routes to go around and avoid Nanzi Pass, reaching the Taihang base. Tong Yuelon's eyes lit up. A whole unit? Their warehouse must be full of supplies. Perfect. We can't go to the Taihang base empty-handed, right? The successful raid on the Japanese warehouse in Luan City made Cheng Wangshuo realize more of Tong Yuelon's abilities. But her crazy idea still shocked him. Do you know how many people are in a whole unit? That's nearly 4,000 fully armed Japanese soldiers. The guards at their warehouse are far stronger than those at Luan City. It's impossible to sneak in and empty the warehouse or even get close without risking death. I still want to try. If we can supply the Taihang base with so many weapons and ammunition, their strength will increase greatly. That way, we can also kill more Japanese soldiers. I may not have explained clearly enough. A Japanese unit's combat power is very terrifying. To put it simply, normally we would need at least 5 to 8 times the number of troops to fight them. For poorly equipped troops, even 10 times the force might not guarantee victory, especially with heavy casualties. I know you have many extraordinary abilities, but sneaking into their main camp and emptying their warehouse, this is no joke. Cheng Wangshua grew anxious. When they were in Luen, he could only wait safely, while Tong Yuelan took risks. No matter how dangerous her situation was, he felt helpless and couldn't agree to her plan. Tong Yuelan shook her head seriously. I know what you're saying makes sense, and I understand you're thinking about my safety, but I see this differently. The big difference in troop strength isn't about the people. It's about the equipment. The enemy has plenty of weapons and ammunition, heavy firepower, and even air support when needed. That's why they can dominate. With the same equipment, I don't believe our soldiers can't fight those little enemies. If that weren't true, why would I travel all the way to Taiyuan? It's because of the enemy's weapons factory. I may not be strong enough now to do much, but even doing a little can slowly change the balance of power. Think about it. If we could seize the enemy's warehouses and supply our soldiers with their weapons and ammo, especially when their logistics are behind, the battles wouldn't be so one-sided. Our soldiers would suffer fewer casualties. Cheng Wangshua instinctively nodded, then quickly realized that the equipment gap was a real fact. But now wasn't the time to discuss that. How had he been led astray? By Tong Yuelan without noticing. Tong Yuelan quickly took advantage of the moment. You agree I have a point, right? Don't worry, I still have many clever tricks up my sleeve. If I don't empty the enemy's warehouses this time, it would be a failure for me. There's no real danger. From her expression and tone, Cheng Wangshua knew he couldn't persuade her anymore. He had to try to advise her sincerely. If you see that something can't be done, you must not force it. Your safety is the most important. Think about it. There are so many enemy warehouses and even enemy weapons factories waiting for you. Don't take unnecessary risks. Yes, I'm not so reckless as to confront a whole enemy squad directly. My goal is just to sneak in and empty their warehouses, Tong Yuelan said with a bright smile. Don't worry, we have enough food and water. If danger really comes, we can just rest here longer. We'll find a way to escape. She then walked to the wall, hands behind her back, raised her right hand, and pointed at an imaginary map on the wall, as if giving orders. Isn't it true that the enemy wants to trap us with their prison policies, since they built a fortress of plum blossom-shaped bunkers along the railway to block our passage? We will find a way to strike at their foundation. Cheng Wangshua imitated Tong Yuelan's usual tone and said, Miss Tong, is it possible that even if most of the enemy's ammunition is stored in warehouses and transport lines, as long as there are no large-scale battles, the distributed ammunition will be enough for them to last for a while? Therefore, even if we empty a warehouse of supplies, as long as the transport lines remain, it is unlikely that we can completely cut off their resources. Tong Yuelan waved her hand dismissively. If we can't cut off their supplies, then we can try to weaken them gradually. We take more supplies and the Japanese will have less. Then we use the weapons we take to fight back. Perfect plan. During the 100 Regiment's offensive, the 8th Route Army's Jinchaji military region captured Nanziguan. They then destroyed key facilities like the Jintai Railway from Nanziguan to Wanliu, including the Guangdong Railway Bridge and Chengjilong Bottom Stone Bridge, cutting off the Japanese supply lines completely. Later in the battle, the Japanese retook Nanziguan. Because the Jintai Railway's capacity was greatly reduced, they had to build more bunkers and strengthen the cage policy to block the area. The cage policy was a three-dimensional blockade with the railway as the pillar, the road as the chain, and the bunkers as the lock. Nanziguan, being a key point on the Jintai Railway, was heavily defended. On average, there was a bunker every 3 kilometers. The new bunkers were equipped with heavy machine guns, searchlights, and communication devices. Barbed wire fences and minefields surrounded the area, along with blockade trenches, all aimed at strictly cutting off contact between the outside world and the base. With maps and space to move, the threats posed by the bunkers, searchlights, and trenches to the two people were not too great. But the layers of barbed wire and dense minefields made every step very cautious. Tong Yuelon carefully examined the map for the minefield layout. Suddenly, her gaze stopped at a certain spot, and she quickly moved closer in that direction. From the map, she clearly saw tunnels beneath the bunker group. She couldn't tell exactly where they led, only that a few people dressed as civilians were walking toward the tunnel, pushing coal carts or carrying dung baskets. After bringing Cheng Wangshua into the space, Tong Yuelon told him what she saw. Cheng Wangshua thought for a moment and understood. This is probably a group of local people organizing themselves to send supplies like food and medicine to the base. We can follow behind them and pass through this area using the tunnels. Do they hide the food or medicine in baskets or coal carts when they deliver them? Yes, that way, if they encounter the enemy soldiers or puppet troops, they won't be checked carefully. The chances of success are much higher. The villagers really try every possible way to help the fighters at the base. A woman with bound feet hides messages in her foot wrappings. She walks 30 miles under the pretense of going to market or visiting relatives to deliver messages. Children as young as a few years old know how to use signals like breaking branches or placing special stones to warn about enemy movements, passing information silently. To send salt to the fighters, villagers turn it into a liquid and pour it into their clothes. Even in the cold winter, they wear their half-dried cotton clothes and cross the blockade. Digging tunnels to transport supplies is common. To buy time for actions like damaging railway tracks, villagers even took suicidal measures. 17 young people lay down on the tracks to delay the enemy train. Cheng Wangshua spoke with a slightly sad look in his eyes. After the 100 Regiment's offensive, the Japanese army carried out brutal and systematic revenge in the area around Yangtze Pass. Poison gas warfare caused many soldiers and civilians to suffer respiratory failure and die. During large-scale purges, prisoners were buried alive or beheaded. They committed retaliatory massacres against civilians, with brutal methods that are hard to imagine. Villagers were gathered into fields. Men were used as targets for stabbing practice and killed. Women were ganged and then burned to hide the evidence. They enforced the three alls policy: destroy everything, burning 17 villages in just 1 month, stealing all the grain and livestock, leading to widespread famine. They deliberately polluted the Meon River, causing a cholera outbreak in the base. They strengthened military blockades, built more bunkers, and set up high-voltage electric fences to block routes. They also sent armored trains daily to patrol and used 75mm field guns to shell suspicious areas indiscriminately. Despite all this, the resistance of the soldiers and civilians grew stronger. The fighters fought bravely, and the villagers used every possible way to help the base. The tunnels they see now and the villagers transporting supplies are just a small part of their efforts. Tong Yuelon listened silently, unconsciously clenched her fists, and after a moment, suddenly asked an unrelated question. If the military intelligence people finally target me, what do you think they would do? Cheng Wangshua thought carefully before replying cautiously. First, they would definitely try to win you over by any means, offering bribes. If that doesn't work, they might threaten you through your loved ones or close friends. Then they could use various scare tactics. If they confirm you have joined our side, there's a high chance they would carry out secret assassinations using guns, poison, explosions, or other methods after getting approval from their bureau. Tong Yuelon suddenly smiled. Bribery is just about money, power, and beauty. I don't lack money right now, and even if I did, I could just buy what I need from the Japanese at no cost. As for power, as for charm, with beauties like you, it's hard to compete, let alone those ordinary folks. And assassination? That's even less of a concern. First, they'd have to get close to me. Some of her words were spoken very softly, and Cheng Wangshua didn't catch all of them. He only understood that her resistance to bribes and threats was strong, and that assassins wouldn't be able to get close to her easily. Of course, now she was alone, so there was no way to threaten her through family members. He thought he might have been too nervous earlier, worried that such an important protector like Tong Yuelon might be in danger. Before, my strength wasn't enough, so the military intelligence posed a real threat to me. Now, I wouldn't say I'm very powerful, but I can protect myself. So, Why should I worry too much about them tracking my movements based on my actions? I was too cautious before, wasting so many days. This time, I will definitely clear out the Japanese warehouse at Nyangzi Pass. If possible, I'll give them a harsh lesson. Only then can I calm the anger of the martyrs' spirits who are still lingering. Let's go. I know where the nearest tunnel entrance is. This time, we'll use the civilians' tunnel to get through. As for the toll, we'll pay with the heads of the Japanese. The entrance to the tunnel was very hidden. The two carefully entered, then restored the entrance to its original state before moving forward along the tunnel. The tunnel was long, and there was more than one passage inside. Without someone leading the way, even with Tong Yulan's map, it would take a lot of time to find the right exit. During this time, the common people were very cautious, making it hard for outsiders to get close or earn their trust. The two of them didn't want to disturb them and cause trouble, so they didn't use any special skills. Instead, they slowed down and quietly followed behind, taking many winding paths. It took nearly 2 hours before they finally reached the exit. Along the way, Tong Yuelon carefully observed the people in front. They were all very thin, wearing simple and torn clothes. Most of them were women, elderly, or children. There were no young men or strong men. Tong Yuelon understood that once the enemy attacked a village, the first to be targeted were the young men. Those who survived either joined the army or guerrilla groups, or were forced to do hard labor. The remaining people were mostly old, weak, women, or children who could only carry supplies. After they walked a little further away, the two of them left the tunnel. They carefully restored the exit to its original state. Tong Yuelon looked at the map and planned to head toward the enemy's main camp. Suddenly, she let out a quick, worried sound and ran toward the villagers. Chen Wangshua quickly drew his gun and followed her. One of the fake soldiers kicked the leading old man to the ground and angrily asked, "Old man, where's your tunnel entrance?" The old man begged, "Soldier, there are no tunnels. We just can't go on living, so we came out to see if we could find a way to survive." Before he finished, the fake soldier kicked him again, saying, "You're just fooling around. If it weren't for trying to find out about the tunnel, why would we be guarding here in the middle of the night? Speak quickly. Once I find the tunnel and exchange it with the Imperial Army for a reward, I'll share some with you. If you don't talk, don't blame me for being harsh." The old man stopped speaking and glared at the fake soldier with hatred. 2 villagers nearby tried to help him up, but another fake soldier hit them hard with the of his gun, knocking them to the ground. A boy, about 11 or 12 years old, couldn't break free from the soldier's grip. He simply lowered his head and bit the soldier's hand. The soldier yelped in pain and kicked him away, then raised his gun to shoot at the boy's stomach. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. The soldier holding the gun fell to the ground, twitching and silent. The other fake soldiers were so frightened they immediately dropped to the ground, guns pointed upward, eyes darting around nervously. They hadn't even seen the person who fired the shots, but several more gunshots rang out. All the fake soldiers were hit. None of them escaped. They all turned into ghosts, as the enemy called them. When Chen Wangshua saw the villagers surrounded by the fake soldiers, he initially thought about how to silently eliminate these enemies and save the villagers. But when Tong Yuelon had already started shooting, he also quickly fired several shots without hesitation. Before either of them could act further, the young boy nearby scrambled up from the ground, grabbed a gun from the nearest corpse, and, excited and thrilled, tightly hugged the gun. He bent down to pick up a second one. Tong Yuelon quickly told everyone, "The enemy is coming soon. Hurry up and gather all the guns and the money and valuables from the bodies." No one was afraid. Everyone rushed to collect everything as fast as they could. Those who took guns didn't care if they knew how to use them. Even if they had to smash the enemy's heads with the guns, they would do it. "Girl, you all need to leave quickly. We have guns, and if the enemy comes, we'll fight them. The tunnel entrance is just ahead. Qiusheng, hurry and lead them back through the tunnel. Remember to cover the entrance when you go inside," the old man said as he stuffed the money he found on the corpses into the young boy's pocket and reached out to take the gun from him. Qiusheng clutched the gun tightly and refused to let go. "Grandpa, I can use a gun too. You and the others go first." The old man slapped him. It's not the time for talking. Hurry up and get out of here. Qiusheng wanted to say more, but Tong Yuelan stopped him with a hand. Old man, you all go with me. I can take everyone away. After giving a signal to Chen Wangshua, she led the way forward. Chen Wangshua quickly called everyone to follow. The old man was decisive. He knew it wasn't the time for words. If they didn't leave now, the two young people wouldn't leave on their own. If they waited too long, the enemy would arrive, and no one would escape. He carried the dung basket, pulled Qiusheng along, and followed Tong Yuelan. After a few steps, they saw the entrance to the tunnel ahead. After hesitating briefly, Chen Wangshua caught up from behind and went in first. Stop dawdling. Go inside quickly. The old man gently kicked Qiusheng. Then he turned back to the villagers behind and said, Everyone, follow quickly. Seeing everyone go inside one after another, the old man smiled at Tong Yuelan and said, Girl, I used to be a hunter. I know how to use a gun and make traps. You go in first. I will cover the entrance of the tunnel and follow later. Old man, hurry inside. They won't find this place, Tong Yuelan said with a smile, helping the old man and then entering the tunnel together. The old man didn't go far before turning back and realizing he couldn't see the entrance anymore. He gave Tong Yuelan a big thumbs up and said, Girl, you're really impressive. Tong Yuelan smiled but didn't reply. She told everyone to rest for a while, then walked over to Chen Wangshua, pointed at the supplies nearby, whispered a few words to him, and then took a few steps forward, turned a corner, and disappeared from view. Chen Wangshua knew what Tong Yuelan was doing outside but felt worried and helpless. He could only patiently comfort everyone and wait for her to return. He was a bit confused about the current situation. He knew they were all inside Tong Yuelan's magic bag, but the newcomers didn't seem surprised or curious about their surroundings. The situation was very dangerous at that moment. Bringing everyone inside was within his expectations, but he didn't expect her not to knock them out like she did with Xiao Dong and others. Instead, she openly brought everyone in. He didn't doubt the villagers, but since this was such an important secret, he worried it might accidentally be leaked, causing big trouble. He stepped forward to the obvious leader, the old man, and before he could speak or test him, the old man asked, This tunnel was dug by your guerrilla team, right? Don't worry, I've already talked to the villagers. No one will tell outsiders. He then gave a thumbs up again and said, This tunnel is very hidden. Even I don't know where we are now. Looks like that girl was right. Maybe the enemy really can't find this place. Chen Wangshua immediately realized that Tong Yuelan's skill of creating illusions had improved again, allowing her to make illusions. He relaxed and, following her instructions, took some food and water to share with everyone. The old man waved his hands quickly and said, We've already eaten. Just some water is enough. Qiusheng swallowed hard, turned his head to the side, avoiding the food Chen Wangshua offered, then quickly looked back and stared at him eagerly, asking, Can I hold the gun again? I promise I won't break it. Chen Wangshua looked at the guns carefully placed aside by everyone. He put a steamed bun into his hand and said with a smile, Eat this bun. You can touch it as long as you want. Really? Qiusheng's eyes lit up instantly. Yes, we have a secret mission, and we'll leave here soon. We can't take these guns with us. Later, you can find a place to hide them and give them to your familiar guerrilla fighters, or keep them yourself. Not only Qiusheng, but even Grandpa's eyes brightened. Really, you're giving us these? But then his eyes dimmed again. Even the guerrilla fighters, or the base's guns, aren't enough. It's better for you to keep these. Qiusheng shook Grandpa's arm, but after being glared at, he stopped making small moves. He looked at the guns nearby with some reluctance, wanting to reach out and touch them but hesitating. Chen Wangshua directly took the guns and handed them to him. Keep them hidden in normal times. Take them out only when necessary. It was Tong Yuelan's idea to leave these guns for them. To buy time for the fighters to sabotage the railway tracks, 17 young people even lay down on the tracks in a suicidal act of resistance. Just thinking about this made her feel very uncomfortable. These few guns might not be very useful, but sometimes they could save some lives or at least delay the enemy. Plus, with guns, they could get more weapons and ammunition. After leaving the space, Tong Yuelan didn't stay even for a moment. She quickly left before the enemy arrived. She left some things along the way and then changed direction to continue moving forward. When rescuing Qiu Sheng and the others, she could have used the gun provided by the system, but in the end, she chose a regular gun. Because, in such chaotic times, it was actually more advantageous for her to sneak into the enemy's warehouse. Besides, this was just the beginning. It must be said that the enemy reacted very quickly. This area was relatively remote and not a key target for their patrols. Still, even so, an armored vehicle arrived in a very short time. The arriving enemies searched around and found traces left by Tong Yuelon. They followed the trail and soon moved away from the real entrance to the tunnel. Suddenly, the sound of a grenade launcher firing filled the air, followed by the rapid gunfire of heavy machine guns nearby. Soon, flashes of fire appeared in another direction, and the grenade launcher's shells accurately hit the machine guns, causing them to fall silent. The Japanese officer shouted loudly, leading a group of soldiers to go support. However, after running a short distance, the same situation happened again about 400 or 500 meters away. Alarm bells rang everywhere, mixed with the sounds of explosions caused by grenade launchers, machine guns, submachine guns, rifles, and pistols. The entire Japanese troop moved quickly. Colonel Sakata shouted orders, determined to kill all the attacking 8th Route Army soldiers and prevent them from capturing the village again. The Japanese army used the village of Nyangzi Pass as their main base, controlling key strategic points like the Nyangzi Pass station on the Zhengtai Railway and the Manhwa Railway Bridge. This area was the core of their transportation routes and defenses. Their control area included mountain high points around the pass, the valley from the station to the railway bridge to keep the railway open, and the front line at the narrow pass, like the front line near Jingxing. This zone stretched about 3 to 5 kilometers east to west and followed the mountain range north to south, covering about 10 square kilometers. Within this area, the Japanese relied on a triangle-shaped fortress with layered firepower, natural obstacles, observation posts, and positions. The river valley was a weak point that could be exploited. More importantly, they had a dynamic defense system. Their intelligence network could quickly report enemy movements, and armored patrols stationed at the station could reach any part of the area within 30 minutes. When unusual activity was detected, the intelligence system would send early warnings, and armored patrol vehicles would arrive immediately. Attacking Nyangzi Pass directly was very difficult because, after the Japanese strengthened their defenses, any attacking force would be exposed to heavy fire. This kind of careful defense was very effective. However, for Tong Yuelon, it was of little use. Previously, she had to rely on tunnels to avoid the threat of landmines and electrical fences. Now that those dangers were gone, she felt free to move around in her own territory. Tong Yuelon is very clever. Every time she enters a space, she first chooses her next target. After quickly moving into position, she immediately uses a grenade launcher to fire a series of shots. Before the enemy's fire can lock onto her, she has already changed her location. At this moment, the enemy's main camp is filled with the loud sounds of grenade launcher shells exploding everywhere. The observation posts just locked onto a target, but then lost it. Heavy firepower is useless here. The mobile troops are busy running around but can't find the sneak attacker. The whole camp is in chaos. Meanwhile, Tong Yuelon has already left the battlefield. She secretly sneaked into the enemy command near the city's defensive structures. The enemy command is located under the main temple outside the city. It has underground storage built in secret, working together with the command center. The city wall is more than 4 meters thick, and the hollow inside the wall has been turned into storage rooms. Tong Yuelon looks at the angry, ugly face of the enemy commander inside the command center. She also sees the supplies stored in the underground warehouse and inside the wall. She chuckles to herself, knowing she has come for both people and resources. Of course, when she says people, she only means their heads. No, she was wrong. Those little enemies are not even worth calling people. She plans to take their heads, especially that useless enemy commander. As usual, she first takes the supplies, then cuts off their heads. Tong Yuelon is the first to enter the underground warehouse beneath the command center. As soon as she steps in, her eyes light up. She has been to 2 enemy warehouses before, but she has never seen such a rich variety of supplies and such large quantities. This trip was truly worth it. She doesn't even need to mention weapons and ammunition. They are always stored in every warehouse. Besides the common Type 38 rifles, there are many light and heavy machine guns, grenade launchers, mortars, and Type 92 cannons. There are also large amounts of bandages, sulfa drugs, painkillers, and field surgical tools, which are strictly controlled by the enemy. For the base, these are life-saving supplies, far more than what is stored in the small underground room in the town of Lewin. There are also many wool coats, military boots, gas masks, and portable aluminum lunchboxes. Tong Yulan quickly collects everything, not missing a single lunchbox. The space is large now, and she also learned from Chung Wangshua that the aluminum lunchboxes, which she once thought were useless, are highly valuable to the fighters in the base. The powdered milk, sugar blocks, and vitamin supplements are all rare items. It seems this underground warehouse is quite high level, as it has stored many of these good things. There is also a large amount of rice, flour, compressed biscuits, canned food, and salt, which made Tong Yulan very happy. There are field radios, Type 92 single-soldier radios, transmitters, and spare batteries. This base should be able to use them, so she collected them first. Tong Yulan moved through the underground warehouse, collecting everything quickly. She also went upstairs to gather all the supplies stored in the wall closet. She looked at the neatly stacked supplies in the space. Just as she showed a small, satisfied smile, she suddenly stopped. The more she looked, the more she felt something was wrong. She started walking around the supplies slowly. She had to find the problem immediately and fix it right away. Otherwise, it would be much harder to do next time. Maybe the enemy had people watching the warehouse 24 hours a day. When she returned to the weapons and ammunition area, she finally found where the problem was. She had collected quite a few weapons and ammo, but they made up less than half of all the supplies in the underground warehouse. A Japanese battalion has nearly 4,000 soldiers, and based on their firepower and how often they use their weapons, this amount of equipment, especially the ammunition, wouldn't last long. So, there is only one truth. The Japanese warehouse is definitely not just these 2. There must be another, larger storage, mainly for weapons and ammunition. Tong Yulan quickly looked at the map. But, centered on the Japanese command post, within a radius of 1.8 kilometers, there was no second warehouse. If such an important and large storage was not at the main Japanese base, where could it be? She could only use a clumsy method now, expand the map area on foot. It might take more time, but she would find another warehouse. That is where her mission should focus. But before leaving, she had to keep her promise, to take the life of that Japanese commander. Inside the command center, the communication officer and the orderly were scolded so badly by Major Sakata that they couldn't lift their heads. The staff officers nearby kept their heads down, trying not to draw attention to themselves. Good-for-nothings, Major Sakata stood up and slapped one of them hard across the face. All a bunch of useless people. Since the explosion of the first grenade launcher shell, more than an hour has passed. This group of useless people hasn't found a single intruder. They say they haven't seen any enemy traces. So, what do these attacks mean? The destroyed heavy machine guns, the ruined bunkers, and the fallen soldiers, what do they count for? Sakata Gang sat down to catch his breath, then suddenly stood up again. Quick, send orders. All mobile units must rush to the mountain warehouse at the station. These Japanese soldiers are probably fainting, and their real target is that warehouse over there. The soldier responded immediately. Just as he was about to turn to leave, a gunshot rang out. A bullet hit him in the temple, and he collapsed straight down. Sakata moved quickly. He reached out to grab the command knife hanging on the wall. But just as his hand extended, the sound of a machine gun firing erupted. His head was instantly torn apart. When the soldiers outside heard the gunfire and rushed in, the room was left with only a pile of bodies and chaos everywhere. When Tong Yulan sneaked into the command center, she saw a short, fat, ugly middle-aged Japanese soldier shouting loudly at someone in front of him. She couldn't understand what he was saying after listening for a while. Just as she was about to make a move, she suddenly thought of something. She might often sneak into Japanese positions in the future. If she could understand their language, things would go more smoothly. She wondered if, after killing these soldiers, she could be rewarded with language skills. As for why it should be language skills rather than just Japanese language proficiency, who wouldn't want more skills like that? At that moment, the shouting soldier started speaking again. To her surprise, she understood a few very important words: mobile unit, mountain warehouse at the station, target. Before she could think too much about what was happening, she saw the soldier turn to go give orders. She quickly slipped out of the way, shot him in the temple, and then immediately raised her machine gun to sweep the room with fire. Seeing that everyone's heads had been hit multiple times and they were beyond saving, she grabbed the command knife from the wall. She swiftly collected all the documents and maps into her space, then left the Japanese command center before the soldiers outside could rush in. The mountain warehouse at the station? While running quickly, Tong Yuan kept thinking about this. The station is located at the core hub of the Tingtai Railway. The Japanese call it the station, which must mean the train station. That means there's probably a large warehouse nearby. So, as long as she follows the railway tracks to find the station, she will definitely locate the warehouse nearby. This is much easier than aimlessly searching everywhere. News of the command center being attacked spread quickly to all parts of Nyangzi Pass. The mobile units rushed to the scene, sealed off the area, and began a thorough search. Meanwhile, Tong Yuan was getting closer to the station. Nyangzi Pass Station, a key hub along the railway, has a large mountain storage facility. Because it is directly supplied by the railway, it holds a huge amount of ammunition and food, far more than usual bases. The Japanese built the warehouse on steep mountain slopes around Nyangzi Pass, using natural barriers to protect against fire. They connected it to the station and barracks with tunnels, creating a three-dimensional defense system. The main part of the warehouse is deep inside the mountain. It is reinforced with concrete and steel. The entrances are hidden in mountain hollows or disguised as houses. Some tunnels connect with existing Great Wall fortifications. Around the warehouse, there are both visible and hidden bunkers, forming a crossfire network with the train station and Moa Beach barracks. A narrow-gauge railway was also built for transporting supplies. This warehouse is very well defended. The 8th Route Army in the Taihang area tried many times to attack it, but failed because the defenses were too strong and the Japanese firepower was too fierce. Before night, if Tong Yuan wanted to get close to the warehouse, she would have needed more time. But her previous reckless attack, combined with the death of Captain Sakata, the squadron leader, created more gaps in the defenses. This made her movement much easier. She quickly reached the station and successfully sneaked into the warehouse. Looking at everything in front of her, Tong Yuan's first thought was, if I miss this chance, I will definitely regret it so much I'll want to cry. Her second thought was, once these supplies reach our base, even if the enemies only manage to kill a tiny fraction of them, say 1% or even 1,000th, she will still be successful. Yes, the mountain warehouse stores various weapons, but the most stored items are ammunition. Rifle bullets. Since the squadron's ammunition depot is usually stocked according to the division's operational needs for long-term use, the main type stored is the 6.5 by 50 mm Arisaka rounds used by the Type 38 rifle, with hundreds of thousands of rounds stored. Artillery shells, including Type 92 infantry guns, mortar shells, and grenades for grenade launchers. These shells are stored in large quantities because they are easy to transport. Explosives and grenades. The Japanese military use standard Type 97 hand grenades and explosives for engineering purposes, mainly for defending positions and maintaining railways, with large quantities stored. In addition, there were many staple food items, including rice, flour, salt, compressed biscuits, and various canned meats and vegetables. The warehouse also stored some engineering tools, such as rails, sleepers, searchlights, and bridge repair tools, mainly for quickly fixing the Shirtai Railway. Tong Yuan was not picky at all. She opened her arms and ran wildly inside the warehouse. Everywhere she passed, except the ground and mountain walls, everything else was looted. As dawn approached, Tong Yuelon dared not delay any longer. She quickly returned to the tunnel she had previously passed through and entered the small space where Cheng Wangshuo and others were. Her safe return finally eased Cheng Wangshuo's worried heart. Seeing her tired face but bright eyes, he guessed her effort was not in vain. As for why she didn't gather any supplies this time, it was normal. The enemy's main camp was hard to attack, so they had to scout first and plan carefully. Moreover, there were others in her magic bag, so she couldn't act recklessly. Her success in collecting a large variety of supplies made Tong Yuelon very happy. After working all night, she felt no sleepiness. Seeing the elders looking at her with concern, she smiled and sat down beside them. The older woman next to her slightly turned and softly said, "Girl, you must be tired. The stone wall is hard. Lean on me and rest a bit." She then carefully took out half a steamed bun from her pocket and handed it to her. "This bun is made from fine flour. A comrade just forced it on me. I'm not hungry, so I only ate a little. You should eat it quickly." Tong Yuelon looked at the small piece of bun she had torn off, then at the worried look on the woman's face, which was already quite thin, and her eyes full of concern. Her earlier joy disappeared, and she felt a wave of sadness. The woman saw she didn't take the bun and opened her mouth to say more, but the leading older man stopped her with a look. He held the bun in his hand, frozen in place, unsure what to do. Tong Yuelon stood up, went to the side, took out some canned food and more buns, then returned to the group. She handed the buns to each of them, saying, "Auntie, you eat. I still have plenty here." Then he used a small knife to open the can and shared the food with everyone. "The enemies are outside searching wildly. We can only stay here for a while longer and go out later. We got this from the enemies. Hurry up and eat some, so you won't have trouble walking tonight." Grandpa looked at the steamed bun and the can, seeming to think of something. He tore off a piece of the bun and took a small piece of meat from the can to put in his mouth. He quickly handed the can to someone nearby and said, "Listen to your girl. Everyone eat quickly and don't leave anything behind." After eating a few bites of the bun, Grandpa stood up, picked up a nearby gun, and sat next to Tong Yuelon. He whispered, "Girl, I may be old, but my eyes are still good. I can definitely fight the enemies. Count me in later." Tong Yuelon was caught off guard and smiled. "Don't worry, Grandpa. The enemies can't find us here. When it gets dark, we can follow this path back to the tunnel where you came from. But the enemies will be searching everywhere these days, so don't go to the base to deliver supplies for now." Grandpa lowered his voice even more. "Girl, don't lie to Grandpa. We're probably trapped in the tunnel by the enemies, right? I've lived for decades. I just ate a plain bun and some meat from the can. Even if I die soon, it's worth it. When the time comes, I'll fight to kill a few more enemies and avenge Dad and Mom." Cheng Wangshuo quickly stepped in to stop him. "Grandpa, you're mistaken. This place is very secret. The enemies definitely can't find us. Just stay calm and wait until tonight, then you'll see." "Are you telling the truth?" Grandpa looked at them suspiciously. Seeing that they nodded, he quickly looked at everyone's cans and buns, noticing they had already finished eating. He was a bit annoyed and said, "Why did you give us such good food? If you're full, you can still fight the enemies. We're just useless leftovers, not worth eating these." I thought. Tong Yuelon understood. Grandpa probably thought they wouldn't escape this time, so he let everyone eat all the food to have strength to fight the enemies. Of course, he also didn't want to leave anything for the enemies. Her nose couldn't help but feel a little sore. She didn't know what was wrong with her. She was unmerciful to the enemies and traitors, but she couldn't stand hearing these words. Seeing that the somewhat grown-up child Qiuxing had just finished eating and was tightly holding the gun on his lap, she quickly changed the subject and asked, "Can you use this gun?" "Of course," Qiuxing said, holding the gun even tighter. "We agreed I could keep it and I won't take it back. I want to use it to fight the enemies and avenge my parents. Yes, once we give you this gun, we won't take it back." Tong Yuelon saw that the boy was not much taller than a small child, so she waved him over. She took out a gun without bullets and a fully loaded magazine, handing them to him. "You're still young, so this gun might be too much for you now. Here, take this. Remember, Don't try to fight the enemies alone. Protect yourself first, then you can fight more enemies. The boy reached out to take it, straightened his back, and gave a proper military salute. Thank you, sister. I promise. Every bullet will take down one enemy. After that, he moved to his grandfather's side, leaned close, and whispered something in his ear. He stayed awake until he fell asleep, tears in his eyes, still clutching the gun tightly. As night fell again, the villagers followed Tong Yuelan out of the tunnel entrance and found themselves back in the familiar tunnel. They waved goodbye to the two, carrying baskets of manure and pushing coal carts, walking quickly forward. There were several guns hidden in the coal carts, and they needed to get them back quickly and hide them. We need to leave for the Taihang base area soon. There are some things I will tell you in detail on the way, Tong Yuelan said, seeing the villagers had already gone far ahead. She hurriedly told Cheng Wangshua to get moving. Cheng Wangshua didn't ask questions and quickly followed. Although he was a bit surprised by Tong Yuelan's sudden change of mind, he didn't say anything. He thought she must have realized that the situation was too dangerous, which was good. He didn't want her to go alone into the enemy's main camp. From Nyangzi Pass west to the southern guerrilla zone of Pingding County in Shaanxi is about 20 kilometers. It is a tightly controlled area by the enemy. When villagers deliver supplies or intelligence to the guerrilla zone, they often pay a heavy price. But even so, they never gave up their plans. Tong Yuelan originally wanted to rush straight through, using enemy heads to upgrade her language skills. Yes, she had already asked Xiaowei during the day. The reason she could suddenly understand those key words at the enemy command post was because she had received a system reward for language proficiency. Unfortunately, it was a very basic version, like a map, and needed to be upgraded. Now that the enemy's warehouses have been emptied and their top commander has been defeated, this is a rare and valuable opportunity for the 8th Route Army. She needs to quickly deliver this news to the 8th Route Army headquarters in the Taiyang base and hand over the supplies. As for what happens next, with those two leaders present, it's not her concern. To save time, after crossing the enemy blockade into the guerrilla zone, they continued secretly and swiftly headed toward the headquarters in Wuzhensi, Liaoxian. Reaching the headquarters requires crossing the Taihang Mountains, which are 1,500 meters high. The hardest part is from Moshinshan to the Cross Ridge, where the terrain is very steep. The elevation jumps from a 200-meter river valley to 1,570 meters at Moshinshan, with slopes over 35 degrees. Some cliffs require climbing with hands and feet, and the narrow paths are difficult to traverse. The mountain ridges are exposed to enemy fire from nearby towns, and at night, they can only move in darkness without any light. Crossing during the day is almost impossible. Tong Yuelan looked at the dangerous mountains ahead. After thinking for a moment, she brought Cheng Wangshua into her space. The enemy's 3 warehouses at Nyangzi Pass have been emptied by me, she said directly. Before Cheng Wangshua could show surprise, she waved her hand, and Colonel Sakata's command sword appeared in her hand. The enemy's top commander and those in the command center have also been taken out. So, we must hurry to the base and deliver the intelligence and supplies to our leaders as soon as possible. Cheng Wangshua knew how important this information was to the base and understood the urgency. He immediately said, "All right, let's not rest now. After we cross this mountain, we can take a break." "No, I will handle crossing the mountain. That way, we save more time. You rest here first, and once we reach the base, you will need to help with communication and coordination," she replied. Seeing Cheng Wangshua about to object, Tong Yuelan waved her hand. "Enough. Don't waste time now." Then she left the space instantly, using her teleportation ability to quickly climb over the mountain. Cheng Wangshua swallowed his words and closed his mouth in frustration. Actually, he didn't mean to deny Tong Yuelan's decision. He knew her abilities and understood that following her plan was the best choice at this moment. He just wanted to ask if, in areas where special powers weren't needed, there was a way for her to stay in the space and rest, while he carried her forward. After the 100 Regiments War, the Japanese army implemented a cage policy, controlling key passes in the Taihang Mountains. They set up firepower nets to block the mountain roads, creating a guard at the pass situation. The mountain paths became deadly, and climbing during the day was like risking death. The Taihang Mountains are steep, with many large rocks. Climbing requires a lot of energy, and some slopes are steeper than 60 degrees. Climbing at night is even harder, and a small mistake could lead to falling off a cliff. Thanks to Tong Yulan's space teleportation ability, she could avoid the dangers of walking. If she relied only on her physical skills, she wouldn't be in immediate danger, but it would take much longer and be much more difficult. This is why she chose to climb alone. Even so, the nearly 30-kilometer journey took Tong Yulan almost 2 hours. She only managed to cross the most dangerous part just before dawn. When she returned to her space, she felt completely exhausted, as if even lifting her legs was very hard. After drinking a bowl of hot porridge that Chen Shua handed her, she weakly said, "I'll rest for 2 hours first, then we can set out again." Seeing how exhausted Tong Yulan was, Chen Shua silently swallowed the words he almost said. He already guessed that Tong Yulan's universe bag was much bigger than it appeared. Not only had she gone out and not returned with supplies, but he hadn't seen any new items come back either. This confirmed his suspicion. During the incident in Luan County, he knew how disappointed Tong Yulan was that she couldn't bring all the supplies back. So, does this mean her abilities are still improving? He wasn't sure if his idea was possible, but if it was, he would try to share more of the burden in the future, making things a little easier for Tong Yulan. Tong Yulan woke up exactly 2 hours later. When she heard Chen Wangshua's question, she fell into thought. She hadn't considered this kind of operation before, but now she thought it was a very good suggestion. Unfortunately, when asked about Little Gray, the response was that such a creative idea was beyond its understanding. To it, space isn't really a magic bag, so how could someone carry it along? It couldn't even suggest any effective solutions. Tong Yulan felt a bit disappointed. However, there was no time to try different methods now. She decided to focus on completing her current task first. Wu Juanxi village is located in the canyon area on the western side of the Taihang Mountains, along the upper reaches of the Qingzhong River. Surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, it forms a natural barrier. The only way in or out is through a hidden canyon, making it a strong, hard-to-attack fortress. As the headquarters of the 8th Route Army, the village has 3 layers of military defense to prevent enemy infiltration and surprise attacks. The outer layer is blocked by local forces from Liaoxin County, with mobile patrols. The main guard camp, equipped with heavy weapons like machine guns, controls the village entrance. Inside, villagers take turns 24 hours a day to check anyone unfamiliar. A dense network of intelligence and strict identity checks keep outsiders out. Villagers are organized into a secret unit that does not share military information. Any unusual activity is reported immediately through the militia's intelligence network. To enter the village, one needs a pass issued by the 8th Route Army and a villager to vouch for their identity. With geographical isolation, layered military defenses, and a nationwide intelligence system, it's nearly impossible for unauthorized people to approach the headquarters. Therefore, for 2 people without special passes or guarantees, it's impossible to enter the village through official channels. Sneaking in like entering the enemy's base is also not suitable. Tong Yulan felt it would be a provocation. If they couldn't fight back, hiding in the space might get them killed on the spot. But hiding would also reveal the space's secret to everyone and make the situation worse. After discussing, they decided to avoid the outer roads and patrols and sneak in. They planned to identify themselves only when reaching the village entrance, where Chen Shua would hand over a letter written by General Chen to the guards, who would then deliver it to the commander. Avoiding various checkpoints is easy and familiar for both of them. They quickly broke through the outer defenses. However, just as they were nearing the village entrance, Tong Yulan's heart suddenly started pounding very hard. Just now, she realized a very dangerous problem she had overlooked. She can sneak into the heavily guarded enemy command center unnoticed and carry out assassination missions. She can also easily loot enemy warehouses. This means she can ignore defenses and infiltrate anywhere at any time. This is truly terrifying when thought about carefully. If her ability were to be exposed, It could cause many people to lose sleep, and she might become a target herself, possibly facing death without a chance to escape. Fortunately, she didn't choose to directly infiltrate the command center's core location, or she wouldn't even have a chance to regret now. Cheng Wangshua saw her standing still and quickly stopped to ask. Tong Yuelan's expression showed no change. She softly said, "I'm very tired now. I want to rest a bit before making any decisions." Make decisions? What kind of decision are you talking about? Cheng Wangshua asked, confused. It's nothing. Let me think for a moment. Tong Yuelan didn't give Cheng Wangshua a chance to think. She pulled him into her space. But this time, after bringing Cheng Wangshua into the space, she didn't stay. She immediately moved to the other side. She needed some time alone to think carefully. Tong Yuelan knew very well that her ability is a serious threat to anyone. The more powerful a person is, the less they can tolerate her existence. This is human nature. It has nothing to do with personal character or outlook. No one can be completely detached. Who can tolerate someone who can ignore defenses and easily take their life at any moment? If it were her, she couldn't remain indifferent either. She now has two choices. One is to turn around and leave immediately. From now on, her biggest skill is the magic bag. She can still go to Taiyuan and, with the organization's help, infiltrate the arms factory to gather weapons and ammunition, or even the entire production line. She can also move things from the enemy warehouse, but she needs help. The other choice is to continue with her original plan, reveal her secrets within the small scope that General Chen mentioned, and calmly accept whatever consequences follow. Where should she go from here? Seeing Tong Yuelan's unusual behavior, Cheng Wangshua realized that something uncontrollable must have happened. It was probably very serious, or she wouldn't have acted like that just now. After spending so much time together, he knew more and more about Tong Yuelan. At first, she seemed a bit naive and made some obvious mistakes, but over time, she became more careful and thoughtful. On the surface, she still looked like a young girl who easily showed her emotions. But Cheng Wangshua knew that was only because she was comfortable around him and because those were small daily matters. In fact, she had learned to stay calm when facing big problems. For example, she secretly entered the enemy command and killed the highest officer, quietly emptied 3 warehouses of supplies without anyone noticing. Before she told him clearly, he couldn't see any signs of what she was doing. Her expression just now didn't reveal anything suspicious. But Cheng Wangshua knew her well. He was sure something had happened before, and she had just figured it out. There were only 2 things that had happened outside his view. One was her climbing over Mount Taiyang alone, and the other was killing the enemy officer and stealing their supplies. Cheng Wangshua's face suddenly froze. The idea that she had entered the enemy base alone and easily killed their top officer. It was shocking. Realizing how serious this was, Cheng Wangshua fell into deep thought. When Tong Yuelan climbed Mount Taiyang alone, he was worried about her safety and didn't think much about the bigger picture. If he had thought earlier, maybe things wouldn't have turned out like this. His mind told him that the best choice now was to turn around and leave immediately, pretending none of this had happened. As for the weapons, ammunition, and supplies in the space, let Cheng Wangshua worry about that. They could send these supplies out through guerrilla fighters and bases along the way. If needed, they could even pretend that some of the weapons and ammunition were stolen from the enemy's factory. Besides her, Cheng Wangshua was the only one who knew the full truth. Trying to hide it from him now wouldn't work. The only way was to tell him honestly. He would probably support her once he understood how serious this was. But what if he didn't? They definitely couldn't kill him, right? Wujun Sea Village. In the center of the village sits a small traditional building from the Republic era. Inside this 2-story stone and wood structure, there is a combat command room, a secret radio room, and guard barracks. At this moment, 2 men are playing chess in the command room. One man has sunken cheeks, high cheekbones, and weathered, reddish skin from the sun. He is squinting at the chessboard, with many wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, making him look 10 years older than he really is. The man sitting opposite him looks much younger. He is broad-shouldered, strong, with thick muscles and a tall, powerful build. His eyebrows are furrowed deeply, forming a strong V shape. After the older man captures one of his opponent's pieces, he neatly places it next to other spoils on the chessboard. Suddenly, he asks, "Old Pang, where do you think they are right now?" The man called Old Pang lifts his head, eyes sharp, and replies loudly, "Boss, about 20 days ago, they were still in Huishan County. Based on their previous speed, they should reach the Taihang Mountains in 3 or 5 days. But since passing through western Anhui, they haven't caused any trouble. Maybe they are just rushing forward. If all goes well, they should be outside Nuzi Pass in the next 2 days." Unexpected, the boss picks up a chess piece and moves it. They managed to burn down the Sixian area, up the Japanese fuel depot, raid their warehouses, and the next day, they ambushed and killed the Japanese squad leader.
And
Leading such a strong group, what surprises could they have? Maybe right now they are planning to cause more trouble at Nuzi Pass. If there is any news from Nuzi Pass, we will be the first to know. Then we just wait to welcome them. I am curious to see what surprises they will bring us. The message is vague. It only says they are very capable and are still loyal to us. All information about them must be kept top secret. This is the first time something like this has happened. Alert! A guard's voice interrupts the boss. Reporting, "Sir, 2 people without any identification have appeared at the village entrance. They have been controlled by the guard soldiers. There were no weapons or unusual items on them." The man said he had a secret letter personally signed by Commander Chen to deliver to the 2 leaders. The envelope and paper had been checked and were fine. "Please give instructions." The 2 looked at each other. Commander Pang took the letter from the guard, unfolded it, and placed it on the table, turning it so that the letter was facing the leader. The leader quickly read the letter and then stood up. He said, "Speak of the devil, here he is. Old Pang, let's go and meet these 2 comrades." Tong Yuelan stood quietly at the village entrance, looking straight ahead, seemingly not noticing the armed soldiers nearby. She admits she is just an ordinary person. When faced with danger, her first thought is how to protect herself. She doesn't have the selfless spirit of revolutionary elders and is not willing to ignore her own safety. She fights the enemies fiercely because of deep-seated hatred. But she also knows when to retreat and not to fight recklessly when she is weak. It proved she was right. If she had fought from the start, the enemies would have killed her long ago, and her grave would be full of weeds. Now, she can fight her way into the enemy's main camp and escape safely. This time, when she saw the danger of falling into a trap, her first reaction was to step back and protect herself. Even now, she is standing here because she has already thought of a way to retreat. Seeing the 2 leaders walking quickly toward her, Tong Yuelan smiled but remained still, making sure not to do anything that could cause misunderstandings. "Welcome, comrades. We've been waiting for you for a long time," the leader greeted kindly. "Hello, Commander." Tong Yuelan saluted properly. The leader smiled kindly. "You've worked hard. Rest at the guest house first." Reporting to the leader, "We have important information to report immediately and need a private meeting with you," Tong Yuelan said firmly, looking directly into the leader's eyes. "Yes, I plan to donate all the supplies in the warehouse to the base. Additionally, I brought all the documents from the enemy command post. Please review them, both of you leaders." As Tong Yuelan spoke, she waved her hand, and a pile of documents appeared on the table, along with Sakata's command sword. The 2 leaders only showed a slight surprise, then both looked at the items on the table. The senior officer quickly glanced through a few documents. His eyes then focused on the command sword. After a moment, he said to the other leader, "Have the intelligence team translate these documents immediately. Notify the chief of staff and all operations officers to hold a meeting in half an hour." After the other leader left the command room, the senior officer, with a look of apology, said to Tong Yuelan, "The intelligence you brought is very important. We need to hold a meeting soon to plan the next steps. During the meeting, it's best if you rest at the guest house. If you have any requests, just let us know, and we will do our best to help." He also thanked them for donating supplies to the base. "Do you know where your transport team is now? I will send someone to assist them immediately." Tong Yuelan understood that opportunities in battle are fleeting, so she didn't delay. She quickly said, "Can I trouble you to spare a little more time? I want to visit your warehouse right now." It's best if it's empty.
I have a request. Please both of you come with me.
The others, including your guards, should not enter the warehouse. The senior officer didn't hesitate and agreed immediately. He, along with the other leader, who had just returned from outside, took Tong Yuelon to the nearest warehouse, instructing the guards to stand guard outside. Suddenly, as if in a dream, the two leaders watched in amazement as the once empty warehouse was instantly filled with various weapons and ammunition. Before they could speak, Tong Yuelon's voice rang out, "Leaders, this warehouse is too small. It can only hold a small part of the supplies. You need to provide more storage space." The other leader pounded his thigh hard, let out a sigh, and said, "This isn't real ability. It's more like..." He didn't finish his sentence, but turned eagerly to the senior officer. "They've really emptied the enemy's warehouse. Now, since they're short on ammunition, if our team moves in before the enemy's supplies arrive, we can catch them off guard and retake Nuzi Pass, destroying the enemy's cage policy." The boss said nothing, thinking to himself that no wonder they had been so vague all along. Such skills are indeed too complex to explain in a message. This matter should be classified as top secret, and the most elite forces should be assigned to guard her closely to ensure her absolute safety. Seeing the boss lost in thought, Tong Yuelon spoke again. "Commander, I have a request. When the main troops set out to attack the Ladies' Pass, I want to join the fight. I may not have many skills, but at least I can help by lightening the load for the soldiers, so they don't have to carry as much supplies." Hearing this, the boss's eyes lit up. The journey to Ladies' Pass is dangerous, and transporting supplies is the biggest challenge. If they can move lightly, their speed will greatly increase. Speed is crucial in war, and with enough weapons and ammunition, this battle could tear a big hole in the enemy's trap, breaking their economic and military blockade around the base. It's a chance to buy time and let the base grow stronger. "Comrade Tong, how many weapons and ammunition do you have?" "What about heavy weapons?" The commander looked at Tong Yuelon with eager eyes. "There are too many, and because time is short, I haven't had time to organize everything. Please tell me the specific quantities needed for this battle. I will prepare them separately and deliver them to the designated locations in advance. Also, we have received a good amount of food supplies. You need to find a larger warehouse. Before the fight, the soldiers must be well fed to have the strength to fight the enemy." Tong Yuelon suddenly smiled brightly, as if the supplies she provided were not just for the base, but the base had also given her great help and kindness. No one knew that just now, she received a message from Little Gray. Her actions triggered the system mechanism, and the first phase of the mission officially started. The second phase will be issued after the first is completed. Having fought in wars for half a lifetime, the boss, who was used to surviving in gunfire and bloodshed, remained calm and composed. He was not surprised by Tong Yuelon's extraordinary skills, but when he saw her radiant smile, he felt a deep emotion. What a good girl she is, possessing great abilities, but never arrogant or impatient. She doesn't seek credit but feels happy to help the soldiers. No wonder Commander Chen couldn't say it openly, but still praised her highly. If it were him, he would send the most elite troops to her all the way, absolutely ensuring her safety. After this battle, he would make arrangements immediately. After the combat meeting began, Tong Yuelon and the guard were led to the former main guest house inside the village. Soon, a young orderly brought them lunch. The lunch was simple: a flatbread made from black beans, a small amount of cornmeal, and lots of wild vegetables. There were a few pickled vegetables and 2 canned foods, probably leftovers from previous enemy captures. Tong Yuelon knew that the supplies she sent to the base, including food, were stored in a heavily guarded warehouse. This meal was likely the best they could offer at the moment. She casually took a piece of bread and chewed slowly, but her mind kept thinking about her system tasks. From the information she received, the current mission was very clear. Between 1941 and 1942, the base was at its most difficult, with internal and external problems reaching their peak. It was the hardest time in the entire anti-Japanese war. Her task was to help Yenin change the balance of power between the enemy and her side, to end this dark period of multiple crises as soon as possible, starting with local counterattacks and eventually launching a large-scale counteroffensive against Japan. Tong Yuan felt a headache coming on. The system was overestimating her. She remembered from TV dramas that the counterattack phase of the war only began after 1944. Could she really accomplish such an important task on her own? And just in the first phase? Casually chewing her bread, Tong Yuan thought she must be either crazy or the system was. She couldn't help sighing. When she looked up suddenly, she met a pair of eyes filled with anger and blame, staring at her intensely. Tong Yuan froze, slightly confused. She looked at the young, small, thin, and somewhat weak-looking orderly in front of her. The most noticeable feature was her big eyes. What had she done? Why was she looking at her with such a gaze? The young orderly continued to stare at Tong Yuan, tears slowly welling up in her eyes. Tong Yuan felt helpless and looked for help at Cheng Wangshua nearby. Cheng Wangshua also looked surprised. His gaze swept between the two, a hint of understanding flashing in his eyes. Just as he was about to speak, the young orderly's tearful voice broke out. "How can you waste such precious food? The soldiers only get half a gene of black beans a day. We dig wild vegetables and bark every day, but they still can't eat enough. Why are you wasting food?" The young orderly looked very wronged, and her tears finally couldn't be held back. Tong Yuan looked down and saw some black bean cake crumbs on the table and the floor, the largest about the size of a fingernail. Black beans are not very sticky, and there is very little cornmeal mixed into the cakes. If not careful, they break easily when eaten. She was thinking about something earlier and didn't notice these crumbs. Now, seeing the little soldier's sad face, she suddenly felt like she was truly to blame. She quickly picked up a crumb from the table and put it in her mouth, then squatted down to pick up a few larger pieces from the ground. Well, she couldn't eat these, so just before putting them in her mouth, she stored them in her space, pretending to chew and swallow. The little soldier's face finally showed a slight smile. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he said to Tong Yuan, "The squad leader said you are very important guests, but wasting food is also wrong." Tong Yuan nodded sincerely and said, "You're right. Wasting food is shameful. Thank you for your advice. I won't do it again. As a thank you, I want to give you this." She then handed over her own can from the table. The little soldier quickly clasped his hands behind his back, held his head high, and said, "I'm not a kid anymore. I'm also a soldier. We have discipline. He suddenly forgot his words, scratched his head, then quickly lowered his hand and stood straight. Tong Yuan stopped insisting, put the can back on the table, and smiled as she asked, "All right, little soldier. I have a question for you. How long has it been since the soldiers last had enough food?" The little soldier suddenly looked at her alertly, shook his head, and said, "I don't know." After that, he kept his mouth shut and stood quietly to the side until both of them finished eating. When asked, she took away their trays and carefully closed the door when leaving. The room suddenly became quiet again, and Tong Yuan fell into deep thought. She knew that since the system called these 2 years the darkest time of the resistance, the situation in each base must have been very serious. Their living space was shrinking again, and under double blockade, not only weapons and ammunition but also food, clothing, and other supplies were extremely scarce. Under these circumstances, the leader's large-scale, 100 regiments offensive severely damaged the enemy's transportation lines, eliminated nearly 3,000 strongholds, and effectively broke the Japanese army's strategy of blocking the base through the transportation network. They killed or wounded over 25,000 Japanese and puppet troops, captured nearly 300 Japanese soldiers, and over 18,000 puppet soldiers. This battle was called the Sound of Victory in the Cracks, and it greatly boosted the morale of the army and civilians. Not to mention the significance of the 100 Regiments offensive, at least in Tong Yulan's view, it showed that the base was not helpless in a fight. The main problem was that, under double blockades and frequent Japanese raids, survival was very hard. Short-term development was impossible, let alone launching a counterattack. She remembered watching Bright Sword before, where Li Yunlong's independent regiment, during a Japanese sweep, split into small groups and scattered to develop on their own. Later, the regiment's size grew rapidly, and by the time they attacked Ping'an County, the regiment had over 7,000 soldiers. The process was probably very tough, but it proved that the base had a strong mass foundation. They weren't short of people. As long as they had weapons, equipment, and supplies, they could quickly form a new fighting force. As long as there were people, guns, ammunition, enough food, and clothes, the Japanese soldiers were not so formidable. After understanding all this, Tong Yulan felt relieved. She was good at weapons, equipment, food, and clothing. These were her strengths. As for strategy and tactics, she had experienced predecessors who could achieve victory even in desperate situations. That was not a problem. Participating in the fight herself was necessary. Missing out on such a good chance to fight the Japanese would be foolish. Her maps and language skills still needed upgrading. The military meeting lasted a long time. By the time it ended, it was already the next early morning. During this period, commands were quickly sent out to various places. Before the troops moved, supplies like compressed biscuits, canned food, and water bottles were distributed quickly. The soldiers only needed to carry a small amount of weapons and enough rations. Depending on the distance, they would choose different departure times. Tong Yulan's task was simple. Follow the plan to go to designated locations, leave an equal amount of weapons and ammunition according to the list, and the troops would pick up their supplies upon arrival. Most of the weapons did not require her to think about recovering them. According to the leader, they were simply handed out to the soldiers for use, saving them the trouble of going to the command post to pick them up. Only heavy artillery needed her help to deploy in case of urgent retreat. Tong Yulan did not mention using space to help transport troops. This was not an ambush battle, and each unit had its own plans and specific arrival times. Doing so might disrupt the entire battle arrangement. Perhaps she could consider it if the opportunity arises in the future. After discussing some details with Tong Yulan, the leader made a thorough and careful plan. She only needed to drop off the supplies at the designated time and place, without worrying about handovers. This way, her secret could be kept safe as much as possible. To coordinate with the main force, Tong Yulan no longer needed to rush to the location. She realized that their previous route to the command post was not the best choice. According to the marching route, they didn't have to cross the Moth Mountain and the Cross Mountain sections to reach Nuzi Pass. This made the journey much easier for her. At this time, Cheng Wangshua played a key role. He used the locations and arrival times, combined with the map and Tong Yulan's abilities, to create a detailed and optimal route. When they arrived at the first supply point, Tong Yulan clearly saw on the map that the soldiers waiting to receive equipment had already arrived. They were not far from the location, but she couldn't see the details of the area. She followed the list to take out supplies, while Cheng Wangshua quickly checked and counted everything. Within a few minutes, all supplies were in place. They quickly left and headed to the next location. On the way, Tong Yulan saw on the map that, 10 minutes after they left, the original waiting team had already arrived at the supply point. The soldiers moved quickly but calmly. They quickly equipped themselves, said nothing, and made no unnecessary actions. Yet, everyone's face showed a restrained joy. Tong Yulan kept moving to each target location, repeating the same actions. Soon, each well-equipped team headed smoothly to their designated battle spots. After distributing all supplies within the scheduled time, Tong Yulan's first task was complete. Launching a large-scale battle is not an easy task. Although the distance between the two locations is only 300 kilometers, the shortcut requires crossing the Seda railway blockade, which is very difficult and has a high risk of soldier casualties. Alternatively, going around the northern route through the Yuxian Mountains would increase the march distance to 400 kilometers. Therefore, even if all troops march lightly and quickly, it will take more than 10 days to reach Nianzi Pass. Since the enemy controls the railway, they will have already received supplies by then. During the planning of the operation, the commander discussed with Tong Yulan. After understanding and confirming her abilities, 2 plans were developed. Tong Yulan's second task was to, after distributing supplies, secretly infiltrate the enemy warehouse again. If she could ensure her safety, she would destroy the warehouse completely. This way, the main force could launch a strong attack on the enemy battalion stationed at Nianzi Pass. After exhausting their ammunition, They could eliminate the enemy soldiers and destroy the nearby railway. The goal was to retreat successfully before the enemy reinforcements arrived. If she couldn't destroy the warehouse again, the command would use the second plan. The specific details of the operation were not shared with Tong Yuelon. Even if they were explained to her, she wouldn't understand everything quickly. But that didn't matter to her. She only needed to complete her 2 tasks perfectly. The ambush points for the troops were still some distance from Nianzi Pass. They would only start moving after receiving the unified order, giving Tong Yuelon enough time to act. Her first move was to head to the warehouse in the mountain near the station. It was close to the railway and had a large capacity. The enemy couldn't rebuild a new warehouse quickly, so once new supplies arrived, they would likely be stored there. From afar, Tong Yuelon saw that the defenses around the mountain warehouse had more than doubled since before. The area was tightly guarded, making it almost impossible for even a fly to get in. As she approached, she saw the warehouse was again filled with supplies, mainly various types of ammunition. There were also plenty of staple foods, but engineering materials like rails, sleepers, searchlights, and bridge repair tools were almost absent. It seemed that if they destroyed the railway again, it would be very difficult to repair it in the short term. Tong Yuelon really wanted to laugh out loud. Most of the supplies in her space had already been moved out. The enemy was quite considerate. They were about to restock her supplies immediately. Well, this ongoing kindness made her feel she should return the favor. She decided to use the head of their new squad leader as a gift. There were few hours before dawn. Tong Yuelon didn't rush into action right away. She first carefully checked the area, found the way into the warehouse, and quickly circled around the enemy's territory to gather detailed information about the enemy's troop layout. After understanding the entire situation at the Ladies' Pass, she quickly left the area. In her space, Tong Yuelon shared what she learned with Chengwang Shoa. Chengwang Shoa quickly took notes and drew a map of the troop positions. He then went alone to deliver the intelligence to the designated spot. Inside the command center, after receiving the latest news, the usually calm leader couldn't help but clap his hands in excitement. They now knew the enemy's detailed troop distribution before any battle had even started, including how their heavy firepower was arranged. Moreover, their own ammunition was plentiful, while the enemy had no supplies. If they couldn't win this fight, all their years of struggle would have been for nothing. Commander Pang was even more excited, rubbing his hands eagerly. If such talented people stayed in their base, their team would grow quickly, their fighting strength would improve sharply, and they could finally escape their current difficulties. The day for a big counterattack might come sooner. Unlike the excitement in the base command, Tong Yuelon was sleeping peacefully. She had already planned her actions for the night, and was now resting to regain her strength. Her plan was to go to the mountain warehouse at the station after dark. Chengwang Shoa would then send the intelligence to the base, while she herself would head straight to the enemy's underground warehouse. The inventory in the underground warehouse had also been updated. Although the weapons and ammunition there weren't as many as in the mountain warehouse, she planned to take everything, leaving no spare bullets behind for the enemy. Moreover, the new batch of medicines and equipment was very valuable. The other supplies were just extras. She didn't mind having more supplies. Her space had plenty of room. As everyone anxiously waited, night finally arrived. Tong Yuelon quietly slipped outside the mountain warehouse. After double-checking the infiltration route on the map, she used her space teleportation to silently enter the warehouse. As soon as she entered the warehouse, she quickly slipped into a hidden space. When she was checking the warehouse earlier, her attention was fully on the piles of weapons and ammunition, so she didn't notice that a small group of enemies was secretly hiding in some corners of the warehouse. They were well hidden. Tong Yuelon only glanced over their disguises without paying close attention. This time, Tong Yuelon really slapped herself hard. Her previous success made her a bit overconfident. She even thought before retreating that if the enemies found the warehouse emptied, they might have set up guards inside. Now she realized she had made such a basic mistake. She carefully observed where the enemies were standing. Even if her shooting was perfect and her speed was fast, she couldn't kill all of them at once. She could only find a way to take them down one by one. After thinking carefully, Tong Yuelon chose her first target. Like a ghost, she appeared behind him, covered his mouth with her left hand, and used her right hand to quickly cut his throat with a dagger. As blood spurted out, Tong Yuelon grabbed a soldier's cotton coat from her space and covered his neck until he died. Then she gently placed the body on the ground. There were 7 enemies hiding in the warehouse. When she killed the 4th one, a nearby enemy suddenly sniffed and muttered, "Smells like blood." He then stood up and walked toward Tong Yuelon. 2 others also looked in her direction. Without hesitation, Tong Yuelon quickly assessed their positions. She dashed out at her fastest speed and fired 3 shots in quick succession. The remaining 3 enemies fell instantly without even making a sound. Tong Yuelon let out a breath of relief. The equipment from the system was indeed powerful. Even a small caliber pistol shot to the forehead could kill instantly. This saved her a lot of trouble. It's a pity she only has 17 bullets left now. She really shouldn't use them lightly unless absolutely necessary. In the future, if similar situations occur, try not to use your gun unless absolutely necessary. When you must use it, act quickly and decisively. For example, when approaching the enemy command post. She stored all the supplies from the warehouse into her space and left the mountain warehouse along the same route. Tong Yuelon arrived at the prearranged meeting spot and met Chen Wangshua, who had been waiting there for a long time. She told him that she had emptied the weapons and ammunition she had just replenished in the mountain warehouse. After that, she said nothing more, turned around, and quickly disappeared into the darkness. Outside the enemy command post at Ladies Pass, the patrol teams had increased several times. Everyone looked serious and was alert, carefully watching their surroundings. The commander of the regiment was secretly killed inside the core command center of their base, and the scene was very brutal. They didn't even know who the killer was or which side they belonged to. They also didn't know how many people had come initially. The 3 warehouses had been looted despite heavy guards. Now, their regiment had become a joke within the entire army. The former police captain had committed seppuku, and all the soldiers on duty that night had been severely punished. After the new regiment commander took over, he improved the security at the command center. The night guards never closed their eyes, afraid that something terrible might happen again. A small team was responsible for guarding the underground warehouse door of the command center. Several soldiers were also hidden inside the warehouse. If anyone tried to sneak in again, they could surround the entire warehouse immediately and catch the intruder. Without her space teleportation ability, these defenses would have caused Tong Yuelon a lot of trouble. She could only helplessly watch from outside, unable to infiltrate the warehouses. But now it was just a matter of wasting a little more of her time. Like before, Tong Yuelon first took out the soldiers hiding in the warehouse one by one. Only then did she relax and gather the supplies inside. That night was as peaceful as usual. The new armored patrol vehicles joined the 24-hour continuous patrols. Their mobility allowed them to reach any place where something unusual was happening very quickly. Inside the command center, the new regiment commander, Major Yamanami, sat confidently in his chair. His small eyes occasionally flashed with a fierce light. The exterior of the warehouse shows no damage, and there are no signs of forced entry on the doors. However, despite heavy security, all the supplies in 3 warehouses have mysteriously disappeared. Without an insider's help, no one would believe it. As for the leader of the team being assassinated in the command center, it's a joke. Neither the local fighters nor the Central Army could have sent someone to sneak in, so Major Yamashita looked around. In each corner of the room, a heavily armed soldier stood, holding their guns tightly. Their weapons were loaded and ready to fire at any intruder. Outside the door, a guard team he brought was also on duty. The patrol outside the building had doubled since he arrived. More importantly, 2 ninja from his homeland were hiding in the darkness outside. With such a setup, security is solid, but it also makes it hard to catch those hiding in the shadows. Maybe he should remove the visible guards and add more hidden sentries. That might work. Suddenly, a loud gunshot interrupted Major Yamashita's thoughts. He quickly stood up and reached for the phone on the table. But more gunfire followed, loud enough to make his ears ring. Looking out the window, he saw flames rising high and gunfire everywhere. Tong Yuelon was about to emerge from the underground warehouse when a sudden strong sense of danger hit her. She stopped immediately. She checked the map carefully, but found no unusual signs. She dared not relax. She focused on the area around the command center, zoomed in on the map, and examined it carefully, inch by inch. At first glance, nothing seemed wrong. But after a detailed search, she found two spots that looked slightly suspicious. When she zoomed in again, a cold smile appeared on her face. These must be the legendary ninjas, right? Ninjas are indeed very good at hiding. Without the map to cheat, even passing by their hiding spots might not reveal them. Fortunately, she noticed and found the two. If she hadn't, they might not have hurt her, but her actions would have caught their attention. Many secrets could then be exposed, bringing endless trouble. Now the situation has turned. It's an enemy in the open and her in the dark. She decided to deal with these two threats first. Regarding creatures like ninjas, Tong Yulan only knows that they are best at hiding and assassination. She doesn't know much else, and isn't sure how her close combat skills compare to theirs. The two ninjas are hiding in quite special positions. They are not far apart, but their angles are tricky. Even with the pistol provided by the system, she can't take out both at the same time. Tong Yulan doesn't dare to be overconfident. She decides to break through one by one, first taking out the one she feels is more threatening. If possible, she prefers not to alert others, so she can have a chance to meet the new squad leader of the enemy. She slowly approaches using her space teleportation ability. Her movements are very careful. Almost as soon as she leaves the space, she re-enters it. Still, when she is about 10 meters away from him, he seems to sense something. A cold, murderous gaze falls on the spot where she just paused. Inside the space, Tong Yulan keeps a close eye on the ninja's every move. Her mind races, trying to figure out how to silently and quietly take him down. When the ninja shifts his gaze away, Tong Yulan quickly teleports back into the space. She notices that the ninja has quietly moved slightly, facing directly toward her. His eyes are alert, scanning around her landing point, showing confusion. Seeing him tense up and ready to attack at any moment, Tong Yulan carefully calculates the distance between them. She only needs one more teleport to get in front of him. However, she isn't sure about the abilities and attack methods of these ninjas. She worries that if he suddenly throws some kind of confusing or poisonous substance, her earrings might not protect her from non-physical attacks. So, she doesn't dare to act rashly. Using her pistol now wouldn't be the best choice. Even though it's silent, there's still a ninja nearby, and she can't take the risk. She waits for a while longer. Finally, the ninja turns his head away. Tong Yulan still doesn't move. Sure enough, that was just a fake move. As he turns his head, he quickly looks back. After observing carefully for a moment, her suspicion deepens. Tong Yulan hoped the fight would start at this moment. If the enemy showed even a little distraction, she could quickly move closer. She waited for a while, but didn't hear any movement. Finally, she saw the ninja turn his head toward another ninja's location, seemingly giving a secret signal. Without hesitation, Tong Yulan instantly teleported in front of him. She sprayed a mist from her spray bottle, causing him to faint. At the moment he lost consciousness, she used a dagger to cut his neck carefully, making sure not to get blood on herself. She moved in the same way to another ninja nearby. This person was less alert than the first and didn't notice Tong Yulan's approach. Just as she was about to strike, a loud gunshot drew everyone's attention. Next, gunfire rang out. The patrol soldiers nearby were distracted by the noise. Tong Yulan seized the chance, shot and took down the ninja who's about to get up, then quickly rushed into the command center. At that moment, Major Yamashita was giving orders into a microphone. Before he finished, his head suddenly exploded. He loosened his grip, dropping the microphone, which continued to emit shouts of "Moshi Moshi." By then, Tong Yulan had successfully completed her 3 main tasks. Now, she had free time. She ignored several guards shooting at her with guns. She didn't dodge. Instead, She fired a burst of bullets, killing all 4 who were closing in on her. She aimed her submachine gun at the door. Before the soldiers rushing inside could see what was happening, they fell down. The entrance quickly filled with bodies. Seeing no one else rushing in, Tong Yulan decided not to fight anymore. She turned and left the command center. This time, she used her earrings again. She needed to make good use of these precious 10 minutes. At the same time, on the Yen Ziguan position, the 8th Route Army was launching a fierce attack on the Japanese soldiers. Thanks to accurate intelligence from Tong Yulan, the first round of shells hit the Japanese artillery positions precisely, destroying about half of their heavy guns. But soon, the Japanese artillery began to retaliate. Tong Yulan quickly moved across the battlefield, focusing all her attention on the Japanese artillery. She found a good spot, took out a grenade launcher, and soon, a shell hit near a heavy gun. The crew nearby was blown away. Then, a second shell struck the gun directly, and a third landed on the ammunition pile, causing a second explosion. Tong Yulan didn't have time to admire her achievements. She quickly moved to a new position and started the second round of firing, followed by the third and more. When 10 minutes passed, with a very faint cracking sound, the last chance for her earrings was used up. They automatically shattered into powder and fell from her earlobes. By this time, the enemy artillery position was mostly destroyed. Tong Yulan didn't dare to run around anymore and prepared to retreat to the back. After all, guns and cannons are unpredictable. If she were accidentally hit by stray bullets, it would be a big problem. She didn't run far before stopping. She returned to her space and changed into her military uniform. As soon as she went out, she quickly brought in a wounded soldier lying on the ground and a medic who was bandaging him while crawling on the ground. This place is safe. You should treat his wounds quickly. I will go help the other wounded, Tong Yulan said, placing a bunch of medical supplies and first aid ointments beside the medic. Then she turned and left the space again. Inside the space, more and more wounded people arrived. Several medics worked desperately to bandage everyone. Simple injuries were easy to handle, but for serious injuries, they were helpless. The anti-war field medical team had 2 emergency doctors. They performed amputations or wound cleaning surgeries at temporary stations. However, because doctors were scarce, the battlefield was too dangerous and surgeries were difficult, these stations were set up in safe areas away from the front lines. The front mainly provided basic first aid. Severe wounded soldiers could only be taken back to hospitals behind the lines. This was why many soldiers didn't die on the battlefield but succumbed to their injuries on the way back. Tong Yulan didn't know if there were any doctors on the battlefield at this moment. She only searched everywhere, quickly bringing in wounded or medical staff she found. As for medicines, bandages, and equipment for rescue, she had plenty and gave as much as needed. When she brought a soldier who had been shot in the chest and fallen into a coma into the space, she found that all the medics didn't know what to do. Tong Yulan understood that without surgery, this soldier wouldn't last long. But at this moment, where could she find a doctor? Should she go to the enemy to capture some doctors? She wondered if forcing them with guns to treat the wounded was possible. But soon, Tong Yulan gave up this crazy idea. She knew that it was too easy for doctors to kill. She didn't want wounded soldiers with a chance to survive to fall into the hands of the enemy's surgical knives. At that moment, she spotted a figure on the map moving quickly across the battlefield and constantly shooting at the enemy. She hurriedly ran to his side, didn't say a word, and directly pulled him into the space. Do you know if a temporary field hospital has been set up here? Are there any doctors who can perform surgery? The seriously injured are about to give out. While searching for Tong Yulan and shooting at the enemy, Chung Wangshua was suddenly pulled into the space. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. Just after putting away his gun, he heard Tong Yulan's urgent question. He shook his head, his voice low. The 2 doctors with us can only do simple surgeries. The seriously injured need to be sent back to the base as soon as possible. Then what are we waiting for? Go tell the person in charge here. I want to bring all the seriously injured back to the base quickly. You wait here for me. Wounded soldiers with minor injuries stayed on the battlefield after simple bandaging, continuing to fight. The severely injured, unable to continue, were quickly gathered in one place. Cheng Wangshua was the only one watching over them. After searching the battlefield again, Tong Yuelan returned here. She had no time to talk much. Carefully, she carried each seriously injured person into the space and then sped towards Wujunsi village as fast as she could. During her rapid run, the image of Xiao Tian with a shy smile calling her sister kept flashing in her mind. Xiao Zhao had told her that Xiao Tian, despite his serious injuries after the fight, kept holding on and insisted on surviving to avenge the enemies. But the journey was too long, and in the end, he couldn't hold on. She didn't want to leave any regrets. She wanted to bring back these wounded heroes, whether they were someone's son, brother, father, or husband, alive and well to the base. Tong Yuelan chose the most dangerous shortcut. She didn't stop along the way, running like a streak of light. Even when drinking water or eating, she only slowed down slightly. Inside the space, besides the wounded and a few nurses responsible for escorting and unaware of the current situation, the only clear-headed person was Cheng Wangshua. He had never hated his helplessness as much as he did now. If he could share some of the burden, he wouldn't have to let Tong Yuelan bear everything alone. In just over 10 hours, Tong Yuelan traveled 300 kilometers. When she finally reached the village entrance and saw the guard camp from afar, she managed to open her space and then collapsed onto the ground. In her blurry vision, she saw many soldiers rushing toward her in worry. She also saw Cheng Wangshua emerge from the space, calmly organizing people to carry away the injured. Once there was no one else inside the space, she relaxed slightly, closed the space, and completely lost consciousness. When Tong Yuelan woke up again, several hours had passed. She opened her eyes, still dazed, and immediately jumped out of bed. Cheng Wangshua, who had been waiting outside the door, heard the noise and knocked. After getting permission, he entered and approached her. "You arrived just in time. Everything has been arranged. The seriously injured have been treated, but a few are too badly hurt. The doctors say even immediate surgery might not save them." After quickly telling her the most important updates, Cheng Wangshua continued, "Before leaving, I called Commander Zhu. The guards at the village entrance were carefully chosen. Also," he paused, choosing his words carefully, then added, "the medics, the conscious seriously injured, and the soldiers carrying the stretchers showed no signs of abnormality. Perhaps, in their view, these injured were transported back to the base through special channels." Tong Yuelan exhaled softly. Although she expected this, she was still impressed that Xiao Huihui had been so capable, leaving no loopholes. She wondered if she should treat Xiao Huihui better in the future. Of course, only if it didn't always speak to her in that cheeky tone. Otherwise, even the most patient person would be tempted to retort. How did the two leaders respond? She realized her voice was a bit hoarse after speaking. Just saying one sentence made her throat hurt, and her whole body ached. The rapid march had drained all her strength and energy, and she had pushed through with sheer willpower. Running over 300 kilometers on mountain roads in just over 10 hours under enemy fire. Who would believe it if she told them? The commander said, "You don't need to worry about anything. Just rest well. We have already secured a complete victory in this battle, and the injured soldiers will be properly cared for." Cheng Wangshua's eyes lit up as he spoke. "Was it you who used a grenade launcher to destroy the enemy's heavy artillery? Also, did you go to the enemy command post again?" The fight didn't last long, but their tactics started to become chaotic. Although they still fought fiercely, it seemed like they lacked coordinated leadership. Tong Yuelan nodded slightly. "Yes, I also shot the new battalion commander in the head. That guy even brought 2 ninjas with him, and I almost got caught off guard." "Ninjas? You didn't have direct contact with them, right?" "I heard those ninjas are good at using poisons, and their sneaky attacks often rely on underhanded tricks, but they work very well," Cheng Wangshua said anxiously. "No, I was very careful when I fought. Not a single drop of blood got on me," Tong Yuelan replied. She shook her head. Although she had never seen ninjas in real life, she had watched anime. Dealing with ninjas, unless absolutely necessary, the best way is to attack from a distance when they least expect it. She paid attention to these details to avoid bringing danger to herself. This battle at Nyangzi Pass was different from the 100 Regiment's offensive, which involved over 200,000 soldiers and civilians working together. The results couldn't be compared, but the victory was extremely important for the Taihang base at this time. After the 100 Regiment's offensive, the Japanese launched a fierce counterattack, implementing the cage policy and committing the three alls atrocities, which drained the base's resources. Political and military pressure increased. The Japanese counterattack shrank the control area of the Taihang base by nearly half. The 26 counties that had been recaptured were lost again, and daily casualties among soldiers and civilians soared. The population of the Taihang area decreased by more than a third compared to before the war. In the original timeline, the Taihang base suffered heavy losses during the Japanese counterattack. The Japanese used reinforced bunkers and railway networks to block movement routes. The 8th Route Army's daily combat frequency increased sharply, over 34,000 battles in 2 years, but large-scale operations decreased, shifting to scattered guerrilla warfare. They used space to buy time until a full counterattack in January 1944. In this temporary campaign, the 8th Route Army almost completely wiped out the Japanese forces at Nyangzi Pass, once again severely damaging the enemy's railway facilities and breaking their cage blockade. Although the victory was temporary, the base would soon face another fierce Japanese counterattack. However, the current base has changed greatly. The abundant weapons and ammunition have significantly improved the troops' strength. The large supply of essentials like food, medicine, and salt temporarily solved the severe shortage of resources in the base. After learning all this, Tong Yuelon appeared again at the headquarters of the 8th Route Army and sat in front of the two leaders. In the command room, the commander personally brewed a cup of tea and brought it to Tong Yuelon. This time, she had made a great contribution. The significance of the victory at Guanjia Pass is much more than what everyone sees on the surface. He had already reported the intelligence to Yenin in the most secret way. If it weren't for the need to consider the overall situation, he really wanted to ask Tong Yuelon to stay on this side of the base. Facing the tea brewed by the leader himself, Tong Yuelon was no longer as surprised or flattered as she had expected. She respectfully took the cup with both hands and looked at the commander with bright eyes. I have some questions I haven't been able to figure out, but I'm not sure if they involve secrets. If it's not appropriate, just ignore them. But if possible, I hope the two leaders can kindly advise me. The commander chuckled loudly. You, girl, are still so polite with us. We haven't kept you around just because of your achievements, have we? If you have questions, ask freely. As long as they don't involve too much secret information, I can answer. If I can't decide, I can ask higher-ups. I want to know what conditions are needed to launch a full counterattack against the Japanese. I don't understand the current situation well, and I don't know much about war. I just want to know how I can help everyone speed up this stage. Tong Yuelon knew very well that in the original timeline, starting from 1944, the anti-Japanese war shifted from a local counterattack to a full-scale one. A key prerequisite was that the Japanese army, suffering losses in the Pacific, had to withdraw troops from South China to reinforce North China, leading to a vulnerable rear and supply difficulties. Meanwhile, the Allied forces' counterattack in northern Burma tied down the main Japanese forces, and the turning point on the Soviet-German front further weakened Japan's strategic mobility. But she couldn't say any of this. That's why she understood how difficult the first phase of the system's mission was. Difficulty does not mean giving up. Since she doesn't know what to do, she can only ask skilled people for help. Maybe this will help her find new ideas and the best solution. The boss was silent when he heard this question. He quietly stood up and walked to the map on the wall. He looked at the map for a long time. After the 100 Regiment's offensive, the Japanese army increased their revengeful sweeps, which caused heavy losses in their troops. The total strength of the 8th Route Army dropped by nearly 30% from its peak of 400,000 in 1940, now only about 300,000 soldiers. After the Wannan incident, the new 4th Army quickly rebuilt and combined with the support troops from the south of the 8th Route Army. Their numbers grew from 25,000 before the incident to over 90,000. Even so, the combined forces of the 8th Route Army and the new 4th Army did not exceed 400,000. The Chinese battlefield was the main focus for the Japanese. At this time, the Japanese forces in China reached 1.38 million, with over 1 million puppet troops supporting them. The gap between the two sides was huge. In terms of equipment, there was a big difference between industrialized countries and agricultural nations. Rifles. The Japanese used the Type 38 rifle with a range of 2,600 meters and carrying 120 to 125 rounds per soldier. The Chinese forces mainly used the Hanyang Zhao rifle and captured Type 38 rifles, which had lower range and accuracy, with only 30 to 50 rounds per soldier, often relying on close combat with knives. Machine guns and grenade launchers. Japanese squads had grenade launchers with 85% accuracy within 400 meters and used the Type 92 heavy machine gun. Chinese forces mainly used Czech light machine guns, with very few heavy machine guns and almost no grenade launchers. Heavy weapons and support firepower. Japanese divisions had 54 artillery pieces, including 75mm mountain guns, 105mm howitzers, and over 150mm heavy guns in independent artillery units. Chinese forces had only a few mortars and lacked heavy artillery. Their armor and air support were also at a severe disadvantage. Logistics also showed a big gap. Japan had a complete industrial system, capable of producing aircraft carriers and fighters on their own. China's arms factories produced only 121 million bullets a year and relied heavily on imports for heavy weapons. As for food, clothing, and other non-combat supplies, the situation was even worse. Soldiers faced serious shortages, which greatly affected their fighting ability. The current base areas were still in a difficult stage of survival, trying to weaken the enemy through guerrilla warfare and other methods. It is very hard to launch a counterattack. After a moment, the boss turned around and looked at Tong Yuelon. He asked, "Are you talking about Yan'an and Chongqing?" Tong Yuelon shook her head. "My strength is not enough, and my mind is quite narrow. If I happen to see them fighting the enemy or in similar situations, I wouldn't hesitate to help if I can. But right now, I am thinking about how to help you achieve this strategic goal. Don't forget, I am an outsider." The boss's eyes shone brightly. He walked over and sat opposite Tong Yuelon, speaking seriously. "This is the goal we are fighting for. But right now, it's very hard to reach and will take a long time." He listed the current problems in front of Tong Yuelon and summarized, "To start a full counterattack, we must begin with local attacks. There are a few things we need to do. First, build a strong base area to gain full support from the people in terms of intelligence, supplies, and soldiers. Second, concentrate our best troops and use mobile tactics to work together, targeting weak spots of the enemy with precise strikes and gradually weaken their remaining forces. Third, create a good battlefield by using the terrain to build defenses and wear down the enemy with mobile warfare, making them tired and causing command mistakes. Most importantly, we must expand our control area through local wars, improve our weapons factories and logistics step by step, and no longer be controlled by others. This way, we can keep fighting." Tong Yuelon nodded thoughtfully. She understood. Basically, it means we need people, land, enough weapons and supplies, and these supplies must be sustainable. Like she used to do, taking a little here, scavenging a bit there. Small, scattered support can't make a real difference. Suddenly, she thought of a question. "But right now, we are mainly doing guerrilla warfare behind enemy lines. If we develop too quickly, it will definitely cause the Japanese army to send heavy troops to encircle us. That would make survival even harder, right?" The boss couldn't help but smile. "You're quite thoughtful, girl." He stood up and motioned for Tong Yuelon to follow him to the map. He pointed at the map and traced with his finger. The reason why the National Army isn't winning against the Japanese on the front lines is because they concentrate their heavy troops in cities and along railways. They are less mobile, and the big gap in weapons and equipment has caused heavy losses in city defense and assaults. But they resist in zones, delaying the Japanese advance and preventing them from moving deeper. Our base has formed a three-dimensional layout with the mountains as the foundation and the plains as the veins. The plains account for about 40% of the total base area. During the severe losses caused by the Japanese army's iron wall encirclement, some regions can quickly switch to covert resistance. The mountain base has a natural advantage in terrain. Even in the toughest times, the Japanese army's sweeps and raids could not completely eliminate us, as they claimed. If we can quickly expand and gather enough strength, we can keep sending armed forces to the plains. When the time is right, we can shift from local counterattacks to full-scale offensive operations. After leaving, Tang Yuan thought for a long time. She finally understood why the system was called the strongest support system. Helping her grow from a weak fighter was just a side benefit. Its main goal was to help Yenin quickly get out of trouble, grow stronger, and complete the historical mission ahead of schedule. However, she still didn't quite understand why the system didn't give her tasks right from the start. When she made key choices at important moments, her decisions perfectly matched the system's requirements, yet the little gray system always mocked her or questioned her decisions. Is the system testing her? Fortunately, Tang Yuan was optimistic. She decided to set aside her confusion for now, believing she would understand it someday. At this moment, she had some guesses about the second phase of her tasks, but she would only know for sure after completing the first phase. For now, her task was clear. She knew what to do, simply find out what the base needed and provide it. This was her strength. She needed to change her previous approach of knocking here and hitting there. Instead, she should focus all her resources on one base, help it grow quickly, and then expand outward from there. The issues of territory and troop sources were for the leaders to consider. Her main task now was to gather supplies. Anything the base needed was her target, especially heavy weapons like tanks, aircraft, and ammunition production lines. Next, she needed people, not just soldiers, but all kinds of talent, including doctors who were most urgently needed in each base and other specialists. Even if she moved the production lines back, without skilled workers, and if aircraft were brought back, no one would be able to operate them. The Taiyuan Intelligence Station in the Taihang 2nd District is located in a hidden site within Taiyuan City. After Tang Yuan carefully listened to the intelligence officer's detailed report about the Taiyuan arsenal, she felt very disappointed. She had traveled a long way to reach Taiyuan, only to find that the reality was very different from what she had imagined. After Taiyuan fell in 1937, the Japanese army took over the arsenal. They kept using the original production lines from the Yen Shishan era, but shifted their focus to support Japanese military needs. The main production equipment included light weapon lines, such as machines for copying Japanese rifles, like shortened Type 65 rifles, and submachine gun assembly lines, originally used for manufacturing the Type 17 Thompson submachine guns. However, the Japanese prioritized producing standardized 6.5mm ammunition to supply their forces in North China. The artillery production line still had equipment for casting 75mm mountain guns, similar to the Japanese Type 41 mountain guns, but due to steel shortages, actual output depended on pre-war stockpiles. The 105mm heavy artillery development equipment was idle. For ammunition and auxiliary equipment, there were bullet presses and shell assembly lines. The machinery could produce 4.2 million bullets and 15,000 shells per month, but the equipment was old and often broke down, resulting in poor quality ammunition. In short, the current Taiyuan arsenal is mainly just an ammunition factory. The 105mm artillery equipment is mostly unused, the 75mm mountain gun capacity is minimal, and the production lines for Japanese rifles and submachine guns are still somewhat usable. Therefore, her hope of acquiring heavy weapons this time has already been dashed. Now, she can only proceed with the second plan. Are the people in our organization already infiltrated among the workers at the arsenal? Although she asked this as a question, Tang Yuan's tone was very confident. Before coming, General Zhu had told her that the Taihang 2nd District Taiyuan Intelligence Station had repeatedly organized workers at the arsenal to slack off, hide parts, and produce defective goods to sabotage the Japanese production plans. The station leader, Lao Ding, nodded and said, "Many workers at the arsenal have provided us with data on Japanese weapon production, transportation plans, and other intelligence. They also helped us hide technicians and transfer them to our base." Good. Please contact your comrades inside the arsenal as soon as possible and organize workers willing to leave for our base, mainly skilled technicians, especially senior technicians like lathe operators and gunpowder formulators. Once confirmed, our people will sneak into the arms factory and take them away. The Taiyuan Arms Factory has a few workers left from before, along with some selected from the prisoner camp. The prisoners in the camp include soldiers from the 8th Route Army, the National Revolutionary Army, the Jin Sui Army, and civilians captured during raids. Old Ding added, the Japanese control the workers in the factory like a prison camp, with high walls and barbed wire fences. They guard the area around the clock, and all workers are not allowed to leave. They can only move between the production area and the living quarters. It is very difficult to take them away from the factory. Over the years, we have tried many methods, even pretending the target was dead and transporting them as a corpse. Still, only a few skilled workers have been moved. When Tong Yuelon heard the word, prisoners, her eyes lit up. These are experienced soldiers who have fought the Japanese. Compared to the new recruits just recruited from the base, they are much stronger. After bringing them back and checking, suitable ones can be added directly to the army as core soldiers. Those who are not suitable can become factory workers. She immediately told Old Ding, Comrade Old Ding, any skilled workers willing to leave with us, we will take as many as possible. We also want to take prisoners from the camp, whether they are soldiers from the 8th Route Army, the National Revolutionary Army, or the Jing Sui Army. As long as they can fight the Japanese and are willing to do so, they are welcome. As for the number, the more the better. 2,000 people should not be a problem. Old Ding's eyes widened suddenly. You mean you want to take 2,000 people from the prisoner camp at once? Tong Yuelon nodded. She had calculated that with a space of 1,000 square meters, if everyone squeezed a little, 2 or 3 people per square meter could fit. But feeding, drinking, and managing so many people would be a big challenge. She needed to think quickly about how to solve this. As for what to do after returning, she had recently found many good resources for the base, including a huge hidden armory deep in the Taihang Mountains. The reconstruction, there should be almost finished now. The equipment from the factory will be transported back, and with these skilled workers guiding, as long as there are enough raw materials, the base won't have to worry about shortages of rifles and ammunition for a long time. Old Ding is a veteran of the intelligence station, with extensive experience behind enemy lines. He believes he can stay calm in any situation, but at this moment, he feels a bit dizzy. He turns his head to Chung Wangshua, who has been silently standing nearby. Comrade Chung, are you joking with me? The arms factory is designated as a military restricted area. All workers are forcibly confined within a closed zone surrounded by an electric fence. The perimeter is patrolled 24 hours a day by Japanese soldiers. Anyone caught trying to escape is executed immediately. The so-called Taiyuan engineering team, which is the prisoner of war camp, is monitored jointly by Japanese and puppet troops. The core area where prisoners are held is heavily guarded with electric fences, guard posts, and other security measures. The backyard is a forbidden zone, and no one is allowed to enter casually. On average, 20 to 50 prisoners die each day. The prisoners have a short survival time and cannot form stable groups. Under the Japanese military's brutal practices such as live training for assassination, live dissection, and bacterial experiments, the key members are quickly eliminated. It is extremely difficult to infiltrate and organize rescue efforts here. Such a place makes it almost impossible to sneak in and save people. Yet, this young female comrade in front of him has openly said she wants to take 2,000 prisoners away. If he didn't know her true identity, he would think she was a crazy person talking nonsense. Comrade Old Ding, since we can say this, it means we have the ability to do it. You don't need to doubt us, Chung Wangshua said seriously. Please cooperate fully with our plan. Old Ding steadied himself. It's not that he isn't calm enough, it's just that this task is too unbelievable. But the organization has entrusted him to fully support these two comrades' actions. No matter what he thinks inside, he must do his best. Sorry, I misspoke. We can still infiltrate the arms factory and contact the skilled workers you need. But the prisoner camp is currently impossible for us, and we need a bit more time. Tong Yuelon understood that Old Ding's words meant they were currently powerless to do anything about the camp. So, what kind of hellish place is it exactly? Originally, Tong Yuelon planned to sneak into the arms factory ahead of time to investigate. Once Old Ding's team was ready, she could take all the people and equipment she wanted to rescue at once. But now, it seems she must first go and scout the prisoner of war camp. That night, Tong Yuelon, well prepared, headed alone toward the prisoner camp. When she arrived, she didn't rush inside but entered a nearby space to observe the camp carefully on the map. The prisoner camp covered about 300 acres. It was built from old artillery barracks from the Yan Shishan era, divided into 3 courtyards. The front yard housed Japanese military officers and a small guard team of about 50 people. The middle yard was where about 70 puppet soldiers lived and guarded. The backyard was used to hold prisoners, with wooden partitions forming large sleeping areas. Because she was too far away, she couldn't hear any sounds, but what she saw made her clench her fists with anger. In the backyard, each cell held 400 to 500 people. Everyone slept on concrete floors with a thin layer of straw. A few tattered blankets, stained with dark spots, covered some extremely weak prisoners. In a corner of the northeast room, over 100 seriously ill or injured prisoners were crowded together. Nearby, about 10 bodies, already beyond recognition, were piled up haphazardly, having long lost their human shape. Inside the makeshift operating room, a prisoner was lying on a cement table, still breathing faintly. His exposed abdomen had a long cut, and inside, it looked empty. His intestines were gone. Tong Yuelon fought back her anger and shifted her gaze to the cells holding the healthy prisoners, searching carefully inside. All prisoners wore rough gray cloth uniforms that looked like sacks, with red numbers printed on the back. It was impossible to tell which side they belonged to just from their clothes. With no sound and no movement, she couldn't identify the captured 8th Route Army soldiers. In one corner of the cell labeled D, a man in his 30s looked around cautiously. He moved quietly to the side, revealing a red D753 on his back. He carefully took out half a burnt bun from his pocket, gently helped a curled-up person on the ground, and used his body to block him. Quietly, he pushed the bun toward the person's mouth. The person on the ground opened his eyes and instinctively opened his mouth. The feeling of the cornbread in his mouth woke him up. After biting a small piece and chewing twice, he forced himself to swallow it. His stomach, which had been burning with hunger, felt a little better. His instincts told him to keep eating, but he used all his strength to close his mouth and stubbornly turned his head to the side. The man leaned close to his ear and whispered in a very low voice, "Keep going. Only by staying alive is there hope." The person on the ground shook his head, wanting to say something. But just this simple movement tore at his shoulder and chest wounds, causing him to hiss in pain. He then clenched his teeth and lowered his head. A few days ago, he had narrowly survived a live combat training session with the enemy. Most of the others had been killed on the spot, and the seriously injured were thrown into the isolation room to die. Because his injuries weren't too bad, and under the cover of a few comrades risking their lives, he managed to return to his cell. But over the past 2 days, his injuries worsened. He guessed that the day after tomorrow, he would be thrown into that so-called isolation room, waiting to die in the actual morgue. If that was the case, why waste precious food? That cornbread was a reward the squad leader fought for to do hard labor. With it, the squad leader might be able to hold on a little longer.
Shall he eat this?
It's an order. The squad leader's voice, low and somewhat weak but firm, sounded in his ear. Xiao He looked up. The cell was poorly lit, so he couldn't see the squad leader's expression. He just instinctively answered softly, "Yes." He opened his mouth and bit down on the remaining small piece of cornbread. He only felt his eyes sting with tears. In his next life, he wanted to fight the enemy with the squad leader again. But next time, he would be more careful. He wouldn't get knocked out by the enemy's shells. Even in death, he wanted to die on the battlefield. Before dying, he would bite off a piece of the enemy's flesh with his mouth if he had to. Outside the armory, Tong Yuelon left the space and headed straight for the prisoner camp. Although the defenses of the armory were strict, they were far less formidable than the enemy's main base. The electric fence and guards couldn't stop Tong Yuelan's steps. Soon, she sneaked into the backyard and arrived outside the cell of the prisoners. Then, in a flash, she teleported into the cell, reached out in the darkness, grabbed the arms of the two people, and pulled them into the space. Suddenly, both of them froze in surprise. Long periods of hunger and hard physical work had made their bodies slow and weak. Xiaohe wanted to fight back, raised his arm, but then dropped it with no strength. The squad leader quickly looked around and then cautiously turned to Tong Yuelan. "Don't be nervous. I won't ask about your secrets, nor will I force you to do anything," Tong Yuelan said, offering each of them a steamed bun. "Time is short, eat quickly. I have a few things to tell you. Soon, you'll be sent back to your cell." The squad leader held the bun in his hand, but didn't move. Xiaohe touched the soft, slightly warm bun, thought for a moment, then reluctantly raised his hand and bit down the bun. He was almost dead anyway. Even if the bun was poisonous, he wasn't afraid. If he died first, it would be a good way for the squad leader to find a way forward. Besides, once he ate his fill and regained some strength, he might still have a chance to fight. "I don't care whether you used to be part of the 8th Route Army, the Jin Sui Army, or other units. I just want to tell you that we are planning a rescue operation for the prisoners, but we need your cooperation inside. Of course, this is very dangerous. If the Japanese find out, you might be tortured or even executed. You have 10 minutes to think about it. After 10 minutes, whether you agree or not, I will send you back. I won't go back on my word." Xiaohe secretly glanced at the squad leader with the corner of his eye, then quickly looked away, lowered his eyes, and focused on eating the bun, as if he hadn't heard Tong Yuelan. The squad leader kept his head down, staring at the bun in his hand. He didn't lift his head or even tremble when he heard this. Tong Yuelan didn't pay attention to their expressions. She took some gauze soaked in clean water from a wooden basin and took out a small bag of sulfa drugs. She approached Xiaohe and said to the squad leader, "If you don't want him to die, come help." The squad leader looked up and saw the gauze and medicine in Tong Yuelan's hand. His eyes slightly narrowed. The 8th Route Army, as the main force behind enemy-occupied guerrilla warfare, was considered a serious threat by the Japanese soldiers. To target party members, leaders, and fighters, the Japanese used various methods to identify them in prisoner camps. Those confirmed as 8th Route Army soldiers mostly died from the brutal torture inflicted by the enemy. However, no matter what method they used to identify them, the Japanese would not have used the valuable sulfa drugs as tools. Could it be that the young girl in front of them was truly here to rescue them? But how did she manage to sneak into such a tightly guarded prisoner camp? "Move faster. I can't clean the wound. If you don't act quickly, it will be too late," Tong Yuelan urged. Without hesitation, the platoon leader put the bun in his pocket, took a step forward, and crouched down to lift the prison uniform from Xiaohe, revealing a fierce wound. The platoon leader carefully used a damp cloth to wipe away the pus and dirt from the wound. When he picked up the bag of sulfa powder, his hand trembled slightly. Tong Yuelan reached out and took the sulfa from him. "Forget it. I'll do the dressing. This medicine is hard to get. If you spill it, it will be a big loss." While speaking, she carefully and evenly sprinkled the sulfa powder onto the wound. Then she found some clean cloth strips, close in color to their prison uniforms, and covered the wound. She turned to ask, "How is it? Have you thought it through?" The platoon leader looked into Tong Yuelan's eyes.
Who are you?
"What do you want us to do?" "So, you agree to cooperate with us to rescue the prisoners?" Tong Yuelan asked in return. "Anything as long as we can get out of here. We're just two soldiers, and we won't do anything bad. Whatever you tell us to do, we'll do it." The platoon leader then took out the bun, bit into it hard. The sweet aroma of the white flour spread in his mouth, making him chew and swallow faster. The situation was now clear. Whether this person was truly skilled and sneaked into the camp to rescue them, or if it was some new trick by the Japanese, the bun was no problem. Eating a full stomach was never a bad idea. Xiaohe saw the precious bag of sulfa powder being spilled onto his wound, and his eyes widened in shock. The pain from the wound seemed to lessen. This was life-saving medicine. Was it really used on him like this? In the eyes of the enemy, the lives of prisoners are not valued. They train new soldiers to kill prisoners with bayonets, perform live dissections on healthy captives, cut open their chests to remove organs, and even inject bacteria or drain all their blood. Wounded or sick prisoners are simply left to die. They don't even bother to use precious medicines like sulfa drugs. Ordinary medicines are also unavailable. To the enemy, a small bag of sulfa is worth more than hundreds of prisoners in the cell. Tong Yuelon noticed small changes in the expressions of the two men. She understood they were starting to trust her a little, but still didn't fully believe her. That's normal. If she were in their place, she would think the same. If these two really trusted her completely, they might have already died in the prisoner camp. Later, I will tell you exactly what to do. Go back and make arrangements. I will come again tomorrow evening, and then you will understand everything, she said. Without waiting for their reply, she found a good moment to send them back to their cell. Then she quickly returned to her space. But she didn't leave immediately. Instead, she stayed nearby, watching their actions carefully. She believed she hadn't mistaken them, but if she was wrong, she wouldn't hesitate to act. Brother, do you think what she said is true? Xiaohe looked around, then forced himself to turn over, leaning his head close to the squad leader's ear and whispering as quietly as possible. The squad leader gently patted his arm and lowered his voice. Don't talk now. We'll see how things go tomorrow night. If it's true. He didn't finish his sentence. It was clear that anyone who could sneak into this place, take them away, and send them back safely was not an ordinary person. If this was a trap, the enemy must have a big plan. He couldn't afford to be careless and risk harming his fellow prisoners. Suddenly, a very faint sound of fingernails tapping on the wall reached their ears. It sounded messy, like someone bored or unconsciously making noise. But the squad leader knew better. It was probably a message from a fellow prisoner in the same cell, trying to ask questions or communicate. The enemy strictly forbids prisoners from talking to each other. If caught, they face severe punishment. They have even invented a secret way to communicate. But as more prisoners are lost, only 3 or 5 people in the cell can still use this method now. After lightly knocking on the wall a few times in response, the platoon leader closed his eyes, trying to force himself to fall asleep quickly, but no matter what he did, he couldn't sleep. He kept carefully feeling along the wall beside him, inch by inch. P.S. To explain why the Japanese soldiers needed to identify the 8th Route Army prisoners in the camp so they wouldn't be criticized again. The 8th Route Army used a soldier-civilian integration strategy, where soldiers and civilians ate and lived together. During battles, they would gather, and after removing their uniforms, they looked almost the same as civilians. Some irregular armed groups even had no uniform at all, making identification harder. During the sweep, the Japanese aimed for quick elimination, often using encirclement tactics to force out hidden personnel, but they couldn't identify everyone on the spot. Prisoners were usually transported in groups, with only rough classifications initially. In the real Taiyuan prisoner camp, the Japanese used various methods to identify the 8th Route Army prisoners. Once identified, they used them for cruel experiments, live dissection, or assassination training, which caused heavy losses among the prisoners. Tong Yuelon stayed in place, and after noticing that the 2 people there showed no signs of abnormality, she waited a while longer before leaving the prisoner camp. In such a place where even infiltration was impossible, she could only rely on the people inside for communication and coordination. She couldn't just shout loudly in the cell at the right time, asking everyone to follow her. The next morning, Tong Yuelon took Chung Wangshua into the space. She didn't plan to let Lao Ding know about rescuing the prisoners for now. It wasn't because she didn't trust him, but because she didn't want to explain too much or couldn't. Are you suggesting we take all the prisoners from the camp at once? Chung Wangshua asked, though his mind was already thinking about what to do next. Tong Yuelon nodded. I've observed that there are 5 cells used to hold prisoners. Each cell contains several hundred people, with a total of about 2,000 to 3,000. As long as the people inside cooperate, we can definitely get them all out. But on the way to the base, feeding, drinking, and bathroom needs will be a big problem. Don't worry. I'll handle all those details. I will make a plan and prepare everything before we act. There is one more important matter I need you to handle. Last night, I contacted 2 people inside the prison. My intuition tells me they are part of the 8th Route Army, but I can't confirm it, and I haven't been able to gain their trust. Tonight, I want to visit the prisoner of war camp again. You will handle gaining their trust. It's best to find a way for them to contact 1 or 2 reliable people in each of the other 4 cells. Once all the contacts are confirmed, we can discuss the details with them. This way, we can secretly take everyone away without anyone noticing. This is my initial idea. The specific plan and steps still need your careful thought. After speaking, Tong Yuelon looked at Cheng Wangshua expectantly. This kind of task should be his strong suit, right? Sure enough, Cheng Wangshua had never let her down in cooperation. He nodded seriously and said, "No problem. You can trust me with these things." He then suggested, whether all the prisoners disappear overnight or the weapons factory's equipment and stock are stolen, it will cause a big impact. If we take the prisoners first, it will be much harder to later take the factory's equipment, stock, and skilled workers. It's better to do these 3 things at the same time, or in a different order. Exactly the same idea, Tong Yuelon said with a smile. My plan is to wait until we get accurate news from Liaoding. Then we will inform the people in the prisoner camp. The factory and the camp are only about 1 kilometer apart. If we plan carefully, I can take the equipment and stock, then bring out the skilled workers I've already contacted, and finally rush to the camp. There should be enough time. Before the operation, I will check the route several times and plan carefully. If it's impossible to do everything in one night, I suggest first taking the equipment and workers, then finding another time to rescue the prisoners. I believe the enemy won't connect the factory's theft with the prisoner camp. Even if they become more cautious, it will only make things a little more difficult, but it won't change the final outcome. Once we've agreed on the plan, we will each go our separate ways. Cheng Wangshua will carefully consider the details of the plan. Tong Yuelon plans to go into the city to look around. Right now, medicine is a big problem. It's not only urgently needed in the base, but most of the prisoners are injured and need prompt treatment to recover quickly. As the main commercial street in Taiyuan, Quoto Street is lined with shops mainly selling fabrics, daily necessities, and food. The street has double-track tram lines, with frequent rickshaws. Shop signs hang densely, but some buildings look run down. Street banners and murals promoting Sino-Japanese friendship and Great East Asia co-prosperity are everywhere, which makes Tong Yuelon very angry. Pretending to walk casually on the street, Tong Yuelon keeps her attention on the map. However, within the area shown on the map, there are no pharmacies with controlled medicines, not even in hospitals, where only a few medicines are available and access is very strict. It seems that to get the medicines she needs, she can only go to a Japanese military hospital or find the storage location of strategic-level medicines. She wonders if Liaoding and his team can provide any useful information. While thinking, a group of Japanese soldiers patrols toward her. Tong Yuelon lowers her head, steps aside like other pedestrians, and moves to the side of the street. But when she reaches the curb, her steps suddenly stop. She then quickens her pace and ducks into a nearby general store. She casually picks up 2 everyday items and examines them, listening to the shopkeeper's explanations. But her attention is still on the person she saw earlier. She didn't expect to see Zhou Jun again in Taiyuan. Luckily, he is just passing through and hasn't noticed her. Tong Yuelon isn't sure if Zhou Jun's appearance was accidental or if he is following her trail. She doesn't feel like shopping anymore. She buys 2 items casually, pays, and then heads back with her basket. At this moment, Cheng Wangshua is not at the covert station of the intelligence office. Tong Yuelon goes straight to Liaoding and asks him about the locations of the Japanese military hospital and the medicine storage in Taiyuan. There are 2 Japanese military hospitals in Taiyuan. One is Tongshu Hospital, mainly serving Japanese officers. Our people can't find out much about what's inside. The other is Taiyuan Army Hospital, mainly treating Japanese wounded soldiers. It is said that about 80% of the city's external wound medicines, like iodine and bandages, are stored there. As for the strategic medicine storage, our sources say the Japanese command has a direct supply depot. It mainly stores large quantities of military special medicines, such as sulfa powder, morphine injections, and controlled anesthetics. It also contains materials for biological warfare, like plague bacteria and cholera cultures. However, after sharing this information, that comrade disappeared, probably harmed. We still haven't found the exact location of this depot. Old Ding cleared his throat twice, paused, then continued. These two hospitals are only open to Japanese people. It's very hard for us to get inside. There are a few sulfa drugs sold on the black market, but they are very expensive. Tong Yuelan's attention was focused on the direct pharmacy of the Japanese Army headquarters. She asked, "Does the direct pharmacy have any special features?" Old Ding shook his head. "I haven't received any information about that. I only know that the pharmacy is in a very hidden location, guarded 24 hours a day by armed Japanese police. At night, in a dark prison cell, platoon leader and Xiao He sat against the wall. Xiao He's injury was no longer worsening, and he looked much more alert. He was half-closed his eyes, waiting for the scheduled time. The platoon leader carefully checked the cell and found no abnormalities. The tired prisoners, having endured a long day, curled up on the ground, hungry. No one talked, and no one made any unnecessary movements. Everyone tried to save a little energy, hoping to survive one more day. Everyone knew their end was near, either dying from hunger, exhaustion, or illness. Some might be killed in the Japanese soldiers' cruelty, or painfully die during body examinations. Others could be infected with bacteria, unable to escape death or suffering. It is said that the greatest difficulty in life is death itself. Even in such harsh conditions, few people choose to end their lives. No one knew what they were hoping for. Maybe they believed that if they kept living, there might still be a little hope. In such a situation, the ugliness of human nature was fully revealed. Some people, just for a slim chance of survival, were willing to push others to death for a simple piece of bread or a small bowl of spoiled rice. The platoon leader looked at the three figures sitting in front of them, with their backs turned to the side. Their sitting postures seemed casual, but actually blocked any possible view from all directions, hiding their corner completely. Early that morning, while everyone was sleeping soundly, they secretly discussed and finally decided to seize this chance and fight for their lives. If they succeeded, they could return to the battlefield to fight the Japanese and seek revenge. If not, it would only be a few days earlier death. While thinking, the hidden door beside them opened again. The woman from yesterday suddenly appeared in front of them, pulling them away from the cell. The platoon leader quickly looked back, but the door had disappeared without a trace, just like last night when he felt along the wall inch by inch and found no sign of it. Tong Yuelan led the two inside the space, and then handed the main task over to Cheng Wangshua. She was not good at this kind of thing, so there was no need for her to interfere. Her attention was fixed on the map, but suddenly her gaze froze. A military truck, escorted by the guards, drove into the prisoner camp yard. Several sealed metal boxes were then unloaded from the truck, all handled by the guards, with no one allowed to interfere. A few Japanese officials in military uniforms and white coats approached. The lead one signed a notebook handed over by the guards. After verification, the guards saluted and left. The officials carefully locked the metal boxes inside a large iron cabinet in a hidden room, then locked the door securely. There was definitely something strange about these boxes. Tong Yuelan enlarged the map and saw that they were filled with medicines. But upon closer inspection, they weren't treatment drugs. Instead, they were disinfectants, anesthetics, and various chemical reagents for experiments. After days of effort, her language skills had improved significantly. Now, her pronunciation was so good that she could almost fool others, and she had no trouble reading and understanding. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to recognize the names of these medicines so easily. Seeing these drugs, a vivid scene of the Japanese conducting live dissections and bacterial experiments on prisoners immediately appeared in her mind. She especially remembered the image of a prisoner whose abdomen had been emptied, dying in terrible pain. The memory made her skin crawl, not out of fear, but out of anger. She looked around the backyard. The cells remained dark and quiet. The three courtyards formed three completely different worlds. No Japanese soldier would check the backyard at this time. In their minds, Even if all the prisoners died overnight, it wouldn't cause any disturbance. They had a constant supply of new prisoners to replace them. The truck sped toward the west side of the prisoner camp and soon entered a special military passage guarded by patrols. About 15 minutes later, it reached a building with a sign above the door that read, Japanese Army Taiyuan Field Hospital Logistics Department. This is a single-story building complex with a brick and wood structure on a hilltop. The layout is shaped like the letter W, with the main entrance on the west side. The street-facing wall has 19 rectangular wooden-framed windows, each about 1.2 meters above the ground. Looking carefully, Tong Yuelon notices that the northern wing is a medicine storage area with walls 60 centimeters thick, protected by double wooden doors and metal sheeting. The southern wing is a Japanese military doctor's duty room and a supply registration office, with pinewood flooring. A corridor connects the front and backyards, paved with concrete for vehicle access. In the northeast corner of the yard, there is a circular concrete toilet with a diameter of 6 meters, topped with a small brick tower about 3 meters high. Surrounding the area, there are brick and concrete watchtowers at each corner of the circular rampart, about 2.5 meters tall, with lookout holes at the top. These are connected by wooden ladders inside the towers. Around the perimeter, a 2-meter-high barbed wire fence is installed, and removable iron bars are added inside the street-facing windows. Outside the gate, there are 2 guard posts, and inside, 80 fully armed soldiers guard the area. Tong Yuelon observes the storage of common medicines and high-concentration lime used as disinfectant in the medicine warehouse. The sense of unease grows stronger because these items do not match the defensive strength of this place. Her gaze moves downward along the warehouse's position, penetrating into the ground more than 10 meters deep. She discovers a much larger underground storage, far exceeding the total volume of the above-ground buildings. The entrance is protected by armored doors capable of withstanding airstrikes. Even more surprising, the entrance to the underground warehouse is not located at the surface warehouse, but next to the circular concrete toilet. When Tong Yuelon first saw the toilet, she instinctively looked away, which caused her to miss the underground entrance initially, leading her to find the underground storage through the tunnel. Looking inside the warehouse, she first sees piles of weighing over 10 tons. Next are tons of anesthetics and disinfectants. The quantities of sulfa drugs and morphine injections are several times more than what she had previously stolen. What is most shocking is that on the next, more secure level of the warehouse, all stored items are various liquid or powder biological warfare agents, including deadly pathogens like plague bacteria, typhoid bacteria, and cholera bacteria, as well as raw materials for making gas bombs. There is no doubt that this is the underground pharmacy directly connected to the Japanese Army headquarters, as Old Ding mentioned. No wonder the intelligence station couldn't find any information. It was hidden deep beneath what they called the logistics office. With that settled, there is nothing more to say. All the medicines, including, must be taken away. Everything on the lower levels can only be destroyed. In the prison cell, the squad leader lay on the cold concrete floor. Although he was exhausted, he couldn't sleep at all. The information he received from the person he saw earlier was so unbelievable, it felt like a dream. After taking more medicine and eating enough, Xiaohe's condition improved a lot. He gently touched the squad leader's arm but couldn't fall asleep. He wanted to talk more, but the squad leader suddenly twisted his arm hard. He was so frightened he didn't dare to move and pretended to sleep with his eyes closed. At the same time, Tong Yuelon also couldn't sleep. She had many things to do tonight. Empty the arms factory, take away the contact technicians from the intelligence station, rescue all the prisoners, and steal supplies from the upper levels of the enemy's pharmacy, then destroy the bacteria agents and raw materials for making gas bombs on the lower levels. Each task took time, and she had to finish everything in one night. If she missed even one, it would be much harder to act later, and there was a risk of failure due to unexpected problems. She also considered giving up one task, but she simply couldn't choose. Fortunately, the arms factory, prisoner camp, and field hospital logistics office were all in the northeast corner of Taiyuan City. The 3 places were close, just over a kilometer from the arms factory to the prisoner camp, and less than 3 kilometers from the camp to the logistics office. With careful planning, she might really manage to do everything in one night. But the whole plan had to be flawless. This required careful route planning and thorough preparation. At the same time, in a regular house in the northeast corner of Taiyuan City, ensure proper identification. Any skilled worker who meets the criteria can be recruited. First, confirm the number of people, then notify the specific time and detailed arrangements later. Old Ding assigned the tasks to the 3 people sitting in front of him, following Tong Yuelan's instructions. 3 people nodded together. One of them, a middle-aged man who looked like a barber, said, "Whenever possible, no one wants to stay in that dangerous place. But the workers are limited in their actions. After work at night, they can only stay in the residential area and are not allowed to go outside. They can only move within designated areas and are forbidden to gather and talk. Many of the workers are also spies for the enemy. It takes time to send messages to them accurately. In 5 days, only a few people will be able to be contacted. Then, use the dormitories as units, with senior technicians prioritized. You can tell them that this mission is not very dangerous. They just need to wait for rescue." Until now, Laoding still didn't know the specific plan for Tong Yuelan's actions. His task was to confirm the candidates and pass the message. When the time comes, the target people just need to stay in their dorms and wait. All 3 knew the rules. No one asked questions. After confirming the orders, they dispersed. Before dawn, a loud whistle sounded. The prisoners in each cell immediately became chaotic. Everyone quickly got up. Even those who were sick or injured dared not delay. They had to pretend to be healthy, otherwise they would be sent to the isolation room for the sick. There, they faced not only death but a much more cruel fate. "Hurry up, finish eating, and get to work." Several buckets of moldy bran and black bean porridge were brought to the cell door. The puppet soldiers used long-handled spoons to knock on the wooden buckets and shouted loudly. Several soldiers with bayonets looked at the emaciated, exhausted prisoners as if they were livestock. Even though they were starving and their eyes were full of stars, no one dared to rush forward. Any disobedience would be met with a bayonet. The prisoners silently formed long lines, each reaching out to take a small amount of food from the puppet soldiers' spoons. As soon as they received the food, they couldn't wait to walk away. They brought their hands to their mouths, eagerly stuffing the food in, licking their palms as they went, even between their fingers. A prisoner, about 16 or 17 years old, swallowed his food in one bite. He looked up with a pleading gaze at the puppet soldiers. Just as he was about to speak, the soldier's spoon struck his head hard, and he was scolded. "Get out of the way." The prisoner suddenly froze, seeming about to rush forward. The squad leader behind him saw the Japanese soldiers about to turn around and quickly grabbed him, softly saying, "Don't cause trouble." He knew this young man was from the newest batch of prisoners. He had been here less than 3 days, and nearly half of that group had already died. The prisoner immediately understood. He didn't look back but lowered his head and moved to the side. In a quiet corner unnoticed by others, he secretly looked at the squad leader with grateful eyes, then quickly lowered his head again. "Get 200 people to build the bridge, 60 to unload the supplies," the puppet soldiers shouted at the prisoners, waving their long-handled shovels. Except for those who were too weak, everyone else pushed forward to work. Although the work was very hard, each person who helped could get an extra bread roll. Staying in the prison meant more work, but no extra food. Rather than starving to death slowly, it was better to work hard and die quickly. If they didn't die, at least they could have a bread roll to fill their stomachs. The squad leader stood among the workers building the bridge. It was a big project, and others from the prison should also be sent there. Only then could he have a chance to contact them. "You, get out of here!" The puppet soldiers grabbed a prisoner's shirt and pulled him out of the line. They kicked him hard to the ground. "You're so weak, and you still want to build the bridge? Get lost, or I'll send you to the quarantine room." The prisoner, knocked down, struggled to get up and stepped aside, silent and with his head lowered. No one in the line paid him any attention. They just numbingly followed the puppet soldiers out of the prison. The bridge construction site was about 2 kilometers from the prisoner camp. The prisoners were divided into several lines, each with 50 people. All of them were tied with ropes and linked together, walking under the guard of the Japanese soldiers and puppet troops toward the site. The Japanese were in a hurry to finish the bridge. Most of the stronger prisoners from the 5 prisons had been sent here, forming a long line on the way. The squad leader carefully watched the other groups, looking for a good chance to pass on information. He didn't have much time. Just a few words would be enough. The team quickened their pace under the whip of the puppet soldiers. The platoon leader saw an opportunity to move toward the nearest prison cell block. An ear-piercing whistle sounded, followed by the noisy shouts of the Japanese soldiers. Then gunfire, commands, and footsteps all mixed together. "Everyone, cover your heads and squat down quickly," shouted the exhausted puppet soldiers. The platoon leader quietly moved a few steps to the side. The chaos lasted for about 10 minutes. The platoon leader did everything he could, but only managed to contact 2 comrades in the cells labeled Heaven and Human. The other 2 groups were too far away to reach, so they had to wait until they reached the bridge construction site to find a way. Once the chaos settled, all prisoners were ordered to start moving again toward the bridge site. This time, there were twice as many guards. At the destination, the puppet soldiers did not immediately untie everyone. Instead, they made all the prisoners squat on the ground and wait for orders. The platoon leader, with his hands behind his head, carefully observed the surroundings through his arms. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on a spot ahead. The Japanese soldiers had just set up several wooden stakes, each with a person tied to it. All the prisoners were covered in wounds. Some had stab wounds from bayonets on their thighs and arms. Others had deep cuts in their stomachs, bleeding heavily. There were about 7 or 8 bodies lying on the ground, each riddled with gunshot wounds. His eyes fell on the man tied in the middle. The platoon leader's brow furrowed slightly. He recognized this man. He was a Chinese army officer captured during the Battle of Zhongtiao Mountain last month. According to the information he had, this man was a regiment commander of the Shaanxi army. He was one of the targets the platoon leader had planned to contact. Unexpectedly, he escaped just a day before, but was caught and brought back. Lieutenant Muto, the captain of the guards at the prisoner camp, approached the crowd. He spoke calmly to the translator nearby. The translator immediately lifted his head and loudly declared, "The Imperial Army says that anyone who tries to escape again will face the same fate as these people. Raise your heads and open your eyes wide so you can see clearly." Prisoners looked up one after another. Some had blank, numb eyes, as if no matter what they faced, their emotions wouldn't change. These were the prisoners who had survived the longest. Some looked at Lieutenant Muto and the translator with anger in their eyes. If they had weapons, they would rush to fight the enemy soldiers, even if it meant dying immediately, just to have a moment to fight. These were new prisoners who had been captured recently. Usually, within 1 or 2 months, more than half of this group would die. Work well for the Imperial Army, and you might survive. Otherwise, they will show you how to die, and there's a big difference between the two. After speaking, the translator bowed and stepped behind Muto, smiling flatteringly. He whispered something softly. Muto raised his knife. With a command, several guards stepped forward, holding bayonets. They approached the tied prisoners and shouted loudly before stabbing at them. The prisoners cried out in pain. The enemy soldiers didn't aim for vital spots but targeted joints. When they pulled out their bayonets, the sound of bones scraping against steel was chilling. The screams were low but disturbing. This made Muto laugh wildly. One group of soldiers retreated, and another lined up to attack, stabbing into different joints of the prisoners. All avoided the central figure, the leader of the Shaanxi army. "Little devils, I curse you. Come at me if you dare. Torturing them is pointless. If you have the guts, come fight your grandpa. Just a frown from me, and you're not human anymore." The leader struggled and shouted fiercely, but he was tightly tied to a post. No matter how he moved, he couldn't escape. His forehead and neck veins bulged, making his face look fierce. He had planned this escape for a long time. He was with his brothers in arms, but they still failed. He wasn't afraid of death. After 18 years, he was still a brave man. But he felt he had dragged his brothers down. Muto smiled and shook his head. "You will die last." After saying this, he whispered something to a nearby young soldier. The soldier nodded, and quickly left. Repeated rounds of stabbing left the prisoners covered in wounds. Blood dripped down their bodies, pooling on the ground in a dark red mess. One prisoner finally couldn't hold on. After coughing up a large amount of blood, he shouted loudly, "Captain Brothers, I'll go ahead first." After shouting, his head drooped heavily. The captain's eyes widened with rage. He shouted desperately, "Brothers, slow down. I'm coming to join you. Let's fight the enemies together. Come on, you cowards, charge if you dare." Muto walked up to the enemy soldier, who had just stabbed the prisoner. He slapped him hard across the face. "Baka, why did you kill him so quickly?" "Yes, sir." The soldier stood straight and lowered his head. The squad leader held down a prisoner who was crouching in front of him. He whispered, "Don't act rashly. If you do, you'll only get yourself killed. Keep this life. We still have a chance to go back to the battlefield and fight the enemies to avenge everyone." The prisoner, trembling all over, clenched his teeth and let out a low, beast-like roar from his throat. Similar scenes happened among the other prisoners. Gradually, faint sobs could be heard. Everyone looked at the brutal soldiers with eyes full of deep hatred. Muto looked around proudly. He waved his knife, and a new round of violence began again. Soon, the last prisoner stopped breathing. The captain no longer struggled. He just glared fiercely at Muto, tears of blood running from his eyes. "It's your turn now." Muto waved his hand. An enemy soldier stepped forward, cut open the captain's prison uniform with a bayonet, exposing his chest. Another soldier carried a basin of clean water. He took off a clean towel from his arm, soaked it in water, and carefully wiped the captain's chest until it was spotless, leaving no dirt behind. Muto slowly wiped his knife with another towel, then approached the captain. He stabbed the knife deep into the captain's left chest and gently dragged it downward, as if handling a fragile piece of art. Blood seeped from the captain's mouth. He stared fiercely at Muto and growled, "You little devils, I'll kill you all." Afterward, he spat blood at Muto's face with force. The nearby Japanese soldier quickly moved forward to block the captain's mouth. Muto waved his hand to make him step back, wiped the spit from his face with a towel, and said, "I enjoy hearing your screams before you die. It's such a beautiful song, and it makes me even hungrier." After the translator relayed this, everyone fell silent. The captain no longer moved. For such a cruel beast, there was no point in doing anything. He looked at the beast with contempt and said with a sneer, "Little Japanese, your grandfather is waiting for you below. Killing is just a game, I can do it too. Once I practice my sword skills, I'll let you taste what it's like to be cut into many pieces." Muto still smiled lightly, continuing to cut downward with his knife. He sliced open the captain's left chest, revealing his heart. Gently, he cut the heart free, which fell into his hand. He squeezed the still-beating heart and then burst into loud laughter at the captain, who was gasping for breath but still glaring with wide eyes. A nearby Japanese soldier brought a basin of clean water. Muto rinsed the heart gently, then took a small knife to cut a piece from it. The soldier handed him a delicate food box. Muto dipped the bleeding heart piece into the box, then put it in his mouth. He closed his eyes and chewed slowly, looking as if he was enjoying himself. Everyone watching was stunned. The translator took a step back, forcing himself to suppress the nausea rising in his stomach, and lowered his head, afraid to look any longer. Many of the prisoners squatted nearby, gagging and covering their mouths tightly. Muto methodically cut the heart into pieces, swallowing them all. Satisfied, he looked at the prisoners who had lowered their heads and remained silent. He waved his hand and said, "Get to work." Several Japanese soldiers roughly pulled the dead prisoners off the wooden posts, dragged them to the side, and threw them into a dirt pit, covering them with some soil. The prisoners, under the watch of the Japanese soldiers and puppet troops, began their daily labor. They were divided into several groups, each with its own task. Their movements were strictly controlled. Any crossing boundaries or talking would result in a severe beating or even execution on the spot. The squad leader kept his head down and obediently helped carry a large stone forward, alongside another group of prisoners responsible for mixing concrete. As he was walking, the platoon leader's lips moved slightly, then he staggered forward a few steps before falling to the ground. Heavy stones crashed onto the ground and rolled down the. He couldn't dodge in time, and the edge of a stone scraped harshly against his leg, causing blood to soak his pants instantly. A Japanese soldier quickly rushed over. He struck the leader's shoulder with the of his rifle, causing him to tumble backward a few times in pain. Finally, he struggled to stand up, bowed to the soldier, and ignored his leg and shoulder injuries. Limping, he walked to a large rock, gritted his teeth, and, with his companions, lifted it to continue moving forward. The Japanese soldier looked around, saw that everyone else was busy working, and showed no signs of trouble. He put away his gun and turned to walk elsewhere. The platoon leader endured the pain from his 2 wounds with a faint look of happiness in his eyes. A prisoner working on mixing concrete quickly looked up at the limping leader walking away, then lowered his head again, still thinking about the few words the leader had just said. A young man wearing black-rimmed glasses was busy repairing a machine. From the damage, he clearly knew it was caused by deliberate sabotage by the workers, but he seemed unaware of this. He didn't report it to the watching Japanese soldiers and calmly continued fixing and adjusting the machine. His name was Lee Chun-lin. After studying in Germany at his own expense and returning in June 1935, he was hired as a technical engineer at the Taiyuan Arsenal. In October 1937, Liu Guifu and 16 other skilled workers fled the factory, heading toward Yan'an. Lee Chun-lin learned about this by chance and once considered leaving with them, but he ultimately decided against it because of his parents. On November 4, 1937, when Yan Shishan led his core technical team to evacuate the factory, Lee was not part of his trusted group. When the Japanese occupied Taiyuan Arsenal on November 8, he was forcibly left behind. Since then, he had been trapped there for over 3.5 years. Now, he couldn't even imagine leaving Taiyuan, let alone leaving the factory. His daily activities were limited to the production and living areas, and every entry and exit was strictly searched. As a skilled senior technician, Lee Chun-lin's pay is better than that of ordinary workers. 3 people live in one room, including 2 others who, like him, are returnees from studying abroad and are trapped here. Usually 5 or 6 workers share a room, while regular workers are squeezed into a small room of about 15 square meters with 10 to 12 people. If he hadn't hesitated at the beginning, he might already be in Yan'an instead of being forced to produce weapons for the enemy, making bullets that harm his own country. He sighed softly and slowed down his work again. He had no other way to resist and could only work lazily, even if it meant producing fewer bullets, hoping to save at least one soldier or civilian from dying at the hands of the enemy. The weather in June was a bit hot and stuffy. Lee Chun-lin looked up to wipe his sweat and saw the old worker Liu Bo watching him. When he looked up, Liu Bo subtly signaled him with a quick glance. Lee Chun-lin was slightly surprised. After looking carefully, he raised his voice slightly and said, "I need a caliper and a hand drill." A Japanese guard nearby was about to speak, but Liu Bo raised his tools and strode over to him. He put down his tools, bowed slightly to the Japanese guard, and turned to leave. "Wait, help me lift this so I can see inside," Lee Chun-lin said naturally. The Japanese guard glanced at the 2 of them, didn't object, and Liu Bo lifted one corner of the machine. Lee Chun-lin bent down to look closely. The Japanese guard wanted to come closer, but another machine nearby made a loud, harsh noise, so he immediately moved over there. Liu Bo quickly whispered a few words into Lee Chun-lin's ear. His eyes lit up with surprise, and he nodded without hesitation. Then he lowered his voice and asked, "What do I need to do?" "Don't do anything. Just act normally and stay quietly in your room that night. Remember, roll up your left sleeve to your arm, but keep the right sleeve as it is. I will tell you the exact time on the day of the action. Can I tell the 2 people sharing my room? They also want to escape from this place." Liu Bo shook his head seriously. "You're not qualified to judge. If they meet the requirements, they will naturally act with you on that day." After speaking, he stood up and walked in another direction. Lee Chun-lin watched his back, tried to control his expression, lowered his head, and continued his previous repair work. Late at night, Cheng Wangshua skillfully cleaned the wounds on the platoon leader's leg and shoulder. He didn't dare use strong-smelling or easily detectable medicines, just washed with water and disinfected with alcohol. He didn't bandage the wounds, leaving them exposed, planning to wait until the alcohol evaporated before wrapping them with cloth. Besides the Tianzi prison cell, I've notified the other 3 cells. One is Person 425, another is Finance 383, and the third, Tong Yuelon, listened carefully to what the platoon leader was saying, scanning the map quickly, and found the targets. She saw that the 3 people were sitting in the corner, half-closed eyes, staring tightly at the walls on both sides. In front of them, some people sat with their backs turned, creating a small, separate space for them. Tong Yuelon slipped out of the space. After a moment, the 3 were brought in one after another. When they entered, their eyes showed confusion and suspicion, but their suspicion turned into surprise when they saw the platoon leader. Time is tight. You can eat while I explain the detailed plan, Cheng Wangshua said, pointing to several bowls of porridge and a basket of steamed buns that were already prepared. Our plan is to rescue everyone in a few days. Your task is to pass the message to each person in each cell before the operation. This means you need to identify unreliable people in advance, exclude them, and control those individuals on the night of the operation to eliminate any uncontrollable factors. The 3 people, already very hungry, picked up their bowls and took big sips of porridge, then grabbed the buns and started eating. Each movement was gentle, and they chewed quietly, listening carefully to every word Cheng Wangshua said. After he finished, Finance 383 asked, "Do you mean to rescue everyone at once? Can you find a way to prepare some weapons for us? The guards and fake soldiers in the prisoner camp are quite numerous, and their camp is not far from here. If there is any trouble, their reinforcements could arrive in less than 20 minutes. With weapons, even if we can't escape immediately, we could at least fight back and take out some of the enemies. To rescue the thousands inside the camp, there will definitely be a lot of noise. I don't expect everyone to escape, but with weapons, we could work together from inside and outside to escape more people. If nothing else, we could fight the enemies. Even if I die, I want to take at least one enemy with me. If I hadn't received Lieutenant Zhao's warning and seen how they secretly took us out of the prison, I wouldn't believe what I heard now. This isn't a regular rescue. Before the operation, we will tell you the exact time and method. When the time comes, just keep everyone quiet and leave the cell as quickly as possible." After thinking for a moment, Person 425 asked, "Our cell with the 8th Route Army members has few left, but not all are gone. Why did your rescue team choose me to lead? And why are you risking so much to save us? Is there some condition?" Cheng Wangshua turned to the squad leader, who explained, "I suggested you as the leader of each cell. The main criteria are simple. You are reliable, have some authority inside the prison, and can help organize this operation. Most of the people in this cell are new recruits after the Battle of Zhongqiao Mountain. I've been watching you. You probably hold a certain rank in the Jin Sui army, and your soldiers follow you. In our view, as long as they are fighting the enemies, it doesn't matter if they are from the 8th Route Army, the National Revolutionary Army, the Jin Sui Army, or the Shaanxi Army. We don't need any special conditions to rescue you." Hearing this, Tong Yuelon interrupted, "No, I have one condition." Everyone turned to look at her. Cheng Wangshua explained, "She is the initiator and the highest commander of this operation. She has the ability to safely lead all of you out of the prisoner camp." Tong Yuelon looked over everyone's faces without showing any emotion and calmly said, "You know more about the details and results of the Battle of Zhongqiao Mountain than I do. The number of soldiers who died is over 40,000, and including those captured, the total exceeds 100,000. Almost all the participating troops have been wiped out. Most of the prisoners in the current camp were captured during that battle. Your units have probably been disbanded and their designations cancelled. Even if you are rescued, where can you go? I have only one condition. After a successful rescue, we will take everyone to the communist base area. Those willing to continue fighting the enemies to avenge their fallen brothers can join the Red Army. Those who do not want to go back to the battlefield can stay in the base area to work. After the enemies are defeated, we will discuss your future options again." Seeing Cheng Wangshua hesitating, She remembered the policies he had explained to her before. During the war, the Communist Army issued 6 policies to treat prisoners well, including not killing or mistreating prisoners, not confiscating private property, only military supplies, treating enemy wounded, releasing prisoners with travel expenses, allowing willing prisoners to work, and respecting their religious beliefs. Tong Yulan understood this clearly and continued, "My hatred for the enemies is endless. Our only goal now is to fight them hard and drive them out of our land as soon as possible. This rescue operation is my personal initiative. The reason I want you to join the base area is simple: to help us fight the enemies. Consider it as part of the cost of this rescue." Her words made her meaning clear. She was not part of the Red Army, so the policies that favor prisoners did not bind her. This was a fair deal. Person 425 suddenly stood up and said, "Good, as long as we can kill the enemies, it doesn't matter where we go. Tang Fenglu, promise on behalf of my brothers." He then raised his hand solemnly and said, "I swear that I will never let the enemies stay in our land in my lifetime, and I will not return home until they are driven out." The other 2 nodded, but did not speak. Tong Yulan knew they were already soldiers of the Red Army, so there was no need for more words. The platoon leader suddenly sighed and said, "Originally, the person most suitable for the prison in Tianziho was the leader of the Shaanxi Army Corps. If only we had contacted him earlier, he and his brothers wouldn't have been so cruelly killed." Everyone fell silent at the same time. Massacre. Tong Yulan suddenly remembered some very cruel images. These were probably impressions left by the original owner when she first arrived here. She couldn't help but sneer and said, "Our ancestors must have invented many methods in this area. We can just find time to study them." Tang Fenglu's eyes lit up. Just as he was about to speak, the platoon leader shook his head and said, "That's not a massacre. That's barbaric behavior." The Japanese soldier Mu Tingxing ate the heart of a Shaanxi army commander. Hearing this, Tong Yulan froze completely. She couldn't imagine such a thing happening in the world. To her, torture and mutilation were already the worst forms of cruelty. As a human, how could anyone do such a shocking thing as eating a person's heart? No, the Japanese soldiers weren't even human. Calling them animals would be an insult to animals. Tong Yulan looked around at the others and finally focused on Tang Fenglu, forming a decision in her mind. After some discussion, they decided that Tang Fenglu would contact the people in the prison called Tianhao. They would give them 4 days to prepare, and on the night of the 4th day, they would inform them of the exact time for action. At the same time, Li Chunlin was lying on his bed, tossing and turning as he cooked pancakes. The thought of leaving this terrible place in a few days made him so excited that he couldn't sleep at all. "Old Li, what's wrong? Why aren't you sleeping? Do you have something on your mind?" Feng Gong, lying on the neighboring bed, asked curiously.
Li Chanlin replied casually.
"What's bothering you so much that you can't even sleep? If you need help, just say so. We're all sharing a room by fate. If I can help with anything, I won't refuse." Li Chunlin knew that Feng Gong was always very kind and helpful. They had been sharing this room for a while, and whenever either of them had a problem, Feng Gong would always ask proactively. He had indeed helped him solve some small troubles. After receiving news from Lu Bo during the day, Li Chunlin immediately thought of his roommates Feng Gong and Zhao Gong and wanted to share the good news with them. While he was thinking about how to speak, Zhao Gong, who was sleeping at the far end of the room, suddenly coughed urgently a few times. Li Chunlin immediately reacted. Lu Bo had told him earlier that he lacked the ability to distinguish, which made him wonder, could there be Japanese spies among them? Thinking back, Engineer Zhao had once subtly warned him not to get too close to Engineer Feng. Li Chunlin became more cautious. If Feng had not been notified, it probably meant he was truly suspicious. Li Chunlin is a typical technical person. He is somewhat slow in other areas, but with his skills, he could have had a chance to leave with Yan Xishan if he wanted to. He is not stupid. After thinking it through, he made a decision. He said, "I've been here for over 3 years and haven't even gone outside the gate. My grandfather's anniversary is coming up soon, and I want to visit his grave and burn incense, but I can't. It feels uncomfortable. By the way, I remember you once took leave to go out. Could you help me ask for permission too?" I don't have that ability. Alright, it's time to sleep. Don't be tired tomorrow when working. Foam hesitated a few words and then stopped speaking. Li Chunlin couldn't help but curse himself silently. If Xiao hadn't reminded him in time, he might have made a big mistake. When Lu Bo and others were neglecting their work, Li Chunlin not only didn't report them but also secretly taught them how to damage the factory machines without leaving traces. Luckily, he was worried that if the news got out, Lu Bo and the others would be in trouble, so he never told anyone or showed any signs in front of Foam. Now he realized that the Japanese personnel watching them were obvious, but people like Foam were undercover spies. Bah, traitorous Japanese, Li Chunlin spat in his mind. He turned over to sleep, but still felt uneasy. He secretly grabbed the clothes on his bedside and used a sleeve to cover his mouth tightly, afraid he might accidentally talk in his sleep. In the morning, Li Chunlin and everyone else lined up for inspection as usual. Under the fake armies, they headed toward the factory area, showing no signs of abnormality. Tong Yuelan had been very busy these days. She first went with Cheng Wangshua to Qingyuan, the closest place to Taiyuan, which was part of the anti-Japanese base area of Shaanxi, Hebei, and Henan. Cheng Wangshua was responsible for the frontline coordination, while she brought out a large amount of unhulled wheat from the storage. Villagers helped grind it into flour and continuously made steamed buns and flatbreads for food. These wheat was originally taken from the house of a wealthy landlord who had previously seized young women in town. Later, she only gave most of the supplies obtained from the enemy soldiers station in Huishan County to the western Anhui base. She did not take out the unhulled grains and wheat, which remained in her space. After making batches of steamed buns and flatbreads, Tong Yuelan quietly stored them in her space. She also asked villagers to help make water containers. After preparing enough food and water, Tong Yuelan left some grains and wheat in the village and hurried back to Taiyuan with her companion. In Qingyuan, Tong Yuelan discussed the plan with Cheng Wangshua many times. The final order of actions was, first, empty the weapons factory of all machines and stored weapons and ammunition. Second, go to the dormitory area to pick up the engineers and technicians they had contacted earlier. Third, rescue the prisoners of war. And finally, target the enemy commander's medicine depot. Since the weapons factory opened at 7 a.m. and closed at 11 p.m., they could only start their operation after 11:30 p.m. and had to finish before 5 a.m. They needed to visit 4 places in a very short time, making the schedule extremely tight. They prioritized tasks based on importance and difficulty. If they found it impossible to do everything, they would abandon the medicine depot and plan another time to attack. Old Ding saw the two and smiled happily. We have confirmed and contacted 17 top technicians. They are staying in 5 dormitories. 2 of these dorms have spies among the soldiers. If we eliminate them early, it might alert the enemy. Be very careful during your operation. We will be careful. The plan is to start around midnight tomorrow. Remember to keep calm and stay silent at all times. We will handle the spies. All preparations were complete. That night, the 2 returned to the prisoner camp. They wanted to inform the prisoners of the exact time and also review the factory layout on the map. Tong Yuelan immediately looked toward the cell marked number 1. However, this time she couldn't find Lieutenant Zhao. Only Xiao He, who had been with him, sat with his head down in his usual spot. Tong Yuelan instinctively scanned the entire camp but still couldn't see Lieutenant Zhao. Unable to think much, Tong Yuelan quickly brought Xiao He and the other 3 prisoners from the cells into the space. After obtaining the last person's prisoner number from the Tangfeng Road entrance, she also brought that person in. Then she looked at Xiao He and asked, "Where is Lieutenant Zhao?"